I'm going to beat you into the living death. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Thinker St. James. I am joined by my good friend Chase Parton, and tonight we are going to be going over the 2020 film Bruised, starring Halle Berry. Chase, how are you?
Dude, I'm good, and I'm actually glad you stopped at just the main character in this with the casting. But either way, we'll go on from there. It's a really good day, and I'm excited to talk about this. So shout out to you because you're here with me.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it. And yeah, I kind of had to stop at just Halle Berry because there's not that many other big names in this film, but a couple that are worth talking about, a couple of people that are of interest, and a whole lot to talk about with this film. So, to start it off, Chase, what did you know about this movie
Ab-
before you watched it?
Absolutely nothing. Didn't know it existed until Netflix said, "Hey, we think you might like this," and I'm like, "Who the hell is this?" Like, oh my god, it's actually Halle Berry. And then it's like, excuse me, and then it's talking about mixed martial arts, and I'm like, yeah, I've never heard of this in my life. Didn't know it even went to theaters. Why would Halle Berry even be a part of this project? But whatever. So
Yeah, no, so I guess a little backstory on that was this was one of the films that we were talking about for MMA on Film, and I guess it had gotten recommended to you like through the algorithm on Netflix, right?
yes,
So yeah, so you had never heard of it prior to that at all. I of course knew it from when it was being filmed, because I guess this would have been just before you got into the sport, basically, like maybe a year or two or so.
that it would have
Um,
been filmed or that it would have been marketed. That it was
Yeah, well, okay, maybe like 3 years then, right?
okay.
Because yeah, this was being developed and being filmed, I believe, in 2018, early 2019. I want to say, because then it came out in 2020. So yeah, so I remember the only things that I knew about this was that it starred Halle Berry, and around the time of making it, she was at a UFC weigh-in. I think that Holly Holm was involved in the weigh-in that she was at. I know that she had been, I think, talking about a couple of the fighters that she was interacting with, and then they had announced this movie as well. So everyone was like, "Oh, okay, that's why she's there." And then she was getting help from some fighters for training for it, and when it came out that it was panned by both critics and MMA fans alike. And that's all that I knew about the movie going into it. So with that knowledge going into the watching, interesting experience.
And well, to start, you said she directed this.
I did not know that, but yes, that is very true. Yes, this is also the
Okay.
directorial debut of Halle Berry.
So that's awesome to know. I have so many questions, but we will just save them all for when we get to them in the story. So go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so I have a bunch of trivia like that, or not a whole bunch, but a couple of little points. We'll talk about that after we go through this thing
Okay.
point by point. And yet again, just like how it was for The Cage and with KO, like some of these other movies that we've done, this is probably going to be one of the most in depth discussions about this film ever done. So be prepared for a good long while, because this thing has a lot. They pack a lot into this film pretty early, and then kind of like the pacing gets a little bit strange as to where they have certain things and like the progression of events. But like they're going point by point in this film is there's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this one it was truly a roller coaster in its own. I mean, there was times where I was like, am I actually believing it now, or am I just so wrapped up in their story that I'll just accept anything that they do now? Like I don't know. It was pretty intense offerings. And there was times also where I was like thinking to myself, maybe I'm just better at cinema. Like maybe I just get it because like dude, I would have cooked so hard in this scene, and we'll definitely get to it where I believe in this. So
And that is a great teaser for one of the pieces of trivia that I have later on in this episode. So keep that thought in mind as we go through, and then we'll talk about it afterwards when I get to that portion of it. But
absolutely.
yeah, so I mean, I guess let's just get right into the beginning of this thing. So like we said, this is 2020's Bruised, starring Halle Berry from Netflix, and it starts off with some footage of early women's MMA. Shout out to Queen Gina Carano is in there, little Elite XC footage, Rhonda, little clip of her in there. And then also the voiceover is like a bunch of people, but they had a couple of male voices in there, specifically like justifying why women's MMA should even exist, basically, is kind of what that was for.
Yeah, this one, I can see how our notes are already going to differ once again. So yeah, so this one opened up, crowd was cheering, and you're getting some coaching, like some muffling of the male coaches, and then you get this killer montage. You didn't actually give it justice. This montage that you're watching, it was so fire. Like this was probably the best part of the movie. Like if you want to look up WMMA UFC highlight reel, like it would not look better than what you see in this, and that's a bummer because like nobody will ever see this. Like so. It looked really good, and then it was awesome, and then it ended with the Bruce Buffer, it's time, kind of deal. So I don't know what the voices were going on there, but sorry.
Well, so
yes.
yeah, no, that's a good. That leads me right into my next note, is that either everyone's voices changed dramatically over the years, or they had stand-ins doing slightly altered versions of Buffer and Martinez's catchphrases, because it was like it was almost, it was like an imitation. It wasn't exactly the lines. Like it wasn't the it's time. I think it was like something close to that. So I think that they had to like skirt around copyright a little bit there and use like some voice sound alikes.
I don't know. I thought
think so.
it sounded like Bruce for me, and then the other ones were just random people. So you might have been right, or maybe you're reaching on thinking it was Joe Martinez. Like that's kind of like I don't know. That's not somebody you'd be like, he's got to be. I mean, we'll talk about later, but he's got to be in the movie kind of deal. But I don't know. So
well, that's the thing though, is that's why I think that it was trying to give the feel of like. Basically, they wanted to put you into the MMA world like early and kind of get that portion out of the way. Like, I guess they were trying to answer the whole, should women even be fighting kind of thing, which is sort of weird. Like at this stage when it was being made, I mean, like, yeah, women had been fighting for quite some time at this point. But either way, yes. So that we had that little portion there. The montage transitions into POV footage of what it's like to get your ass kicked by a female fighter. And I actually thought that was kind of neat. Like you said, that the montage was cool, and it definitely was. I thought that it was a fine way to start this off, to put you right into what we will find out is Halle Berry's skin there.
Okay, you think that was good? You think it looked good, or you thought it was a good concept? Conceptually, it was good. Because
conceptually.
Okay, yeah, because it faded into what I said, the worst POV shots of getting punched. Like,
well, it was definitely very dark. Yeah, it was very, very muddy.
It looked like she was in a dream getting punched. It was definitely kind of weird. And then I don't know if you wanted to get into this hilarious point that the movie starts off on. She gets her ass whooped and turns and beelines for the cage and then climbs over it.
Yes, so. She legitimately claws her way up the cage. You're still all POV, so you're seeing her go up and over. I think that's why they had to make it so muddy, was because like they didn't want, like, it couldn't have been shot at like an actual event, which kind of would have been neat if they had that. They had cooperation from the UFC for this, so it's like it's odd what they could and couldn't do and what they chose to do and didn't do. But so for this, it's all kind of murky and dark surrounding everything. It was very like I said, muddy, and so you're seeing like through this filter almost her hands going up, and she is frightened out of the cage and goes up and over, which is pretty unique.
And lands both hands down on the outside of the cage, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, what is she doing? Get back in there!" It's like, well, what are you talking about? No, it's over. You don't just climb out the cage and get a second chance. Pretty funny stuff. That was like an extreme over exaggeration of like quitting in a fight. Like it wasn't like throwing the towel, coach, I'm done. It wasn't like get punched and just fall over out of exhaustion. It was climb out of the cage. I mean, listen, we talk about how these movies have parallels, and they always seem to. Talis and Teixeira tried to do just this a couple months ago at that, and if we would have let him, had the ref not stepped in, he would have been all paws down on the outside of the cage for all we know. So I mean, shout out to Halle Berry for being able to make it all the way over before stoppages. But whatever the case may be, it was definitely an interesting move. And I think what's more interesting is how this scene transitions. And so if you have anything else to talk about, go for it right now.
Well, yeah. So the only other things I had was that it was right before she goes over the cage, the commentary says she doesn't look like a 10-0 fighter tonight, and obviously we'll get into the points further on in the film as to what her motivation for doing this was. But in the moment, at least, it's like the motivation for doing that was that she's getting her ass kicked. So it's she did not look like a 10-0 fighter, but no fighter would be going over the cage. And that's something that I think is a big overarching point of all of this is how does this represent mixed martial arts on film? That's kind of one of the themes of the show in general, right? When we're doing these MMA on films and like this one, there are some very questionable MMA representations. So that's just the first of what will end up being many. So go ahead and get into the transition though.
So this transitions to the title card, and the movie is Bruised. Just Bruised. Doesn't say anything else, just Bruised. I'm pretty sure it doesn't even say Halle Berry on the little title screen. Just boom. And then instantly switches to her scrubbing a fucking toilet as hard as she can. Love to see it. She's just a maid now. She just cleans toilets. She's just, all down on her knees, scrubbing the inside of the toilet with a hand scrubber. So shout out to her for this lovely transition. As the directorial debut, like you couldn't have got a better intro to your movie. So
yeah, and I mean, I guess I'll say now that I do give Halle Berry credit for her portrayal in this film in the sense that she definitely went for it. Like she definitely she certainly tried to embody the character.
Is like, but what she went
for.
Well,
right, yes,
like
exactly.
Wrong,
but that's the other half of the statement for sure. Yeah, but like, so when you say some things like that, I mean, we're going to talk about how she has all kinds of makeup on in this film that's because of some of the events here. She certainly was not glamorous in this role, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So when you talk about her being the maid and smash cutting to her cleaning the toilet initially in this film, it's like, at least she was entrenched in this. I think she really thought that this was going to be like her like her really dig deep kind of role.
Well, and I think we could talk about it right now. It's like she's just not believable in this role. So whether she thought this was going to be the role of a lifetime, I mean, I'm watching this movie and I'm like, yo, Halle Berry is putting on one satirical performance here. Like it is just goofy. Like it really is. Because at times I'm questioning the other actors. I'm like, man, are they actually giving it their all, or are they just playing along with her? Like I get wrapped up in it. Like, am I believing it? Like seriously. So I don't know.
What it reminds me of, and it's not supposed to be this, but I'm a big fan of the Naked Gun movie came out recently, and I'm a big fan of the Naked Gun films and the Zuckers films. And one of the things that they do in that is they play everything very straight, but the surrounding elements are so farcical that the playing it straight becomes almost the butt of the joke. Like that's what sells it. And a movie like this almost feels that way to an extent because everyone is so serious, but there are things that are just ridiculous happening. So
yeah, they're so like, okay, like, and you'll see how serious they are about the weird, like the wackiest things, because the scene immediately goes from, she's cleaning the toilet, and then there's a little montage of her vacuuming, she's like squirting a window, she's moving a pillow, and then instantly she's in the back of a fucking, like, it's a bathroom, but it's like the back of the laundry room. She's taking her shirt off, right? So you get side boob, right? And I have side boob, side boob. And then you get just even more of a boob. Like you basically get the whole boob in this shot. Like you don't even, she turning and then the camera cuts and then there's just like a little shithead snot-nosed kid filming her. And it's like, she's got to be like, what? And then she like hits the kid and it's like,
she says that's all very true. I guess you're saying it was like a laundry room. That kind of makes sense to me because to me it just looked like, on first viewing at the very least, it just looked like she was changing in the corner of a room.
Right, that's I know, but like I'm trying to give
there's a bathroom for that.
Maybe it's just, I don't know. Go ahead.
But the son presumably of the house that she's cleaning is filming her on his phone, and she says, "You're filming me again," implying that this kid, I guess, just goes around trying to catch this lady changing. So one of two things. One, this kid, maybe if it's happened multiple times, you say something to the parents. And two, how about going into a fucking bathroom, as I had said? Like, get out of an open space if you're taking your shirt off.
this movie, there's plenty of times where you'll see that I wrote facepalm, but like this movie just makes me just like irk. Like I some of the scenes that I'm watching, yes. So the kid's filming her. She says, question mark. The young man's filming her. Question mark. Question mark. Like what is this? Filming me again. Nuts. And then they have a little scuffle. Fuck you. No, fuck me. And it's like, what are we doing here? Like, is this a comedy now? And then she does an outside leg trip, disarms the kid from the phone, smashes the phone, and he gets up. Oh, you're so fucking fired, bitch. Like
Well,
so.
that was the funny thing to me was that it's like, yeah, first she trips him, but she really broke that fucking phone. Like this,
Yeah,
like I guess that's the whole idea is, oh, it's happened multiple times, so she's just fed up at this point. But since we don't see that, like all we see is just her fucking going crazy on this phone. She trips the kid. The trip was not that bad. You're right. It was a decent little leg sweep there. He didn't look like he got hurt or anything like that. But the phone got it real bad.
at that point, if she would have just tripped him and took the phone, like I'm like, ma'am, she showed like martial arts. She disarmed him. She took the phone from him and she like set it down or something and then left or whatever. But no, she trips him, smashes the phone. Then she walks out past the parents, and obviously she's quitting at that moment. But as we'll soon find out, there's repercussions. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, and I just had the note that should have given the kid a copy of the movie Swordfish if he wanted to see her tits that bad. So, um,
I I wanted to also note that these photos are going to be in the cloud. Like, does she not understand technology? This is 2020, right? Like, I mean, dude, those are for sure saved when he gets the phone back. Like,
fair, but yeah, so she blows past the mother who's coming in. The mother's doesn't know what happened or whatever. She's gone. So it cuts to her now outside of a Newark liquor store, and she's kind of just there. She's sort of just kind of milling around. She's smoking a cigarette. Life's not great. And she's sitting next to an old lady who, comedic relief, I suppose, but this movie does have weird comedic elements in places. And the lady leans over her, this older woman, and says, "My son's married to a man, but that boy is a snack." And big laughter erupts in the home audiences.
yes, I definitely didn't catch that one on both the replays because it's just so boring and not anything to note down. But
I mean,
yeah,
it's funny, Chase, because old ladies don't talk like that.
yeah, right. I guess you're right. Trust me. I work where I see a lot of elderly women. You would be shocked how these women talk sometimes. But either way. So yeah, she's sitting outside this gas station, ripping cigs. She's just out there smoking cigs.
There is so much smoking in this film in general, by the way. Just sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off,
Yes,
but that was, yeah, like everyone is smoking cigarettes in this movie. It's a lot.
yo, I actually agree with you. It's a good point. I mean, some movies that you watch these days, or like they just end up being smoking simulators, and it's like, yo, maybe let's not portray that they smoked every single moment. Like, if you're gonna portray that someone smokes a cigarette, it's like, okay, give it to them every other scene. It's not every scene they have a fresh new cigarette that
Well,
they're chiefing down.
yeah, and also the thing too, I believe, the reason, and a lot of times that you see that, especially in a movie like this, is that it emphasizes like the grittiness. This is supposed to be like kind of it's in Newark, it's lower class ish. I mean, obviously she's in a bad state in life, kind of thing. So you're trying to play that up, but you don't need to hammer it home every single scene. We get it. We're watching. We see what's happening. Like you don't
Yeah.
need to add that on top all the time.
Yeah, so she's sitting outside smoking these cigarettes, right? And then these two guys roll up, and one of them's like, yo, that's Jackie Justice, bro. And he's like, who the fuck is that? Like, who are you talking about? Like, that could be anybody to me. Like, I obviously don't even watch mixed martial arts. And so they pull out the phone and he's showing him the clips. And, he it's funny that he says, the other friend, he's like, yo, is this you getting served over here? Like,
Well,
yeah,
and the
Holly,
one
yes.
the one friend says, she used to be thick and famous, and then the other dude's like, "Hey, miss, did you used to be thick and famous?" That actually did get a laugh out of me. I thought that was kind of funny.
It's that okay. That is pretty funny, but like I think I was reading it like thick, like wealthy. Like I wasn't thinking like, man, she was like thick back in the day. Like I don't know. Like I was thinking like fat stacks kind of deal. Like I don't know. That's how I
Perhaps,
was
but
reading it
yeah,
because like I'm reading Holly is like she doesn't know how to write modern people. Like that's why when I hear, "Oh, is this you getting served?" It's like, what era are we in? Like Holly, do you ever talk to like normal people these days. Like, so that was really funny. But
Yeah, yeah. I mean, an early way, like this, a lot of this film has like very paint by numbers elements to it, and from a screenwriting standpoint, it's like you have the early exposure to the idea that Halle Berry is washed up, and she's sort of the butt of the joke because of what we had seen earlier with her going over the cage. So they're trying to tie these things together, not not in the worst way with that, but like you see the beats, and that's one
yeah.
of them.
So she gets up and she's leaving in a frantic, and these guys are like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! You killing the mood? Like, what are you doing? Like, where are you going? Like, obviously, just real funny, like, by the books jock stuff.
Yeah.
Like, but it's kind of weird because, like, in any other sense, I would kind of get it, but like, I feel like she's trying to make like a real gritty, like, I don't know. So like these people acting not how I feel like they should be acting is just like throwing me off the scent to the movie. It's like, when you have music that doesn't match the tone of the movie, like I don't know.
Yes, tonal imbalances is definitely a reoccurring theme in this as well. But yeah, no, I understand what you mean. It's like the realism gets lost sometimes when the dialogue doesn't like stack up as reality.
And we'll soon talk about a lot of the plot points in this story. Like these are some real like depressing things. Like I don't know, you would want to feel like you're really involved and encapsulated in the story. Like you don't want to feel like that's like the old lady calling them jerks after. It's like, okay, like I don't know. It's just kind of stupid stuff like that. Like the whole scene really was stupid, but like, there could have been better ways to portray it. If you actually want my opinion, there was one shot that was really, I don't know if I want to say it was bad. I think they focused on the wrong thing. So they got Jackie sitting there and they got the camera up to her face, and like you could see the guys in the background watching it on the phone, like laughing at her. And it was a decent scene because she's like puffing cigarettes, but I don't know, something about it just didn't look as good as it could have, I think. I don't know. But that shot was actually pretty good. So shout out to
All
her.
right, fair enough. So yeah, after all of that, she's dejected now because she's
Yeah.
been kind of mocked over here, and so she makes her way back to her house. She finds keys, opens a locked cabinet, takes a swig of booze, then pours booze into a spray bottle and sprays it into her mouth.
Di-
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think you're missing the first part that actually was really confusing to me. And I was hoping you'd be able to, like, dude, I still didn't understand what was happening. So she's smoking cigarettes down the street. This is the Carlos Prates storyline, basically. I wanted to get that in there first. And
Fair.
then she walks to the side of the door, like to the side of the house, because the front door's like broken. Like there's something blocking it because she didn't go right in the front door. Like she got the key at the top and then went around because like it looked like somebody was trying to break in, and she's like, they didn't get my spare key type of, like that's how I was reading
No,
that
no,
right
no.
there.
The key that she got was for the cabinet. Like,
No,
is that a different key? You're
well,
talking about
she
there
had to
was
get
it
in the
outside?
house.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, no, then I don't know. No, maybe I missed
yeah,
that.
yeah. That was
Small little
definitely
detail.
weird to me why she didn't go in the front door, because later you'll see them use the front door all the time. But I guess she was sneaking in kind of deal. But I don't know. You could sneak in the front door just as easy as you could sneak in the back door. Whatever you want to say. I don't know.
Yeah, no, yeah, that must have slipped by me, but
Yeah, but yeah, so you were agree. So she sneaks in, gets the key of the, because wait, actually, now that we go back, why would the key to the cabinet be outside? Like she obviously hid it there, but like I would assume that's a spare key
No.
to the.
The key that was hidden was because the cabinet was locked because that's where the liquor was for the
Yes,
boyfriend. But I don't know about the outside key thing. Yeah,
I think she did something with a key to get inside the house, but nonetheless, I don't think it's
okay,
important. So yeah, she unlocks the cabinet with the liquor, pours it in a squirt bottle,
right.
and then maybe she's not squirting it in her mouth at this point,
Well,
but
she did. No, she did. That's what I thought. That's why I noted it was because she takes a swig of the out of the bottle, and then she pours it in the bottle, or the spray bottle, and then she squirts a little bit in her mouth after the spray bottle has been filled with a little bit of it, which is alcoholic behavior. I mean, we like that's I understood that part of it, but it was just kind of weird that she had access to the liquor in the cabinet and still was hiding it. I think was what was strange to me in the moment.
yeah, dude. Again, this was one of the scenes that like she's just doing stuff to make it seem like there's stuff going on, but she's creating the stakes that aren't really like there. Like if the key was 2 feet away from it, why even lock it? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess it was supposed to be hidden, but she just found out where it was hiding, I guess. But then my thing is also is that what we will end up finding is that the boyfriend that's going to be coming in here in a minute is also an alcoholic, and so it's like he, I guess, just wasn't a good sharer. He just didn't want to share.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought up the boyfriend. So yeah, so a man catches her because at the time we don't know who this is. Like she
Right.
could just be in somebody random's house. Because like I said, she snuck into this house. Is the way that I'm reading it. It's like
Mhm.
who the fuck is this guy? Man. Turns the light on and catches her, and then throws down his necklace or something that he has to quote unquote pawn now because so she doesn't face assault charges on the kid.
Well, what it was that so this we will find is the boyfriend. But so yes, that happens. But he says, "I want you to look around my neck area."
Oh my gosh.
And then she's like, she makes a joke about him not having a chin, which I thought was a funny thing to say, like, if you know that. But I think
Yeah.
any like non-MMA people might not have, or non-combat sports fans might not have known what she meant by that. Whatever. But my thing is that this boyfriend is very proud of being Puerto Rican because he's got Boricua tattooed on his chest and he's got a Puerto Rican flag. So I was like, when she said, look around, or he said, look around my neck, what's missing? I was like, certainly not Puerto Rican representation.
Well, what's funny about the way you say that is because I didn't catch what it said on his neck. It could have said "Dream, believe, make it happen" for all I know around his neck. But he just looked like a white guy to me, to be honest. Like he spoke English.
Oh
It's like
yeah,
I would, but like
Puerto Ricans speak English.
I wasn't like even when we talk about there was misrepresentation. I feel, and not just him. We get down later in the cast. There's somebody who's a completely different ethnicity represented in the movie than they are. So like this one, I felt like you're telling me he's Puerto Rican. I'm like, just look like a normal white guy to me. Like, I mean, sure, okay, you're telling me that now, but like in the movie, I mean,
I mean, he definitely looked Hispanic, I would say, but okay.
okay. I mean,
Yeah, well, I don't know. I recognized it. I mean, tattoos aside, I would have recognized that. But either way, he does have the Boricua tattoo, and yes, and so he's saying that he doesn't, or that he's not going to be able to keep his Golden Gloves chain any longer because he's going to have to pawn it. I guess in order to pay the family. Like that was the thing that was weird. Like, what is that money for? Hush money?
yeah, I think that's what I was getting because he said so she doesn't face the charge. I'm like, so yeah, so this is like hush money type of thing, but they didn't. They're hiring a maid. Do they really need hush money? I don't know, but yeah,
Yeah,
no, the
like
scene.
placation money, I guess.
Yeah, scene was definitely weird. What's also weird about the scene, and he's like, "Did you really have to go and hit a kid? Was it necessary? It was super necessary." Like she had the Jorge Masvidal line in this movie.
This is a complete coincidence, and I just realized it. But I am also wearing my Game Bread bare knuckle shirt today, so yes, super necessary indeed. And that was, I was like, oh my god, when that happened, this is very early in the movie still. When that
Yes.
happened, I was like, oh no, we are in for it now.
In for a treat. And then, this was at the time because we don't know that the boyfriend is obviously what he is later. But like, so at the time, it's like, dude, she's unhinged. Boyfriend is sick of it. And just get back in the ring already. You were born to fight. You
Oh,
get this whole fucking spiel. I don't
well, and
know.
what I said to that, because he's like, yeah, why don't you just get back in the ring and fight? And she says, I don't want to fight. I was like, roll credits right there and then. The whole movie could
Bingo.
have been avoided. Yes, and we were talking about MMA representation. We say this all the time: is that when the will to fight is not there, then the fighter is not in the game any longer. So I mean, it's like if she said that to her. Presumably, we will find out her manager and her, boyfriend slash manager, whatever, trainer to not maybe before the events of this film, whatever. Either which way, anybody in her immediate circle who heard that should just be like, she's done.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This one, it was so funny. Yeah, she said she's happy, and then he responds, and this one made me cry. You happy scrubbing toilets? And I'm like, damn, he really got you there, girl. I mean, you really have to respond confidently. Like, yes, I do. Like, you have to really show him. But yeah, I'm like, this is her manager too. I'm like, that's lovely. You always love a boyfriend manager combo. And then I said, a lot to unpack in the argument here. Please think or help.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, so it's there is a lot to this all.
Because
Well,
before we go into the next scene,
yeah.
get everything out there.
So I mean, this all happens in very rapid succession. She tells him that he's a lousy man because he's okay. One step back. He's saying that he dropped all of his other fighters to manage her. And
Yes.
then she says that all of your other fighters left you because you're a lousy manager. So then they start getting physical, but not in like a punchy way, but he's kind of like got his arms on her shoulders, sort of putting up against the wall. He then elbows the wall to the point that he puts a hole in the drywall, and now they're fucking. Just after that, it's just it's and I'm talking that the amount of time it took me to say that is longer than it took for all of that to happen. So all of those things, bing bang boom, hole in the wall, and now he's they're having very rough sex, and it's and we have to see all of this rough sex too. Like it was, we stayed with it.
See, and that's what's awful about it too, is like you're watching this and it's like, what is Holly trying to have the audience take away from a scene like this? Because what I've noted is sex, but maybe not consensual, because it did not it was she did not look like she was having the greatest time of her life for the first portion of it. But gross is the next thing that I have right there. Like, I mean, just like, dude, why do we have extended sex scenes? And like, dude, there's I'm here for the plot. Like, like, come on, I'm not gooning here.
Well, right. No, I mean, you're right. It certainly was not pleasant. What I would say, what they were trying to get across was that, like, at least in the time of at this portion of the film, you could maybe interpret it a couple of different ways. One, at this point, would be that they're just that type of couple that maybe they like fight and then they have like this really like kind of aggressive sex or whatever. Which, I guess there are couples maybe that are like that. I have heard that before.
I think normally when that's portrayed, though, the girl is like super into it.
Right.
This one, it was like, dude, he's like, he's doing like I'm sorry, I just get this way. And it's like, she's just like, oh,
yeah. But no, right. That's the more accurate way to look at it, is that they have a volatile relationship. He goes the wrong way with it when it comes to that element of it. And both of them are alcoholics, but she's the one that has to hide it, is I guess because then that whole element comes in there too.
Dude, he's the manager. He's already got the golden gloves. He gets to drink up all he wants. Now, she, on the other hand, she's getting her ass back in that fucking ring, and she's gonna stay off the alcohol, and she's gonna be the best fucking fighter that I manage, and the only fighter that I manage. So that's just straight up what it's gonna be.
He's a part-time limo driver, and a lousy manager, and that certainly will maintain throughout this film.
Yes.
So yeah, and moving on to the next scene after all of that finally concludes, after all that long sex that we had to witness, we're at Junebug's Cafe, and Halle Berry is indeed smoking, as you said, and a waitress comes over and says, Junebug doesn't like you smoking in here. And she's like, but she ain't here. And they have a little jokey moment with that. But there's an ashtray on the table. So is it specifically Halle Berry who she doesn't like smoking in there?
Yes, and Holly brings her own ashtray. Like, there's
Did we see that? She pulls out an ashtray?
No, but that's what I'm going with. Yeah, she just brings it to the diner every day because they're gonna kick her out. She's gonna smoke anyway, and they're like, dude, if you're gonna just do it anyways because you can kick her ass, I guess, just bring an ashtray. Like, just bring your own. We don't care.
She just reaches into her bag and just starts placing items out.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. But so yeah, that's we are there, and
she's actually having a Bud Light too, which is also key to note. Bud Light sponsorship, because this is the UFC producing this, obviously. So she had to get that Bud Light in there at the middle of the day cafe with her cigarette.
It's a good point. Thinking back to that time, that probably would have still been Bud Light time, because then Modelo came in afterwards, and then we went back to Bud Light. So,
oh, nice,
interesting, right? I mean, I think that's the timeline. So yeah, I think that actually kind of tracks. Chase, good catch.
Hey, there you go.
But so that scene pretty much just ends at that point, right? I mean, that was pretty much what happens there, and then she's off to she's going to the underground now.
Yeah, so she gets picked up by her boyfriend.
Right.
She looks out the window and he's hitting her with the. And then she gets up and gets her shit and goes. And yeah, that's literally all that it was. And then, so yeah, this instantly goes into what happens at the last episode of The Cage, where they go to the underground fight club that is just in your local city everywhere you go, around every corner. They don't have to travel very far,
Must be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
so
Go ahead.
they're yeah, I would just say they're off to Fight Club land, unsanctioned, no rules fights in what appears to be a restaurant basement, question mark?
Yes.
Yeah, and here she's here for her boyfriend manager to sign another female fighter. That's another big note throughout this entire film is that everyone in this film, their entire lives revolve around women's mixed martial arts specifically, not just MMA, but women's MMA.
Well, I think what's also key to note is that the manager, he dropped all his proteges for her. But when he walks into this building, he's got his cards on deck. Hey, hit me up. If you need a manager, let me know. He's always doing business. I mean, you can never stop a man from just trying. So
Can't knock the hustle for sure.
exactly.
So yeah, I
Oh, Cardi
also
B's playing. Sorry. Cardi
oh
B
fair.
plays. Boom. Cardi B hits when you hit the Underground Fight Club. Boom. This is many times you get the hip hop music cue. So there you go. There's your first.
All female rappers too, by the way. Yeah, this is a very female centric film, of course. Females on the soundtrack almost exclusively. And actually, I did want to say I thought that the music in this film was actually pretty good. So
There
that
there
at
were
least
times where the lyrics were saying stuff that the movie was like contradictive to, and I'm like, you can't keep saying it over and over in a song when she's already proven it ain't true. Like, so we'll talk
yeah,
about it.
true. But so yeah, we're finally down in the belly of this fight club now. And to be fair, from audience perspective here, not ever having seen this movie, I thought that there was a dude fighting. Because we come into a fight that's happening and it is a brutal fight. Now it's a women's fight. We find out, but I thought that it was a man fighting a woman at first because this very large lady is murdering another woman. But it's
Mhm.
not just any big lady; it's Gabi Garcia. So hey, yay, Gabi Gar!
Yes, I. What's funny is I'm pretty smart, I guess, because when I saw her, I'm like, is that Gabby Garcia? Like, is that her somehow? And so we're seeing her do a bunch of pro wrestling moves, which is funny. Like you're seeing her in the background, like pick women up and throw them, and like do headlocks and shit like that, which is pretty funny. And then you get a shot of the boss, and he's like, flipping his shades down, having a good time up, watching. We get his name later. I totally forget it by
I
now,
just
but
yeah, well, I'll tell you what I call him when that comes.
so yeah, so we get him. So women is beating this girl to a pulp. Oh, then you get this iconic line. You get this iconic line. She's like, "Holy shit, is that a man?" I think Holly says that. Like, "Holy
Mhm.
shit, is that a man?" And the dude next to, it's no man. Got no pee pee. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
she
So
has this a Russian guy because of course every underground fight has to have a Russian component.
that
But
speaks
yeah,
English.
he speaks English with the Russian accent. But yes, no, she is woman. She's got no pee. Yes, that was a screenshot that you had sent me beforehand, and it certainly set the tone for everything. And yeah, very very great line. I said just I'm dead.
What I also think is key about this movie, and this movie, now that we're going over this again, I've watched this. I had to watch this in a lot of different spurts, so I was taking a lot of different breaks. I watched it twice, but like it really does kind of feel like a mini series at that point because the stuff with Gabby Garcia, I mean, for what we get later, this is just the start of this shit. So Gabby Garcia is a Russian. We don't know where she is, right? Do we? Did we
No, we
say?
never. She. I don't think that she ever speaks.
Okay. So the crowd. Well, I'm trying to think here. Oh, we get a crowd introduction for Jackie. I think like they all say something like, "Oh, like Jackie's in the house" or something like that.
Well, I think
It-
it was just the Russian guy like goading her on, and then everybody was kind of like like hearing that he
oh,
was, and she was because
okay.
she was trying to leave. She didn't want Jackie Justice, Halle Berry's character, did not want to take the fight. She was not there to fight, which I thought was kind of an interesting element of the whole thing. So it's like being thrust into a fight that you don't want.
Like the
Um,
manager brought her there. Like, he was like hoping, like, oh, she's gonna go in here and fight this girl.
Pretty much, and I mean it's essentially what I think we find out. Is what is that's leading to afterwards. But yeah, so Jackie Justice, former UFC fighter, says the Russian guy says you want to fight this girl 20 times your size, and she's like no, and then she's trying to leave, and everybody's kind of like on her case about it. Are you gonna run like a scared little rabbit kind of thing?
Yes. Yes, Run Like a Rabbit is pretty good. There's a lot of we're going to get into cringe like little names for characters, but Running Like a Rabbit is by far like at the time you're like, "Oh, that's a little cringe line to drop like there." But like when you get to what was later, like this one's fine at the moment. Like I think I had a note that it was cringe to say run like a rabbit. That's just like kind of stereotypical villain thing, but James Bond kind of thing. But
Yeah, I wasn't too put off by that one. There's so much to be put off
well,
by that.
the reason I bring it up is because it's
Yeah,
going to be a callback later. There's way worse ones compared to this one right here. But yeah,
sure.
so then they're just like, well, we'll just go ahead and feed her busboys instead. And it's like, well, I guess that's just how it goes. She is just going to beat up busboys, quote unquote. So very funny. And then this is where you actually find out Gabby Garcia is the big bad werewolf, is what they call her. Maybe
Right.
do they really say big bad werewolf now that I think
They
about
do
it?
call her the werewolf, yeah.
Okay, well, maybe I just put big bad werewolf, but either way,
They
either way.
might have said that too. Yeah, that might have been a direct quote.
So she walks up to Holly's face, and yes, Holly's name is Jackie, but I literally put as Holly in all the notes because she just doesn't sell this character. But anyway, so Holly is standing there with Gabby Garcia in her face, and then she spits the drink in her face. And what I don't know what I put a quote here. Don't know her name yet. I guess I can't remember what that one's about, but yeah,
Probably the werewolf, but yeah. So she right, Gabby Garcia had she takes a bottle there. There's like booze on the table. She takes a big swig of it, and then she spits the booze in her face. And I was like, having seen her at the CJI, I was like, it might have just been one long drunk phase between this movie and then. But
yes.
yeah. So then Halle Berry grabs the most candy glass I've ever seen in my life, because she takes this glass and then does the most fake looking smash of the glass onto Gabby Garcia. No effort in the hit, but the glass goes just, shattering into a million pieces. So now the fight is most certainly on.
Yeah, so Holly squares up. She must not look good at punches because the camera work is horrendous here in the brawl with Gabby, which sucks because you have a lot of credentialed people that can make moves look very good, and they can do them in slower timed. Like they're very proficient at what they do. They can slow them down for the camera if they need. It's not like they always have to be just on a certain pace. Like they know how to work through the moves enough that the camera work should have shown a lot of what we're seeing. But this is where the first I'll tell you, Holly probably is not the best at striking. When you see the movie, the grappling is where she really shines when it comes to what she's able to show on camera. So I
And
think,
and also that kind of is a theme throughout the film in general, is that grappling is her strong suit. So I think that maybe I don't know, like I want to at least give some benefit of the doubt that it was intentional, that her striking was not as impressive as the grappling, because the grappling is her forte.
um, I think they filmed it and like they realized like I don't think you're gonna be able to make the punches look good on camera, so you're gonna have to make the character like a like she could do the grappling well. Like we'll talk about that later. She's good at the grappling, but the striking, like they have no shots of her where it's like her standing there and like she's like looking good doing like a combination, or like it's all quick cuts. And like you in this scene specifically, I said you almost don't even know what's happening, like that. So it's so bad of quick cuts, you almost don't even know what's happening. Then she gets thrown down. They tussle. She goes for a single leg and she's getting hammered. Ironically, she rolls and trips Gabby, which is hilarious because, like, yeah, okay, let's see you Imanari roll her, like, whatever. Then she gets on top, knees her, and then headbutts her to death. Basically, it was bad. I
Yeah,
just would say that.
yeah. Well, so I had a little breakdown of it myself. I'll read my
Yes, go
version of
ahead.
it, and we can kind of cross-reference it. So because I said this whole fight is a terrible MMA representation.
Nice.
So yeah, I said Hallie lands a few wild swings, no form in her striking. That's what we were just talking about. Gabby one arm flips her. That just doesn't happen in real life, period. But choreographed for the film, fine, I guess. Hallie lands a few more telegraph shots. Gabby hits a solid cross, knocks Hallie down again. Then Hallie goes for the single leg that you talked about. Gabby smashes her with some side hammers. Hallie rolls, does a leg lock takedown, then proceeds to headbutt Gabby about 30 times until she's dead.
Yeah.
So terrible MMA, but pride rules. You're off to a great start.
Yeah, it was not the greatest scene. Like I said, there wasn't much that you could see in this one specifically. This must have been one of the first ones that they did, and then Valentina must have been a. Oh, either way,
Well, it's fine. It's whatever, man.
I didn't mean to spoil it, but she might have been able to put a little more time into it with Holly during the sequences kind of deal. So,
Sure.
but either way,
But yeah, so I mean, this again, looking at it from the MMA perspective, you got a little bit of of grappling thrown in there because they're trying to keep introducing her grappling abilities. That's we got the trip of the kid was a little tiny one. This is now another more explicit one, but it's not equaling up to actual real world grappling. Like these situations don't necessarily like equal out, but it is a film. You give it a little bit of leeway, I guess.
Yeah.
But so yeah, so that is the end of that. The fight concludes with that. We cut to them in a car now, her and the boyfriend back in the car, and she's like, "I'm never gonna forgive you for this." It's
Yeah,
just like, hey,
yeah, this one was really bad because in this scene, Hallie, she looks like death. Like she just headbutts somebody to death. Like I was thinking we were gonna get something to the sort of like a brain. Like as of this scene, the way she's acting, it's like she's like losing consciousness from her head hurting kind of deal. And I'm like, oh, are we gonna have something where like she's like going through some traumatic brain injury after this? Because like abusive boyfriend, whatever it is, things like that. So she looks like death. She gets a knock on the window from the boss fellow, the guy that was tipping his glasses earlier, looking at her across the underground restaurant fight club. So he comes over, asks if she's got a trainer because he runs a league and to take his card. And then the boyfriend's like, no, you take my card. I think is what it was. The way
well,
it was
was
maybe.
reverse. The
Oh, okay.
boyfriend tries to give his card, and then he's like, "Take mine." But the thing here is that this gangster boss type dude that we're talking about taps the window. It turns out he runs Invicta FC. Invicta is a real fight promotion. It is a preeminent women's MMA promotion. He does not look like Shannon Knapp, who is the white woman who runs Invicta, as opposed to this black man who is playing this character.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that look, when it comes to representation of promotions, UFC, there's really they get away unscathed in this one. They're just mentioned verbally a couple of times, and you see it on the gloves, maybe.
Well, he says it right here. Fight in my league, and I'll get you back in the UFC.
So there you go. Yeah, the UFC is just only verbal mentions that she was in the UFC. The verbal throughout. Invicta FC is the promotion that gets the most terrible representation in this film because I mean, Invicta is a reputable organization, so it's like all of the things that are surrounding this character that happened in this movie, the way that he conducts himself, it's all a reflection on Invicta at the end of the day to an extent. So you could say, oh, this is all just a film, it's all fictional. Yeah, that is true, but this is a real world thing, and like if this was the UFC and all these things were reflecting on that, maybe people would be like, this is not the greatest representation of your promotion.
Yeah, I definitely 100% agree. But I mean, the UFC not having too much to deal with it, doesn't surprise me. They're just ready to have something. Halle Berry was ready to do it for in service of the UFC and do some promotion alongside of them. That's all they really care about. They don't care if the movie has anything to do with the UFC kind of deal.
Oh yeah, they were cool with slapping their name on it. And yeah, and that was definitely a funny line I just call him Invicta Man. The boss man character. He goes, yeah, I got mad love for UFC. I'm like, brother, you're the Invicta guy, UFC Invicta. You've got mad love. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
fine.
see there goes the writing again for these characters. But anyway, and then he takes sunglasses and then he puts them on Harley's face. And then she's like dead laying there. She's like like she can't even open her eyes to use sunglasses at this point. And it was very cringe. She's falling unconscious or something. And then oh my god, is there anything else you want to add about the scene?
No, just to reiterate what you had said, that this guy is saying, come fight in my promotion again, Invicta. Come fight in Invicta, and I'll get you back into the UFC. And it's like, all right, whatever. Yeah, that is where that ends.
Dude, this next fucking scene is where it gets really fucking funny. So she's falling unconscious or something, and then you would assume some time is passing, and he's driving. Well, he ends up slamming on his brakes, bro, you couldn't be a bigger asshole. Like she's just like sitting there with no seatbelt on. He slams the brakes as hard as he can because why? Her mother is in the middle of the street in a rainstorm rainstorm, like
That was what I was gonna say. Is that it's not exactly his fault because out of nowhere, mom is just in the middle of the road, so he had to slam his brakes. And yeah, Halle goes, like head first after taking all of this damage. Head goes into the dashboard there, and there's mom and with a broken umbrella in the middle of the road.
what's funny too is because at this point it's like they weren't stopping to like go to the house. Like it's not like you don't even know where she lives. It's like, who is this random lady in the middle of the, and it's like she gets out, Holly gets out, mom, like what are you, it's like, what are you guys talking about?
Well,
And what's, go
she
ahead, go
says to
ahead, go
keep going, but he's like, "No, it's your
ahead.
mother." So obviously they don't have such a great relationship.
Well,
That
yeah, so then they get out of the car. This scene, oh my fucking god. This scene right here is so funny because they all decide to stand in the nastiest rainstorm you've ever seen. And you can kind of tell that it looks so fabricated. Like the rain looks extra like thick. I don't know. Like it looks like just not real rain. And then like you could see like down the street, like the street lights don't even have any rain on them, type of deal. Like they're just like under a hose basically. And they're just standing there yelling at each other like, mom, you gotta stop coming out here like that. Like it's just horrible. Like it's so funny.
Well, I mean, rain aside, I think that the crazier stuff is what goes down in this scene,
Yes.
though, because there is so like this is one of the most wild like exposition dumps of all time here. Mom comes in and basically says, "Surprise, you have a son now."
Yep.
So there's a kid sitting on the porch of the house. Again, they're in the rainstorm. The kid is just chilling on the porch, and you see that kid over there? That's yours. Remember this kid that you stuck with his dad? His dad is dead now, and here's the kid. Also, dad got shot in the head. The kid saw it, but he won't talk and is just not talking, period, now because he is mute and because of trauma. And that you just rapid succession, all of this. That I get the amount of time that it took me to say it, probably shorter, is how like quickly they got all that information out.
Yes, absolutely. Crazy exposition dump to start off what we get to see as what the film will soon realize is the main character Manny. So you don't learn his name yet, but you see him sitting on the porch with a raincoat covering his legs, and he's just sitting there just getting dude, the way that I know it's a movie, and like you would always like to believe that children actors are in a scene, and all the scenes that they uh are actively in, that there's like the safest way possible, that that it's like completely all okay for them once they walk off set, like no exiting factors. But in this movie I genuinely think like they tried to traumatize Manny for real, because this scene right here, first off, is him sitting on the porch, just getting drenched in rain. Like he can't even, he's just like sitting there taking it, because Manny's just, he just has an expressionless face. So he just sits there and like the rain just destroys him. Like you see that he's just like this dead kid inside already, which sucks. But sitting on the porch, the raincoat just covering his legs. Grandma is just out in the middle of the road, won't take him inside. She like, what are you doing? You realize later why she's the way she is, but that has nothing to do with this scene. I just think it's really funny that she just left him out on the porch. She's like, hey, you see that kid over there that's just sitting in the rain? He looks like like, look at that idiot over there. He's yours. So whatever. But I don't know, very dumb scene. And the way that they talked about the dad, yeah, that's your son, his dad died, that he was your husband, he got shot, the kid saw it, he doesn't talk, now he's yours. And it's like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah. Oh my God. The beat. I said my head is swimming right now. Is the note that I had there. I was like, there's so much being thrust upon us. But one of the notes in there that I thought stuck out to me was that she had said that the dad was undercover and got shot in the head, and I was like, if he was, I mean, I guess the implication would be that he's a police officer because of what she just said there. But how did was the kid with him on whatever mission he was on undercover? How did those two worlds collide for this kid to end up witnessing the murder? We don't know, and we won't know. But yeah, so that's basically just a big exposition dump. I mean, grandma could not have taken the kid inside of the house if it wasn't, she doesn't live there, I guess, but still. I don't know. It was just they're out there in the rain, and it's a whole lot to take in at once.
I just think that Halle Berry had a checklist, and she said dramatic scene in the rain, check. There we
Legit.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that actually that does track for sure. But so we get into the house finally. Mom is saying, "Are you going to do anything for this kid?" And Halle Berry is kind of like deer in the headlights. So the mom gives the kid a towel, and she also gives him a piece of a napkin with her phone number and address on it, and calls Jackie Berry over here a loser and leaves. And Halle Berry also leaves, watches mom walk away, and then dives face first into a fast motion full sprint. I said, this is psychotic what we were witnessing here.
Yeah, no, you actually picked up on all. Listen, again, it comes back to Manny. He's the main character. But anyway, so this whole scene is just horrible people. Is this the scene is a whole lot of them saying bitch and fuck while they explain how horrible they currently live. The kid doesn't need to be hearing this. Like, even if like, I'm literally watching the scene of you guys cussing. Manny's sitting right there. Like, I already looked at the age. Like, he's only like 12. Like, at the time, like,
Yeah, I thought he was younger than that. Was he like 6?
well, at the time,
Oh yeah, well,
yeah.
yeah. No, I mean, oh, you mean like the kid
I looked
playing-
up his current age,
Oh,
12
I
or
see.
whatever.
Okay,
And then,
see,
yeah, so, yeah,
okay,
so, but
gotcha.
anyway, so yeah, he's sitting there and they're definitely cussing up a storm right in front of this kid. I'm like, yo, couldn't we have just like filmed it in a way? That's another thing about filmmaking is like, not that you could sit there and just film all of them in the room and just do the thing that you shouldn't with the kid in there. It's like, artistically find a way where the kid doesn't have to be in there, but you still portray the same thing, in my opinion.
That's acting, though. I'll give that, though. I'm all right with
Well,
that.
you want to talk about acting, because this next scene, I'm going more into it. Dude, Manny's sitting there, and Grandma's like, come on, give me your clothes. And she starts yanking this shirt off of him. And listen, you've seen kids take off, like, they don't know how to take this shit off. So she's yanking it off, and he's like getting caught in the shirt. I'm like, yo, there wasn't a better way to, like, not yank the kid around on set. Like, this ain't even, like, come on. Like, I don't know. That's just the way that I'm looking at it. Like, she was doing a little too much.
They're trying for realism with that.
It's making me mad. Anyway, I'm like, no wonder she ain't raising the kids no more. Gives the kid a napkin with her name and number. I said, LOL. And then she says, come on now, don't blow your nose on it. And then walks out, which was hilarious.
That was great when she leaves, because she's just like, all right, yep. I'm out of here. It's just like, okay, you're stuck with this kid now. But then, so then Halle Berry, she gets, I guess, flustered by the situation, and then just does this fucking sprint around the block. And it was just such a really weird beat, man. Like, it just, she goes into a fast motion full sprint, just bang, 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 really, really pumping the arms.
So the way that I have it set up here is our main character walks outside in the rain again and just runs off. And then I said, she's running fast around the same block. And then what's key to know about this, I don't know if it was particularly, they're supposed to be filming her just running in circles around the block. She's just getting her anger out. Or if they were supposed to be portraying she's just running as far as she can, because they just ran past the same graffiti wall like 6 times. And I'm like,
Yeah, no, I would suspect it was the former. I would think that it's her trying to get the emotion out or whatever, but still, it was just a very bizarre way to portray that.
Yeah, yep. So she runs around the block, she comes back and stares at Manny in sleep, puts the blanket on him, and then goes for her squirt bottle of liquor. This was awesome. Love to see it. She gets her a few squirts. Let me see. Morning comes. Or do we have anything else before the morning comes?
No,
okay.
That's she goes in, gets the squeeze bottle, and does her little
Yes, yeah. So she does that, and then she sits there, and everybody falls asleep. Okay, morning comes, and it's back to figuring out who's taking the kid. It's not, all right, let's figure out what to do with my son. It's like, who can we call to take this dude? It's been 12 hours now. We gotta do something. Like, I literally cannot do it. Like, I just don't understand how people parent. Like, I'm done with him. He hasn't even said a word, and just take him. Like, crazy.
The boyfriend is brainstorming ways to pawn this kid off on some other relative, is how I put it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then so the kid is listening, and he's obviously feeling some type of way. Like, Manny has just this sad expression on his face after everything he hears. And
the whole movie, this kid's expression is the exact same. I mean, this kid has literally 2 expressions in this entire film. It's that, and then one smile at the end.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. I'm glad you actually know that it was the one smile at the end.
Oh yeah,
the only difference.
That's it. I mean, this kid's blank stare. I mean, this is, look, he is a kid, and I'm not trying to rag on the kid. The material is what it is, whatever. But like, this must have been the easiest acting gig of all time, aside from what you just mentioned before, getting his shirt yanked off.
Dude,
other than that,
Grandma was playing real good grandma manhandling, but like, yo, couldn't we have like not portrayed it that well? Like, for the kids' sake, like, but whatever, whatever. So, the boyfriend, do we even know his name? I forget. Boyfriend is like, come on, you want breakfast? I'll make you breakfast. Make you a burger, make you a man burger. Mans eat burgers, he gets him a burger and it's just like out the microwave or some shit. And then he throws it on a plate and he's like, we don't have any buns. But I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you how a man eats a burger. And he gives him crushed up potato chips, smashes them down on the burger, squirts ketchup on it, and just says, "All right, there you go, there you go."
Breakfast of champions, indeed. Yeah, and a little Doritos product placement because they made sure to get
Nice.
that bag with the forward face on it. But yeah, that's how a real man eats his burger, with crushed Doritos on top and a whole heap of ketchup.
Yep, definitely. Definitely making it look like they live in the gutter. Like when Taylor was eating his food, they were showing us that it's like lower class, but like he wasn't like eating tuna out of can type of deal. So whatever.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But so yeah, I mean this that is that. Kid is freaked out because Jackie is still battered from her fight the night before, and the boyfriend pulls the classic "she fell down a flight of stairs," which is generally what you say to cover up domestic abuse. So I don't know if they were trying to make a parallel with that. Like I guess they kind of were, with the type of relationship that they have, but it's a little bit weird because it wasn't from that. So anyway, that's what he says. And then she ends up in the bathroom, unless you had anything else there.
No, yeah, I think the next scene is just really funny. She's in the bathroom taking a piss or a shit. We don't know. She's sitting down though, and then she's smoking a cig. Of course, you
Always
know,
smoking.
the potty cig break is definitely top tier. I don't know if you guys have ever had one of those, but she obviously knows game. She knows ball. And then she puts the sunglasses on that promoter gave her. Why did she bring those in the bathroom with her? I don't know.
Yeah, they just happened to be in there. They ended up in there somehow.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, people set shit down all the time. I have ADHD. I set glasses down all the time, like actual cups glasses. But like, whatever. To each their own. But yeah, so that was just a really dumb scene of her just going to the bathroom, putting the glasses on, like thinking like, is this what I want to do? Like, man, he saw potential in me. Like that's what you're
Exactly.
supposed to be feeling here. It's like maybe there is an opportunity for me to do it. Do I love it? He tells me I do. Whatever. So
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's pretty much to a T what I was had in the notes too. It's just she puts on the glasses, so I guess she wants to fight, so the rest of the story can happen, basically.
yeah, 100%.
Um, so yeah, so then now she ends up at the gym and looks over a number of fight posters, which are pretty much exclusively for women's MMA fights, by the way.
What I want you to note before she goes to the gym is she's standing outside of it and she puts her cigarette out. So she's still not even committed at this point. I don't even think there was ever a point in the show or the movie that I was like, she's committed to like her training now. She hasn't smoked, she hasn't drank, like literally she's walking into the gym where she's like, I feel like I can do this now. And she's like, all right, fuck it, let's go. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of
Yeah, well,
crazy.
yeah, it's trying to show that an evolution of that leading into what will eventually happen, I suppose. But you make a good point because the trainer will end up saying that later on that she did smell of cigarettes coming in. But yeah, so she's she's in there and looking over all those women's MMA fight posters, which I was like, not a single man poster in this gym. Maybe it's a women's MMA gym. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, there's a guy adjusting the ropes on the ring in there, and this is a dude who was in the movie Civil War. So it's the only thing I knew him from. So we never end up hearing his name in this movie, so I just called him Civil War guy. But he's just the guy who works at the gym. Is all you need to know about that guy. Pretty much, he's the older guy with the white hair.
He's a very common actor that is just in boxing movies, I'm pretty sure. Like he'll just be the gym kind of coach. Like
Fair. Yeah, if he's played that in other things, it would make perfect sense because he is perfect for that role.
I think I know him from It's Always Sunny where they spoofed $1 Million Baby. I could be
Okay.
wrong though.
So there you go. Yeah. So I knew him in the movie Civil War. Whatever. He's an older black gentleman with white hair, and in this and other films. But so he points to Jackie or Halle Berry, and or he points her in the direction of the trainer whose name is Budokan. That is the trainer that Invicta Man told Jackie to go see in order to start her training.
Yeah, I actually would like to say one more thing about him. I think he kind of gives like James Earl Jones vibes. Like
Very
that's
much so. Yes.
yes.
Yeah. He's of a similar ilk to that.
Yes.
Sort of.
So we go up to the upstairs, and there's a woman in there doing voodoo chants, and you get and she says she's looking for Budokan, and then she says to wait, and then she goes back to her voodoo. And then time passes, the 2 hours later, that type of shit. Go ahead. Yes.
No, I was gonna say she's not doing voodoo chants. She is meditating, dude.
Well, you don't know that at the time. You don't
Yes,
know what
you.
she's doing.
She's got her hands out.
I
like
would say
that.
she
She's
was
in a
doing. If Yuri was doing that, I'd say it's voodoo chants too. If anybody was doing that, I wouldn't be like, man, they're meditating really hard. Like, yeah, it's a goofy thing to sit there and do. I know meditating is like a real thing, but like the way she's doing it, she's over there just bullshitting, like
It's
for
the
the over
stereotypical
exaggeration.
Now, give me a break. She was doing incantation
No,
chanting kind of deal.
you're telling me that's the
Mantra.
stereotypical, what she's doing is stereotypical. What she teaches Manny, you're not going to tell me that's not stereotypical.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude,
Oh, no, that's a different story. That's
yeah, so like that's the shit that I'm talking about. Like this isn't like she's in there doing bullshit. Like she's not actually making me think like, man, she's locked into meditating, man. Like no, she's just in there to waste fucking time.
well,
But
it
anyway,
is a thing to do repeated like I said, mantras while you're
yeah,
meditating, yes, or voodoo in Chase's case. But
chakras or
sure.
something.
Yeah, one last thing though before I meant to say it, and I just want to jump back because I did find this pretty funny because so just before we get to that scene, we're still in with Civil War guy, and there's another worker in the gym before he points Jackie to Budokan, and he turns to the other worker guy and he says, "You know who that is?" Because this guy remembers Jackie Justice, the Civil War guy, and the other guy's like, "I don't know," and he's like, "Well, you ought to," and like I was like, that's pretty funny considering it's kind of hard to forget literally the only fighter in all of history who jumped the cage in the UFC. But sorry, just wanted
Yes.
to put that out there. Budokan is next. She's meditating. We can move on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you'll definitely notice that coach guy has only coach sayings. Like that's only part of his lines. But yeah, no,
He is
that's
down the
really
line to coach.
yeah, and that's a really funny thing that you bring up because yeah, I mean, you ought to remember her. Does he mean like she was good, or you ought to remember she climbed out that cage, dude? Like, come on, how can you forget that? Like,
For
whatever.
sure. So yeah, so Jackie is approaching this meditating woman, or voodoo woman, depending on
Yes.
your perspective. She interrupts to ask if it's Budokan, and this lady says, "You need to wait," and then she goes back to her meditation. And then we can finally move on thereafter after she's done with a little like 2 more seconds of meditating. She really just did it just to make her wait.
Yeah, absolutely. So time passes a little bit. They're both bored, probably. That's why she stopped. She was like, it's time to actually go do something with my life. She knows who she is, and she asks, "Why are you here?" So
She says, "Did Immaculate send you?" And I don't know if we heard that when he introduced himself in the car, maybe, but this was the first time I picked up on it, and I was like, this guy's name is fucking Immaculate. Like that is just wow. Okay, great. This is world building, I suppose. But
yes.
yeah. So she's like, yeah, you had your 15 minutes of fame already. Why are you here? Jackie's kind of like shrug. So it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll train.
Yeah. So we get a training montage and we get burpees and we get a giving up scene. We giving up quick already. Like that was already instant. Pull-ups and she's struggling, which was really funny. I'm like, was this a former champ? Like she literally was like struggling to do the basic stuff here, and we're supposed to believe like she's a former like top level athlete.
Well, but keep in mind, this is like either a day or two after she just had this ridiculous unsanctioned bar basement fight. So she is like still her. We didn't mention this. I talked a little bit about the makeup element of this film. She throughout a lot of this, she has like a big black eye, and in this one, is no different from a lot of that. She through a lot of this movie has a very pronounced black eye, and she has it here. Her face is all kinds of messed up from the fighting, so she's in there with all of these scars and all of this bruising and everything, bruised, of course. And she's just like pushing her body to the extreme after already having just pushed her body to a very extreme point in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, I said it looks like she's never worked hard. Like it literally looks like she's never worked hard, as the character, like she just doesn't look like she's put in championship level work if she's already quitting in like 2 seconds of the montage. And then so we get the voodoo girl, Budokan, and which she will go through a couple different names later. We'll go Voodoo Girl right now, Budokan, and then we have some other ones later that she turns into. But so we get Voodoo Girl getting calling it how it is. She smells like cigarettes, she sucks, and she's old. Go ahead and join the MILF League is what she drops on her right there.
Yeah, and I mean,
Hilarious.
what I had said to that is that she's spitting facts right now. You know, she's smelling like cigarettes, technically lacking, is full of self pity, and she's old. She kind of nailed it across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And then so she's in a light sparring session right now with a little teammate in the gym, and we get the boss man Immaculate sitting sideline, and he's very confident. Like she's the one. You got to get her mad, and she's good. And I even said she's the fucking Hulk now. You just got to get her angry. And she's good to
Right.
go. Like what is Holly trying to portray here? Like why would that be because as an adult, right, who thinks like superhero stuff is real childish, you would ought to know that like if I do a story about getting stronger because I'm angry, like I don't know, like because that's kind of what it is. It's like they're playing it on like you got to really get her to the brink of death and she's gonna like fight her way out, and it's like, but I don't know, bro. You could have. This shit just sucks. I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, I mean it's a poor MMA representation again. Like because you all again throughout this entire film, you have to keep in context that this is a former fighter who they've already in a very small way, at least at the very beginning of the film, but they've already tipped the hand that she was 10-0. So
Yeah,
should she not have technical proficiency? Should she not have the drive to be great? Like, I mean, so it's just like, yeah, this dude's saying, oh, you just got to get her mad. It's like, I mean, you shouldn't have to get her mad. She should be a professional fighter if she wants to be a professional fighter. But I mean, it's trying to say, oh, it's this fall from grace. She's coming back into it. I get all of that part of it, but I'm talking about the way that they are structuring it within this specific story, you know?
yeah, absolutely. So, and then we get Immaculate who's talking. He says, I got plenty of younger, faster, better girls on the roster that I could have any one of them. Or I think Budokan says
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
It's her women, her gym. I have a
Right.
lot of other women. And then Immaculate responds, yeah, but none of them have fought in the UFC. So, like, that's really what he's leaning on, is she has the legacy in the UFC.
Yeah, and I mean, so we're right. We're getting now. He's gonna try to prove his point that you just got to get her mad, and he goes up to the girl that Justice is sparring and kind of whispers in her ear and essentially turns this sparring session into a smoker fight real quick,
Yeah.
which
Yeah, he
is like,
definitely He definitely tells her to beat the brakes off this old woman. The boss tells the opponent to get Holly up out of there. She's old, get her out, retire her. So,
the one just again, I have to stress how poorly this reflects on Invicta FC, by the way,
yeah,
because you're saying that the promoter here, the boss man of Invicta FC, is going in and essentially turning sparring sessions into smokers. Like that's highly unethical in combat sports. Like especially without the other one combatant knowing that it's happening. I mean, this is just a really poor reflection of the promotion. Real promotion, by the way. But
yeah,
so yes, yeah. Sorry, no,
absolutely. No,
yeah,
go ahead. So, well, not go ahead. Let me go ahead. But
sure.
so they go in to the cage, or they're still in the ring, excuse me, and they are, having this little smoker fight. And there's still no footage of Holly actually striking. So she's probably horrible, is what, again, I reiterated here, because they couldn't use any of the footage. Like it all ended up there, but then they like cut it down and they keep cutting it and they keep cutting it. And they're like, it's just not going to work. Like we just got to get rid of it. So she does have a decent throw, though. This is where you can tell she's good at, grappling and, wrestling kind of deal. So she does a decent throw. Holly is winning, but you can barely tell with how this is shot. And then and so it ends. I don't remember if it ends like in a big fashion or whatever. I think it was just kind of a little gritty towards the end. It wasn't anything too crazy.
No, yeah, because the girl starts going hard, even though it's kind of just light looking knees and elbows more than anything else.
Yeah.
But she does start taking over. So it gets her in the back of the head a couple of times. I think she's like, "Hey, y'all seeing this?" That kind of thing. And then Jackie takes over and just basically beats her in this now hard spar, even though it was supposed to be more like smoker like. And then she ends up throwing up in a bucket. The older Civil War guy, from the gym worker dude, he looks down at her and he gives her a look and he's like, "Welcome back."
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
like, oh god, another oh brother moment.
Yeah, he's locked into thinking the camera is always for him. Like he's like, I don't know, like every line doesn't have to be the mic drop, like, but that's just what his character is wrote for. Like they cut the camera to him for him to just drop a bar for Holly real quick. Like that's just all it is. So yeah, so she throws up, and Budokan, the voodoo woman, looks over and at the boss, and she's like, "Oh God, I hate this. Like, oh gosh, you whatever." Okay, so that scene,
Well,
anything else in that scene? Go
well,
ahead.
she says, she's like, I don't like that you did that. So she's not happy about the little mini smoke or whatever. Invicta Man kind of laughs it off. He's a slime ball. Again, I'm just like, why Invicta? Why is this your representation? But that is the end of that. I also did want to mention here, because as good as time as any, but Budokan, the actress that plays Budokan, I thought that she did pretty good in this film overall. Again, the material, is what it is, but I thought she's a pretty good actress, and she has a great voice. Her
Hmm.
voice is really, really cool. She has a British accent. She's a very dark skinned black woman with a British accent, and it for this character I think works pretty well. If the material was a little bit better, she could have been a standout character in all of this if the surroundings had been a little bit better.
I actually really agree with you. Budokan, she kind of cooks in this. For what the movie is, I mean, there was a couple people who after a while, again, I was believing it a little bit because they got more relaxed into the roles. I think like it kind of fit a little more. But yeah, Budokan pretty solid. Love the accent. Love the voice is pretty good.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, we see the way that they take the characters, but I don't think that is what Budokan has to be locked into with the voice, of course, and with how she looks and what kind of movie she's going to take. She doesn't always have to be locked into this character archetype that she is in this movie. I think she actually could have a lot more range if she was given a better opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree completely. And voice acting would be great for her as well. I think she does have some voice acting credits and stuff. So like, there's a lot of opportunity out there for an actress like her. I would hope that she gets other roles that she can spread her wings a little in.
100%.
Yeah, so then we're back home now, and shitty boyfriend is passed out on the couch with Invicta fights on the television, because literally everyone's life in this movie revolves around women's mixed martial arts. That is just a fact of life in this world. So he's passed out. The kid Manny is nowhere to be found. Halle Berry starts calling out, looking for him. She opens the bathroom door, and he's sitting in the bathtub with a towel on his head. If the music was different in this scene, it could have been a horror movie setup, is how it felt, but it was supposed to just be a dramatic thing as the kid is traumatized, I guess.
Oh wow, I'm glad you said it that way. So she comes home with pizza.
Yes.
There's UFC playing. Was it not
It was in
Invicta?
Noise Invicta, yeah.
Okay, well they were playing a bloody Invicta MMA fight on the screen, of course. Kid ain't there. Kid is clearly in help when she does find him. He's sitting in the tub with the towel on his head, and I said traumatized portrayal. And then kid has a let's see. Kid has a phone. She goes to his backpack after a while because she's like, what do you got on you? Like, what are you doing here? Like, let's actually finally start knowing each other.
Well,
Like.
the one other thing about the kid in the bathtub, though, that was really funny to me is just that, like, and again, I know that it's supposed to be an emotional scene, like it's supposed to be the trauma and all that, but the way that because this kid only has one expression, the way that he, like, when the towel pull off is like the reveal, he's looking dead at her, and like, so it's just like the way that he does it, it almost is like, yeah, I'm wearing a towel on my head, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's good with it,
I think it's really funny the way you say it is like she took it off, but he was already looking at her. If she would have took it off, like, oh shit, like what are you doing? Like,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, exactly. It was just like, again, I know it's supposed to be emotional, but it was kind of funny. So
yeah.
yeah,
So
but you're right. He's iPhone now. Is he's trying to start to? The kid still won't eat, so She is trying to get them closer together.
yeah, so she goes to his backpack. She picks out a phone. She's got some photos in there, or the photos are on the phone. Which was there no passcode? Whose phone is this? I don't. How did she get like? People have passed that I've seen phones get passed down to, and they're not easy to get into, guys. It's a crazy portrayal. She should have had them go to Verizon and had him, get that shit open for him. That would have been a good portrayal. I would have been like, damn, this is real as fuck. Like,
Yeah,
fuck,
no,
man,
he
they know.
just swipes up and automatically on the pictures.
Her fingerprint just locked in. Whatever.
I guess so. But yeah, so she's going through the camera roll, and it's pictures and video of the child Manny with presumably his father who got shot in the head, and they're singing "Just the Two of Us." I'm like, dear Lord, the on the noseness of this was just like, oh my god.
This is almost where it gets to the scene. Like her and the kid, she sucks. Like, she is one of the worst portrayals at like a motherly figure in this movie. Like, she gives me no confidence that Manny has a chance. Like, and we'll talk about it later. But yeah,
Sure.
so the next scene, she's out in broad daylight with the biggest black eye ever. Like, I understand, like, you gotta let life go on, but like, yo, do you really have to walk around the grocery store and shit like that? Like, I don't know. Like, people have some decency for me. Like, I don't want to see that. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, no, it was like she's like, let's get out of here. They're getting emotional about this whole
Yeah.
thing, seeing the father or whatever. She's like, let's get out of here. They don't actually go anywhere. They're just kind of milling around. But yes, you're right. Just out in public, Halle Berry just walking around with her face completely fucked up, still all out in the open. No time jumps or anything at this point. So like, it's like a day later or whatever, and after the training, which is one day after the Gabi Garcia fight, so she is looking gory as fuck.
I think what's really funny about what you just said, so she says, let's go get out of here, right? And she goes nowhere. Like, they literally just go around the block and come back. What is very key about that is we'll talk about it at the end of the movie. That's exactly what she does. Just goes around the block probably and comes back. It's like there's no real plan here. It's like, let's go do something. It's just go to the gas station. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. It's just we just want to change change of scenery, but it's not any significant shift. It's literally we were inside the house and now we're just outside the house. Just
Yep.
whatever that means to you.
We gotta get you out the tub, kid. Come on.
Pretty much, yeah. So, yeah. So I mean, so they're out, and she asks Manny, "Did your father tell you anything about me?" And the kid shakes his head no. And then she says, "Did he tell you that I died?" And he shakes his head yes. The kid is mute and a liar.
Yeah, yeah, nice, dude. I don't. This is again one of these stereotypical scenes where it's like, I don't know. I think having the dialogue with the kid. So okay, so in her mind, she's like, okay, we're gonna make the kid not talk. So that means I got to be able to express everything with him for the
Right.
scene that we need to move on to the next one. But in theory, that takes away from the element of having dialogue bounce off of each other, and then she's also just exposition dumping. Because like, why would she jump to that conclusion?
Right.
Oh,
Yeah. It's a good point. It could have been anything. Could have been a
as
whole spectrum of things could happen.
as his father just was shot in front of him. Did he tell you I died? Like, was I dead to you? Like, I know your father's actually dead, but like, was I dead too? Like,
Yeah, it's maybe not the greatest time to bring up death, period. But yeah, so we get that. There you go. That I mean, I honestly doesn't. I mean, I guess maybe they felt like they needed to have some reason that he felt alien to her, but like it was almost it was superfluous. It was unnecessary. Like there was really no need for that detail.
yeah, why is the kid gotta be like, I don't know. Anyway, so she asks him to hold her hand. She's like, come on, hold my hand. We're gonna walk across the street. And he's like, no. And then she's like, okay, take my jacket right here. Come on. And then he does that, and then they walk. So like that's how that scene ends. They go walking
Sure.
across the street. We go back to the gym.
Yeah, I say
And
no time jumps, and then now immediately we time jump back to the gym here. So maybe
yeah,
it's like the
Manny's
next
probably
day.
back in the tub, whatever.
Yeah,
So back to the gym. 250% for the voodoo lady is what we're gonna get out of her for this one. This is gonna be good. I said Holly's good at the wrestling scenes. We get a lot of wrestling scenes. I don't think it's a lot here, but I think we get a little initial wrestling with her and Budokan. And they were decent. Striking, not so much good. Let's see, LMAO Voodoo Witch. Oh, Voodoo Witch. Ella, Voodoo Coach blows the whistle and Holly gets hit late and knocked out. Yes, very
that.
hilarious part here.
Oh my God, this one yet another poor representation of combat sports. This is actually, in my opinion, possibly the worst representation of combat sports in this movie. So
Mm.
yeah, so they're back at the gym, right? Yeah, Halle Berry is sparring again. Keep in mind, up until this point, and even going forward, like, well, I'll tell you when it changes, but she basically just works out and spars. Like she's never hitting pads or any of that. Like, so it's just either she's sparring or she's doing like physical activities in a workout capacity. But so she's sparring again here, grappling a bit. I also said, look decent in the grappling. They're back on the feet. The whistle blows. Halle Berry kind of smiles for a second, drops her hands, and then gets hit with a blatantly late shot that drops her. And while she's on the ground now, Budokan scolds her for not protecting herself at all times. And I'm like, not a word about the late hit to her or the other chick. What the fuck?
don't ever not protect yourself in my ring again, you know?
Yeah,
So
like we're not going to have any conversation about the fact that that was after the whistle.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that was definitely hilarious. What did I get here in this? And maybe this is the next scene, sorry, because yeah, I think that ends there where she's like, don't never stop protecting yourself in the ring," and that was pretty fun. She put on her James Bond voice. You know, it was a good one there. I loved it. And then so the next scene, I believe, starts. I don't know what happened here. Betty White ain't no slouch. Was there an old woman here?
No, that was Civil War guy said that's
Oh,
what she because Budokan calls her Betty White when she's like, all right, let's start it up again, Betty White, and the Civil War guy is like, Betty White ain't no slouch. But like, so it's like it's the classic dichotomy of the trainer who's not believing in the student, but you've got this other guy who's a older, wiser guy who believes and is encouraging Jackie Justice.
yes. So, and actually, the way that this next scene plays out, I'm actually really a fan of how this goes. I don't know if you're necessarily agreeing with me. So they're in the room. Something about an Adidas sponsor. I forget how that comes up, but that one's not the important part of this scene to me. She goes, "Do you know how to get Manny into school?" And it's very brief. And she's like, you just do this, this, and this, and this. You make sure you got the paperwork." And the voodoo lady is like, and my name's Bobby, by the way. And it's just like a real quick exchange between them. Like they don't overly go into their lives, but it's like, hey, do you know how to get him into school? It's like, yeah, you do this and this, and then it's like, thanks, and it's like, oh, I'm Bobby. By like, it's just like a real like
Well,
earthy interaction. Like they don't overly explain too much about their lives, kind of deal. So
See that part of it is fine, but what happens directly before that is what bothered me about that scene because we so just getting out of the training now we're cutting to the locker room is where all of this is happening and Budokan is lecturing Jackie on level changing even though that's what she just was doing in sparring and she has this sort of snappy dialogue that she does a couple of times in this movie where like I could really see the screenwriter kind of coming through a little bit too much in my opinion but she does like you need to change the level so you level the playing field or she's gonna level you and it's just like okay it's all right it's a little bit too screenplay
yeah,
at that part whatever but so yeah talking about Jackie already fighting in the UFC she should know a lot of this stuff already is what I had said but Budokan says, I tried to make you quit. And Jackie said, I just got a kid. And that's where the stuff with the report card comes into play. And I didn't mind all of that part of it. Yeah, the little kind of getting to know you elements of it did humanize the characters to an extent. And then, yeah, she's got to figure out how to get the kid into school and all that.
but what I think was better about that is because we've seen in the movie that Halle, the way that she wrote it and directed it, is like she'll just exposition dump, like she'll just throw it at you as quick as she can. So I thought in this scene, it felt more like I said, I'm waiting for the realism to shine here. Like this felt like a real scene because she didn't sit there and say, "Yeah, I got a kid now that my husband got shot in the head, and the son watching it now he doesn't talk. Do you know how to get him into school? What if I had to like actually get him to,
Right.
like she
Yeah.
could have went on and on and on, but she was like they didn't even look at each other. Like they were just kind of like in the you know asking the void, and waiting to hear the answer. Two people that aren't necessarily like close yet, but it's like building a bond that like they communicate with each other, even if it's like having their own sort of language type of deal.
Sure, yeah, and that's where you also get the setup, which will eventually be a payoff later in the dialogue, where it's the long story I'll tell you another time versus short story I'll tell you another time. That both of them have their version of that they say to each other. So yeah, that actually in that moment kind of does work well because it condenses all of that. You don't have to go through all of the backstory that we already know as an audience. So yeah, I do agree with you. I think that scene in and of itself was fine. Like I said, the snappy dialogue was a little bit too screenplay
Yeah, yeah, I
other than
hear
that,
you on that.
but yeah, that wasn't it was not enough to. There's so much. It certainly was not high on the list of demerits.
Yeah, for sure. And then so we go back to grandma's, and we're gonna ask grandma about paperwork for Manny. Holly's looking into and getting him into school. And then and then grandma's just there popping pills. She's just going to town on these pills too, by the way.
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah,
Yeah,
she was very very going deep on the pill. She's a little bit out of it, compared to where we had seen her before. She was pretty coherent before, but now she's getting a little bit wavy. And she says that the papers are in the oven because thieves and junkies and everybody never looks in the oven.
yeah, that was definitely a pretty funny bar, but it's like also you're supposed to understand how far gone she is. Like she's taking pills to the point where the oven is where you could possibly put paperwork.
Yeah, so I never. I didn't, that's the thing though. Because you could look at it from that way, and that does make sense. But like, I didn't know if that was just more of like a, because she said the oven doesn't work, so she's like, I hide things in the oven because that's where thieves won't look. And I was like, I guess maybe it serves a dual purpose then, because then it's like, on the one hand, it could be that, or it could also just be that they're poor. I mean, it's just a poor environment, and she's worried about getting robbed, and you put it in the last place the thief would look.
I think that's also like like the paranoia aspect of it is coming along with it. Like she's just so out of it. Like she doesn't even know what's going on. Anyway, pills are in the sorry, papers are in the oven, pills are in grandma's mouth. She's going crazy. She takes a wig here, puts it on Manny. Oh, look at you, little girl. You look so cute, little girl. So she's doing that shit. And Holly actually puts her foot down, which I thought this was a good one. Like, you don't need a damn wig on him. Like, come on. Which, pretty decent moment here.
I had said that, way to fuck this kid up more than he already is. You don't need to be bringing psychosexual gender elements into this. I was really hoping that wasn't going to go that direction. Thankfully, it does not. But yeah, that wasn't. See, this is the point where I had said, like, this movie is full of little asides that are tonally fucking bizarre.
Yeah.
They just have a bizarre tone to them, and this was one of them that was just kind of weird. So thankfully it didn't like play a factor later on. But yeah, she puts the wig on him, he looks like a little girl, and I was like, that could certainly add to the confusion that he's feeling currently in this traumatized state.
Yeah, and then and then of course it doesn't help that Manny's face just looks like he hates his life. Like, I mean, he's just, I probably would too. Anyway, so let me see. We got a back to dinner is what I say. Water today, and then I haven't seen a cig in a lot of scenes of something I wrote. So there we go.
They're back at the diner, yeah. So it's
the diner.
Yeah. Yeah, they're back at June Bugs. The kid still will not eat. The music swells up as Halle Berry starts stepping up as a mother. You're gonna eat and you're gonna start talking because I'm all you got, kid. It's that kind of a scene, and I don't think he ends up eating still. But
dude, like that's something that that kid doesn't eat for 15 days straight apparently. So
it's true.
Continue.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to be keeping a good physique that way, and no fat on the body. But yeah, so she basically says that. We cut to the next scene. It was just kind of a brief scene in the diner, and she's taking him to school because she's wanting to enroll him. And the lady behind the counter is like, okay, you got your papers. Looks like everything seems to be in order here. Which, okay, credit to that. She actually got the paperwork she needed. But there is a process, and Halle Berry just wants to dump the kid on the school. Like she's like, you got to be here today. I can't have him anymore.
Yeah, we can have him in about 2 to 3 weeks, and we just got to get these papers filed. Does he have any other issues that we need to know about? Maybe disorders. Any type of attention span issue. And she's like, I don't. You can't take him right now. Like, just you figure it out. What are you doing? Like, you're the teacher. Like, go ahead. So yeah, that one was definitely funny. Manny's down by her leg, yanking on her jacket, and she's like, boy, stop it. Like, please, Manny, like, stop. School, take him. Stop. Take him. Come on. Like, you see, he's yanking me. He could be yanking you right now. And it was definitely a funny scene. And then the other kids are laughing and making fun of him, and because he's over here needing mommy, and then Halle Berry snap. Listen, before I tell you what she does, she has a past of this, by the way. She has a criminal history when it comes to aggression towards minors. And she turns around to these kids who are no older than Manny, most likely, or a little around the age, and she's like, you think that's fucking funny? You think that's fucking funny?
Well,
like,
the reason that all happens though is because why Manny is trying to get her attention is because he needs to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
And he wets himself there in the office as the lady is asking about his special needs, as you had mentioned. So yeah, the kids are laughing at him because of that, and so she snaps on these kids, but does not get physical with them, thankfully. But you're right, the tendencies could have been there.
Yeah, no, definitely crazy. Manny has the accident for sure. And then so scene ends, we're outside. Holly has Manny in her pants, which is really funny. Like, it's obviously like her pants, like she had to put him in something, and it's just really funny to see him in. It's kind of like this was her big daddy moment right here. Like, this was, oh, he's got to wear my shirt, if he has nothing else, something like that, which is really funny. I think that's what she was going for. Now that I say that right now, I think that was this was like this was going to be her big daddy movie, you know, like she was going to be the upbringing of raising the kid that's not really in her life, and she gets tossed on him, you know, kind of deal.
Oh yeah, this movie has like several films that are mixed into it. Big Daddy was not one that I initially thought of, but now that you say it, it certainly does track. So yeah,
Nice.
yeah, I could see that. Yeah, so she takes Manny to the gym, and Invicta Man is there. Budokan says, "Go get gloved up," you know, because he's the Invicta Man's waiting to see her train. I said that this chick is doing a lot of fucking sparring while still being completely fucked up, you know, because she still has all of her bruises and batterings going on. I was like, do they need her in Invicta tomorrow? Is this
Yeah.
this time we don't know what she's really training for? We just know that she's training to eventually join Invicta FC.
Yeah, no, this one was definitely crazy. So she goes in there, and yeah, Bobby tells her to go get ready. She says that she's gonna go ahead and take Manny for a while because Holly has to go impress the boss. You know, Mister what's his name, Immaculate.
Immaculate, yeah, yeah.
So she's and this is hilarious. Halle Berry goes in there and she's training with a man, which is part of the scene. Like in this moment, you're supposed to be able to watch the clips and realize like, oh wow, she's holding her own against a man. Like that's why they did it. And in theory, that's filming the scene. You're like, okay, we're gonna have a man and a girl, and she's gonna overcome the obstacle. You're gonna realize like how good she is at what she's doing. There's no footage of that. There's just nothing that you could see that makes you think that she's doing anything in the cage with this guy, or the ring. Sorry, it's a ring at the time, and it's just hilariously bad that we don't get to see any fight clips. She threw a high kick and it looked horrible. She has like no hip movement. That was one thing that I wanted to note. She's throwing kicks, definitely not her strong suit because she can't. She's stuck in the I need to not kick you as hard as possible, but she can't make it go 70%. Like she's only at throwing things 20%. So it looks horrible. And you know, Bobby is telling Manny how good she is at fighting, and then you know, Bobby and Manny I thought were actually the two highlights of this movie. You know, they were doing really good. I thought there was a scene that we'll get into here in a little bit, like Manny and Bobby really become the life of the show or the
Well,
movie here.
it's because Budokan Bobby has like she's like she has like a range. She's a range as
Yeah,
an actress. So I mean, like she like so you know it helps, and like she actually shows tenderness to Manny in a way that you
right.
don't really see outside of that. So like
In
yeah.
ways Halle Berry is not able to in this movie.
Yeah,
Like,
because I mean, she's you know the idea is that she's not fit for being a mother; she has to become fit for it. But you know, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, the Budokan scene with the you know with the son is coming up in a second there. And that'll yeah that is kind of tender, which is a decent change of pace. But
mhm.
yeah, in this I you know this is where I had noted what I had said earlier about you know Jackie never does any technique drills or pads; she's only sparring. So she's now doing this with the guy, and the dude you know is going decent whatever you know it's not like it's normal sparring but Invicta guy tells the guy to knock her ass out. I'm like, this Invicta guy, this is now the second time that this Invicta guy has sicked a training partner on Jackie, and I'm like, this Invicta guy is trying to get this woman murdered. Jackie ends up getting flipped, and that's when Manny ends up spilling the crown, so you kind of get startled by her getting flipped over.
Nice. Yeah, so and then Bobby invites Manny because she's sitting over here talking with him, explaining how good her mom is. I find like, oh, she's okay. Like she's really good at what she does. Like you gotta understand, like she's the best. And then she's like, how would you like to go to the park? You know, and then you know, they do like a whole little moment, and then apparently they go out, and then actually it's right here. The director's realizing Manny is the main character and the real story here. Love to see it. So
Fair. Yeah, no, I actually the one note of that too that I liked was that Budokan does offer like she's like I can teach you some of that, and he doesn't have an interest in it, and I was like, cool, good. You know, it's like it is nice to see that like that's a decent element of realism where the kid might not be interested in all this, and after all the trauma that he's had in his life, maybe it makes sense that he doesn't want something so violent and aggressive. He wants something more pleasant. So you know, she says, oh, well, you'd rather go to the park? Okay, we'll go to the park. I liked it.
I actually am glad you brought that up right there because yes, it is cool to see in the portrayal. They're like, do you like it? No, okay, cool. Other things, but then I think, and we'll talk about it later. The stereotypical option that they fall back on is hilarious. Like we'll definitely talk about it. But go ahead.
So yeah, so okay, so they end up in the park, and Budokan is again meditating, or Chase's eyes doing her voodoo chanting, but she's well, that's coming up, but yeah, so like she's on the she's on like a set of stairs, kind of like these very large, like almost amphitheater stairs, and she's got her got her hands out, she's doing the meditation, and Manny is next to her, so he's also meditating a little bit, and she's like, oh, if you need a place to be alone, you can do this, you can meditate. And if you get scared, that's the thing with the arms raising. She's like, if you get scared, you put your arms up above your head and you breathe deep. And so he imitates that and does like one of those. I'm like, okay, so fair, I guess. Whatever. Budokan is a better mother than Jackie with even less experience, I said.
Yeah, absolutely. And then so we go back, and Boss Man Immaculate is just telling Jackie all of his charges that he's been connected with. They're sitting in the locker room, and they're doing the whole back to back talk, and he's like, I done killed about 7 women before, raped a couple. I actually didn't even do time for most of them. Like, I don't even think, actually, if you think about it, the judge just waved it off because I slept with his daughter. I don't remember what exactly happened, but I was a real piece of shit. But as you should know, is like, I'm really about my shit. So you probably shouldn't fucking, don't fuck around. Like, I'm the guy. So
this was okay. I will spill a little of this, a little bit of foreshadowing, I suppose, but I'll raise the curtain just a touch. There is no payoff when it comes to this character of the Invicta Man. So for this scene was like, I just said, what the fuck, dude? Because yes, I mean, Jay's being a little hyperbolic, but yeah, the cut is immediately to him. They're in the locker room, and he's telling Jackie how he did 15 years for second-degree murder when he was 16. He was gang affiliated. He only got caught for one of the murders. It's like they only pinned me on one of the bodies. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this man running Invicta?
Yeah,
it's just like
he's
not even that old. Also, that was the other thing too. He must have just got out of prison and then went immediately to running Invicta.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, what happened to the sweet lady that you said runs it now? Like, where did she go? That the cartel took over, apparently. So.
Shannon Knapp getting no respect in the game. Very unfortunate. But yeah, so he's saying that, and also the only reason that this scene exists is to set up what's immediately going to happen, but then also to let everybody know that I guess Jackie also did some time in years past at some point too. Just I guess a mutual bonding over that. I got a second chance. I'm giving you a second chance, and now they're going to go into negotiations about the fight that is coming up that he would like Jackie to be a part of.
I just you're going. I think you're giving a little too much credit here. I think Halle Berry. I think she thought, man, wouldn't it be really fucking badass if the fucking owner of the promotion was just like some convicted felon, like
Oh, that's absolutely what it was. No, it totally was. But it's just, again, Invicta FC is a real promotion, is what I'm trying to think. If this was fucking real raw fight, extreme, blah blah blah, whatever, maybe it'd be a different story here. You could get away with being a little bit more of a scumbag. Invicta is aired on Fight Pass.
Yeah, I hear you.
So anyway, but yeah, go ahead.
So the boss is spilling the beans immediately. He's selling the fight, essentially. He's saying that she can be the flyweight champion. I can get you a flyweight title fight. And then this is hilarious. So the UFC clearly didn't watch the movie beforehand, because they could have made it seem like they pay their fighters millions of dollars here. He's like, you show up, title fight, 10,000, you show up, 10,000, you win. I mean, it ain't nothing like nothing. 4 years ago, what would you expect? You would never get to heights like these. It's like 20 fucking grand, buddy. Like,
yeah,
what?
10 to show, 20 to win, but either way, still the same basic concept. And yeah, she's getting the Kai Asakura treatment, coming straight into the promotion, getting a title fight for 10 to show, 20 to win. And I was like, yeah, sounds about right, actually,
Yeah, no, but the funny part is I think it was just key that the UFC could have been like, make that a lot bigger. Make it look like we actually pay these dudes a big hefty dollar. Don't make it look like the UFC's broke as shit because we can only pay them 20,000. Well, whatever. But
yeah, well, I guess you're saying it's like, if Invicta's paying 30,000, then the UFC would be like whatever. They could bump that up so that the UFC looks better in comparison too.
Yeah, true. So 4 years ago, you were good, is what he says. Time to show the UFC the real Jackie Justice, is what he says. So
Yeah, well, she also she says, you know, he's offering her the contract here. Those are the terms of the contract, flyweight championship fight. And he's like, you know, you gotta sign this thing. And she's like, well, I got to talk to my manager about it. And Invicta guy is like, not having that at all. He's, no, you know, we're dealing directly, which again, bad business in and of itself right there. But you know, who'd have thunk it on that one? And also, as you said, you know, we finally find out that Jackie's been out of the UFC for 4 years. I'm like, that's a long fucking time in this sport, you know. I mean, that's, you know, ring rust is going to be pretty crazy. We've been seeing that in the training footage, whatever. And he also says she was 10-0 and on her way to a title shot, but she got put into a fight that she wasn't ready for, and then she became a joke when she climbed out of the cage. And we cut to the murky flashback of her jumping the cage from the beginning. I mean, that element of it, I was like, yeah, we've seen fighters like 10-0 fighters lose. Like, like, it was just the way that they're framing the cage jump is a crazy thing. Yes, I will admit that it's unusual, you know, all that element of it. It is a little bit extreme for this sport. But had she just stayed in the cage, it would have just been another fight, you know?
Yeah, exactly. No, I definitely agree with you. This scene was really funny. The Immaculate is sitting there telling her, he's like, look, you got a manager and you got a boyfriend. How about you keep it? You get rid of the boyfriend manager and you keep it just boyfriend. And then he starts to talk about her boyfriend really, really funny. He's like, you know, you and I both know he's incompetent. You know, he can't get it done for you like me, you know, and it's just really funny stuff. And then he throws the contract down and then the scene ends after a second.
Yeah, exactly. Your manager sucks. Sign the contract.
Yep, basically.
Yeah. So you know, what is your opinion of the Invicta guy, like, as an actor? Because, like, on the one hand, I thought that he did a good job of playing like that sort of slimy, snaky character, but like, I don't know, like, it was just maybe again, the material maybe not as great. I'd like to see him in other stuff too. You know,
That's what I think it is, because I genuinely do think there are times where I'm buying the performances out of them. Holly, honestly, I cannot buy her in the role at all. But the
Mm.
other ones, everybody else, I at least thought like, wow, if they had something really good to say that wasn't something stupid that was in every other stereotypical movie, like, then it might have been fun. Like, the Immaculate dude probably would be fine if he wasn't being told to play it that way. Like, if he was told, like, hey, you're a thug, you're kind of like the mob boss, he might have had a little more leeway to, be more relaxed. But she wanted him to be as bad of the guy as possible, so
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, it's a little bit ramped up, perhaps. I think that's an accurate assessment. So, all right, so yeah, so Budokan takes the son Manny back to Jackie's house, and shitty manager boyfriend opens up the door. Budokan tells him that she was talking to Invicta guy directly, and he starts yelling at Budokan about being Jackie's manager, like that's going to do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. He's mad. Yeah, the boyfriend's mad. The boss was contacting Jackie. He then grabs the kid and throws him inside, which was, again, it's like, you can't fake this stuff. At least don't make it look like you done tortured him during the set. But yeah, so throws him inside. And that scene just ends right there because we cue the hip hop music one more time, and Halle Berry is in her street clothes. And quotations, she's wearing the skull cap. She's got the skull cap on this time, guys. Yeah. And classic line, she's walking past somebody that she doesn't, or potentially, like, okay, so set the scene. She's walking, cue hip hop music plays. She's walking down the street. She hits the, hey, what's up, mama? And it's potentially not somebody that's her mother and or related to her at all, just a neighborhood associate. Love to see it.
Sure.
Yeah. And then, yeah, she's lying to the boyfriend, and then Manny locks herself in the bathroom, himself in the bathroom, because she gets back home after literally just talking to the random loiterer on the street.
Well,
Boyfriend's
on the way home, she picks up a keyboard, and she buys a keyboard, and she's carrying the keyboard with her on the way back. So she's got a keyboard with her. Gets back to the house now, and shitty manager is yelling at the kid, and he's drinking. This guy sucks. We've been ramping up how much this guy sucks over the course of the film so far. So now he's definitely sucking here. They start arguing about Jackie signing the contract. And then this kid starts to kind of act out just at random. We haven't seen him act this way before, but I guess everything starts to get to him. And he goes into the kitchen and starts turning on a bunch of appliances in the kitchen. And then goes back to the keyboard and just starts sitting down and playing it while all of these appliances are on and running.
I think I think what I read the situation as, he's being told the kid won't fucking eat. He's fucking stupid. He don't know what he's doing, and he's like, fine, I'll go fucking make me a hot dog. I will go make a hot dog. I'll put the bun in the thing. I'll show you that I'm smart. And then he, like a kid, obviously forgot. Like he got wrapped up in the music, and then it's like, oh shit. Like,
Yeah, I can get that. Like, and that is a fair assessment of it. But again, like it just kind of comes out of nowhere that he actually makes this shift, because we have not seen him emote in any significant way up until this point, and he has now been in the film for a decent amount of time. So it was just kind of a little bit of a left turn. But they're yelling. This kid's turning things on. The scene is getting more and more tense over time here as shit starts to bubble over in the kitchen and also in the argument that they are having.
yeah, and so this is where honestly the boyfriend character, I mean, he is damn good at acting like a piece of shit to Manny, because I am so mad at it when I see it. I'm like, yo, like we can be good actors, but we don't have to yell at the child actor in the scene. Like, dude,
Yes,
like
it's a film, bro. He's got to yell at him.
he
Come on.
don't know that though. Like they, you know,
They do.
kid,
Come on, they're kid actors. They. I mean, you can make a case for the film industry with children actors in general, and I guess that's a separate conversation. But okay.
it is. But yeah, so the BF is being just such a piece of shit to Manny. I get it's a movie, but bro, be nice to Manny. You know, like that's ridiculous. Manny starts to make food. Obviously, has Jackie and BF are arguing. Manny sees the piano. Oh, love this is where, you know, I said like stereotypically it's great that they asked him if that's what he's interested in, and then he went a different direction. And then I said, where's it at? Sure, if he's not an athlete, what else would he do? Manny, music.
Well, I mean,
Hip-hop.
they had already set it up with the father, though. They were playing piano in the video that with just the two of us or whatever. So I think that there's a connection there. That's the thing about this film, is that there are a good amount of like things that do connect with each other, but the whole sum of the parts is not great.
Yeah,
So
see, I don't know. I would have respected it more if she would have got Manny a soccer ball or something. You know, like I would have been like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a little different. But it's like, oh, he's just gonna go make hip hop music. Oh,
he wasn't playing soccer with his dad.
Yeah, you know, I get it. But anyway, so yes, the water is spilling over, smoke alarms going off, fire in the toaster. The boyfriend gets his feet wet. I don't know if you noticed it. He
Oh,
had
of course.
socks on when the water overflowed onto the floor. That is probably what set him off of the edge. I don't know if you guys have had wet socks in the past, but dude, when he stepped in that, he said, oh, it's over. And then he got his hands just a little too hot with that pot. And, you know, so he was very, very in his right to get mad at Manny and to just start being a piece of shit. Acting is too good to be honest. Right here is what I said. She's awful though. Oh my god. No. Go on. Before we get to this next part of the scene, I want you to continue.
Well, yeah. So, you know, as you're saying, I mean, this is really the height of the tension of everything, because, you know, Manny's, everything's starting to smoke. Everything's getting crazy. The pot's bubbling over on the stove. He tries to take the pot off of the stove. He ends up spilling the water. And so, you know, yeah, the wet socks is probably one thing. It also could be the fact that he was almost barefoot in boiling hot water is also part of the problem when it came to that equation. Yeah, everything's just going sideways in the kitchen, and the tension is as high as it's going to be. Manager boyfriend almost hits Manny, and then storms out. He's just, you know, he's done with this, clean this shit up, I'm out of here kind of thing. Not really addressing anything that was done in the equation. That's when Halle Berry has her next line, and she's like, "I'm gonna, I'm not gonna let that guy hurt you."
This is where you're gonna get the most cringe callback moment for the entirety of the rest of the film.
Yeah.
Dude, Holly is so shit at writing because of this moment right here, because she drops this bar, and I say bar acting like it is fire, but this is something that belongs in prison bars. Like, she says, I'm big, you're little, and big protects little. And it's like the most ridiculous scene I've ever seen in my life. I probably put on a better performance right there. Like, seriously, dude, she's so shit. Anyway, and then she's like, go back and play piano. And it's like you didn't even see him playing the piano the first time. You were too busy arguing with your fucking boyfriend. So don't tell him to go back and play the piano. Like, for all you know, he was just in here cooking hot dogs. Like, so
true.
whatever.
Yeah, you know, that's exactly it. That's what I was kind of getting at too. They're not addressing anything that was done there, with, you know, the kid nearly setting the house on fire. Basically, didn't address any of that. Tells him she's going to protect him. Now go off and play your play your keyboard.
Yeah, go play your
But
keyboard, and
yeah,
then
that was the line though, and she definitely was like Halle Berry throughout a lot of this when she's delivering these deeply emotional lines, like she really wears the emotion, and it's almost hammy, I would say, but it's not. She's trying. I mean, Halle Berry's not a bad actress. It's just I don't know. This role maybe was not right for her.
no, I'm actually convinced because I don't know. I don't go out of my way to watch the good Halle Berry films. Like I don't know if any of them exist at this point. Like I think this might be the performer. Like is making me think that she's just somebody that just phones in performances, or maybe is not actually that good of an actress. She just has the namesake because she's been in movies that that are shit, and we know her name. I don't know. Like I can't tell you, and maybe I'll be surprised if you throw a name out there, but like Holly Berry has never wowed me with her performance that I've seen on a movie, you know?
No, I mean I've heard that Monsters Ball is really good, or
What the fuck?
Monsters
Never
Ball, yeah, the
mind.
one with
I shouldn't
Billy
have
Bob
even
Thornton.
fucking
But
asked.
I don't. All right then.
I know, but like, dude, like if you would have told me a movie I would have heard of, like I would have been like, okay, sure,
It
but
was a
it's
big
like,
movie when it came out. You're young.
I get you, I get you.
But
But okay, so she goes and cleans just a little bit. Manny goes in the other room and starts his Ray Charles redemption arc, and then she grabs the alcohol from the below her in the cabinet and she dumps it down the drain. You
well,
know,
this whole portion here is so the orchestral music starts to swell up at this point, and it's an orchestral kind of cello rendition of Hallelujah, the Leonard Cohen song, which is like again kind of like it's just an odd place for that to be, because all it's trying to say she's turning her life around, and this is like the the a defining moment of her turning her life around, and she's doing that. She's pouring all the booze in the house down the drain. She looks for her little squeezy bottle that she hides it in, and it gets rid of that. She's cleaning up the mess that Manny made, but it's just, I don't know, it was like on the nose a little bit too much, the hallelujah part. It didn't work for me. And I still kind of go back to the same point I made earlier. Can anyone explain why she's hiding her drinking? If she had access to the other alcohol, and the boyfriend's an alcoholic, why? It kind of wasn't adding up.
yeah, no, definitely doesn't add up. What also is really funny about the scene, I know it's something that you probably wouldn't pick up on, but I think it is absolutely gold. So this scene is funny while she's dumping everything down the train because when you think of a low income home, think of the sink that you would have in a low income home. It wasn't what they got. That was a fancy ass nozzle with the shing, and it's got like the two different. You know how I know? I have that same one upstairs. I
All
have that
right.
same exact. And if that's low income over here, I'm not saying we rich over here, but like I can tell you, I've seen shitty faucets that fucking leak all the time, that don't have the little things on this side, that aren't like a little handle thing. They just threw shit in an actual nice apartment. Like they didn't actually try to make it look like this is somewhere in the slums. Like I've seen, you know how a real low income sink is not even white anymore. That's what they should have got. It would have been the cream colored sink that is not the big nozzle that comes up 6 feet and comes over. It's like hangs like 2 feet off. Like anyway, that's just the thing I would like to point out about that scene.
All right, fair enough. Well documented then there, Chase. I'll take your word on all of that. I mean, the inside of the house was not as bad as the outside for sure. Maybe the neighborhood portrays that more than the inside does. But yeah, so shitty boyfriend comes home drunk. He's like staggering around. He ends up running into some of his friends outside. He's dapping them up with he bought some flowers for Halle Berry to, I guess, apologize for how he acted. So he's coming home drunk, and he comes home to a completely clean kitchen. And she's sitting there. She's doing the thing where like she's waiting for him, and she's like staring. So she kind of comes in, and he drops the flowers off, and she just sits there cold. She's getting better, and he needs to step up, kind of thing.
I think this is the first. I told you earlier. It's like I feel like I was just better at filmmaking when watching a lot of these scenes. Okay, and I'll tell you
Sure.
why. But first, because the first face palm that I have written down is coming up, but I want to start the scene letting you know that so the BF is out buying flowers, meeting up with he's just with the block right now, like he's just out and about, hanging out with the community,
Mm.
and so he is just having a good time. He's fucking shooting craps on the side of the road with his fucking homies. They're having a good smoke. So he's just got the flowers, drunk as shit, walking around, in the
Like,
middle of the day.
sorry, yeah.
You are
I
having
know
some
we're
issues over there.
give me 1 second.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Excuse me, bud.
So, and so yeah, he's back and he's drunk, and I just face palmed, and that was before the scene starts, because the scene starts with him walking in to a spotless kitchen, and
Yes.
and when you see the spotless kitchen, in my mind, this is how I read the scene. She did it. That was the last straw. He raised a hand to Manny. She's gonna protect Little. She's
Right.
gonna clean that fucking sink. She's gonna clean that apartment. She's gonna throw all of his booze away, and they're gonna be gone. They're never gonna be there again. And that's gonna be the subtle, like, that's the moment where they realize, like, boom, she's getting her shit together. She's got Manny. They're on their way out from the abusive relationship. But no, she's just sitting in the apartment. She's just sitting in the apartment, just sitting in a chair, and he walks up and tries to give her the flowers, and she just gives a blank stare across. Like, in my opinion, you why didn't she leave? I gave her more credit than, like, well, let's say I said I expected worse from the writing and better from the character. Really dumb scene.
Fair. I mean, yeah, it's like you can say that, like, yeah, abusive relationships, like, people stay in them way longer than they should. This, I guess, from a
Because portrayals like this, they'll show them staying with them through all the fucking, bumps and
yeah,
bruises.
yeah,
Literally.
well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, this is that is what happens. I mean, I don't know. I see where you're coming from with that. I do see it. What we end up getting from them eventually later on is, she, like, it's like they extended the beats one too many, is I guess what I would say with that. Like, this could have been, like, beat wise in the story, a good place for the finale of that whole situation, but they extended maybe one too many, and then that's going to be coming up in a little while.
Yeah. So, anything else on that scene?
No, that's
Okay.
it. Then we end up over with Jackie dropping the kid off at school, and he actually is going to stay there this time, so the kid is enrolled now, and she gives him a few quarters for lunch money, like it's 1978.
This is what pisses me off too. I didn't actually notice it until we talked about it, and I had it wrote down so much. She's bought a pizza. Because there's another scene that we'll talk about where she acts like she's fucking broke. She's bought a pizza. She's buying cigarettes every fucking day. She's got plenty of alcohol in the cabinet. I mean, she threw it all away, but, like, now you want to act like you're fucking broke. There's another scene later where you want to be a fucking dumbass with your money, and we'll talk about that. But are you serious? At 3 quarters and a dime, like.
Yeah, well, even in 2020 or 2019, it seemed like a woefully short amount of money to be giving a kid for lunch. But
Yeah. And
couple
then
quarters,
shoes him into school, which is crazy. She's
yeah,
like,
exactly.
go on. Go
I'll
on.
be here at 3 o'clock. Here's a couple quarters, on your way.
Yep.
So yeah, that's about that. Back at the gym, Jackie is rolling. Budokan decides to give her a tutorial on how to buck out of being controlled from full mount. The advice seems pretty bad in MMA terms, as far as I could tell, because she says to put both hands on the hips. Basically, so to start it off, Jackie is like rolling, and then she gets, Budokan's like, I'm going to be you. So she's on top, Jackie's on bottom, and trying to buck off or whatever. And so yeah, she says to put both hands on the hips of the opponent, basically leaving her face completely wide open there, walk her feet forward, and then catapult her opponent into the air, and then they land on butterfly hooks, is essentially what that looked like to me. Also, this, I guess, was supposed to be somewhat sexy, but didn't really accomplish that, as in my estimation.
Yeah. So this one, once again, we had bland grappling, no excitement. Bobby's a great instructor, though. I think I'm just infatuated with, she's just captivating.
Sure.
She shows Halle how it's done to get the butterflies, and Halle once again clearly wasn't able to showcase anything worth using in the cuts. This is just a reoccurring theme. The inability for her to make, do a test run before you go make $1 million production on you being a mixed martial artist. Like, have a couple films in your backyard, a couple shots where you're like, does this look good? Like, do I look good that I could throw a punch? Because how do you get this far into it and there's nothing you can use? Like, I don't know. Like it's just nuts. So anyway, Booby gives your real power is your grappling. I said probably, but everything else was just terrible. So I guess it's better than those. Yeah. So
I just keep coming back to the same point that Halle Berry is supposed to be a 10-0 fighter, now 10-1 based on the jumping out of the cage incident. She should kind of know what to do when mounted, and it's not that is what I took away from that little scene. Like I said, because she's like, you want to put your hand, like I say, she's on bottom, Halle Berry, and she's putting the hands on the waist with an opponent mounting you. I mean, like, ground and pound all day long with that. Like, it just seemed. I mean, look, maybe it's a technique that I'm not privy to. It's certainly not something that I've seen. I've never seen an opponent catapulted into butterfly hooks like that before.
well, yeah, maybe flyweights, but it is female, so I mean, I guess it is potentially a little more possible. But yeah, I don't think this is what we should have been showcased, but it was probably the only good thing that they could show because Budokan had to actually do it for Holly. So
Sure. And then, yeah, to your point about her saying, her strength is in the grappling, she's like, well, what if she stays on the feet, though? And I'm like, well, maybe she should work on her fucking striking then.
yeah, exactly. I said Holly is doubtful, and then she's like, we'll come over and we'll watch some. I'll come over and we'll watch some tape. Booby is, oh my gosh. So then Booby drops the line. She says in that fight, you could have taken her. Like you could have taken her in that fight if you wouldn't have been a pussy. If you wouldn't have jumped up the ring, you would have won. And
Yeah.
insinuating like if I was there, if I was there, we would have got that done. And giving her confidence, like going forward, like I'm the team that you need to be with. We're gonna make sure we get this done this time. Yada yada yada.
Yeah, some
But
self-confidence. And I also said that I'm sure a lot of things would have been different if she had not jumped out of the fucking cage.
that's exactly the next line. I said maybe she's potentially, because I wasn't actually sure, because she's like, you could have won that fight. I'm like, maybe she's talking about the fight she clearly didn't want to participate in, but I'm not too sure.
Right.
So
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
yeah. So Booby likes the little man, and that's cool. Love to see her and Manny. Pretty good time. I forget, she said something about it. She's like, how was the little man's day at school or something like that? And then here we fucking go. Halle Berry doesn't even know she has to go pick Manny up at 3, so she goes rushing out the door, left without a shower. I better see a staff scene later on because, dude, it's ridiculous. You're talking about MMA and what we're trying to include in media depictions. It's like, yo, this is real shit, not fucking being a dumbass because you don't know when to pick your kid up. A lot of these people who have kids are actually very good parents.
Oh
So
yeah, yeah,
whatever.
absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's also goes back to your point about what you'd said before with the beats of the shitty boyfriend and all that, where it's like if you're going to have that extra like incident there, where she's supposed to be now turning her life around and she's like starting to step up, like you're kind of playing both sides of the fence a little bit. Like she's trying to do it, but she's still not great at it, and she's still making mistakes, but she's evolving. I mean, I guess you could say it's a progression, but it's clunky, I guess is what I
Yeah.
would say about it. And then so yeah, now we end up in the supermarket, and I think you alluded to this scene as well here too.
This fucking scene here. So she's an idiot. She's So she goes to the counter and she's got a handful of bullshit. It's like she's got fucking mayo. Like I don't know. That's the first thing that I would say. Like why is it a necessity? Why is that the first thing you grab?
Random
And
foodstuffs.
yeah, random food shit that you get at the gas station for 5 times the price that it would be at the grocery store.
Mm.
So she goes in there, gets a handful of bullshit, tells Manny he can get one candy. Well, Manny comes back with 3 because he don't know how to fucking listen. He's just a little, do what he wants. You can't blame a man for trying. So he comes back with 3. She is telling him, no, you get 1. Go take him back. Pick one. So he goes back. She has a total of $23, or sorry. Total is $23 and she only has $20 in cash. She looks at the cashier like, "Can you do anything for me?" Which, as a cashier, are you not? Just don't even, like, come on, like, don't even start. Like, if you can't afford it, just let me know now. Void it. We'll go on about your day. This is where it gets stupid, but it also gets really funny because she looks at her items and she, obviously looks at the candy and she's like, well, I can't put the candy back. I already told Manny I'll get it for him. She looks at everything else: mayo, peanut butter, milk, bread, sugar, coffee creamer. What would I fucking, but razors? What would I, tampons. All right, we're gonna put the tampons back because I see that I have $20 and there's 23 on the balance. So take off the item that's 18.99 real quick. There we go. There we go. Take it off, and I think I'll have just enough. So she takes off the most expensive item, the one that is the only necessity for a woman at this point. It makes her look disgusting, to be honest. Like, she's just like, all right, well, we're gonna bleed this week, like
Yeah,
it's.
well, that was I did not realize that they were so expensive. So that is a good detail there, if that's the case. But so yeah, that kind of does put it in a little bit more context too, because the whole idea is that yeah, she told the kid that he can have the candy, so she can't go back on her word on that. She wants to be a good mother in that regard. So that's the mother's sacrifice is now going without tampons. But I'm like, what's she gonna do about the period though? You know what I mean? And that's your good point there. I mean, like as far as I mean, looking disgusting. I don't know. I'm not a lady. I don't know how they would handle something like that without a tampon. But maybe there's a method we don't know about. I don't
If
know.
there was, you would think they wouldn't be buying the things every month for, like if there
Yeah,
was an
yeah.
easy home remedy. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know, guys, but
No,
just
that's a good point as well. So yeah, so the tampons are sacrificed so that Manny can have some donuts, and that there you go. That pretty much wraps that up. And yeah, no payoff on that one. We never see her actually have the period, so I guess she does have some method that we don't know about.
yeah, like I just think it's funny, the most expensive items, 65% of the tab was the tampons. If she took off the mayo, that was the $3 right there.
Legit,
So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd thought about that too. That there probably were a couple of other items that could have been in that random assortment of things. The thing that you sacrificed instead. Maybe you go without peanut butter for the week.
you could do it. Go without a pack of cigarettes. You've
That would
been
also
buying
be
those.
yeah, that would also be more responsible as well, indeed. But so yeah, so no time to think about it because we cut right to a very cool Invicta promo video, and oh shit, the lady killer, that's the name of this fighter that she's fighting in the flyweight championship, happens to be Valentina Shevchenko. So there you go.
Yes, it does. Valentina being in this movie is a major. I mean, all the major players that were in this movie. Gabi Garcia and Valentina. Like, there should not have been a reason nobody knows about this. Like, I shouldn't be able to post a screenshot in the Discord and people be like, "What movie is that from? Why is Valentina in it?" It's like, you should know. Like, you should have known that she was guest appearing in a movie like this. Like, that should have been the drive for the community. It's like, holy shit, we're going to see the acting debut of Valentina Shevchenko. Like,
Well,
so.
I think that all of the points that we've been going over is why no one knows that this is that was the case.
Yeah, so we find out that the opponent is going to be Shevchenko, and then we get a funny scene of Jackie. She's sitting there. She's like, "It's the kicks. It's the
Well,
kicks."
so but the thing is that they're studying. So that Budokan had said at one point, "Oh, I'll come over and we'll study film." Generally when you're studying film, you're watching fighting. They're watching her open warm ups. It's like
No,
what?
yeah,
What are you getting from that? You're getting the basic the stuff that we all know is fluff that we never pay attention to because it only matters what happens in the cage.
yeah, and then so yeah, they're watching the thing, and she's watching, and the highlights start playing or something because you get Holly doing the worst reaction to fights ever. She's like, ooh, nee. It's like, what are you doing? Like, are you in a cartoon? Like,
She's reacting to pad work when she's doing that.
yeah, it's crazy that she looks like that. And then the boyfriend is jealous, that Budokan is taking all the spotlight here. I'm like, the boyfriend right here, boyfriend is damn near best actor here because he does seem a little jealous. He's getting mad, and then he immediately. It was kind of funny how quickly this turned into something. He's like, "Oh, you should probably leave if you're gonna, like, just not pay attention to me." And she's like, "Well, we're watching fights." He's like, "I got this spray bottle right over here that I watched you fucking put an alcohol in, and you think you're gonna let that split? No, no, I will not. Budokan, look, this is what you fucking are raising right here." And it's like, dude, like, she literally just said, I'm doing something, like.
Yeah, well, his anger has been building up. Of course, he comes home and finds Jackie has poured out. Had found out at some point that she'd poured out the liquor. Oh, because I guess he goes over and tries to get some, and there's none there. Yeah, so he calls her out for her little spray bottle, which still has the liquor in it. It's like I thought that would have been the first thing that you pour out, but okay, she didn't. So the liquor is still there. He's spraying it to show her, show Budokan that this is your prize fighter over here. She's drinking. She's hiding booze from me, blah blah blah. Yeah, and then the kid ends up turning on the keyboard, and well, I guess Budokan leaves at that point. So
Yes, Budokan leaves and she tells him to remember your meditation. So
yeah,
that was
right.
key.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's a little the callback there. And then yeah, so the kid turns on the keyboard. Shitty boyfriend is going off the rails at this point. He's getting all kinds of angry. He takes the keyboard outside and smashes it on the concrete, and ends up hitting Jackie in the face in the process of taking it outside.
Yeah, definitely. Manny starts to play the piano. BF gets mad about it and yells about it. I said, I've had it with how they are treating Manny. I don't care if it's acting. They're not putting this kid in scenes where you have the ability to believe they aren't cursing him out and holding a piano at his head for real.
You're very hung up on this point, but I mean that's movie making though, man.
Is that not also traumatizing though? It's like, I don't know, is acting like you're gonna hit the kid any better than making the kid flinch because you're making him think that you're gonna hit him? Like, like it's all just the same.
I mean, he's
I
a
don't know.
child actor. Hopefully he's coached, and there's people on
Well,
set
yeah,
that.
they give him a fucking pat on the head when he's done. Like, is that really like how you think? I don't know. Like, I just, I would love to know more in depth. Would love to hear all the aspiring child actors be like, dude, it's awesome. I love it here. We get to play kickball after, like, shit like that. But
Yeah, and you probably would out of this, but fair enough that it's a little too real for you. I
no,
can
yeah,
appreciate.
I mean, it was, the BF is really cursing Manny out, and he's threatening him with a piano, and then he chucks it out the door. Whatever you want to say. Boyfriend, best actor here. Boyfriend takes the piano, shrugs off Holly, and then hits her in the process. He hits her with like the get the fuck off, like move, and she obviously, and then he smashes the piano. Manny's seeing it all. Manny's doing what Bobby showed him.
Yep, there you go.
So
That's the payoff of all of that was the one of those. Yep.
yeah, so what did that do for him? I can tell you nothing. And so he does that, and then they finally pack up and leave. That was the go ahead.
Well, no, and I was just going to say that to your point of what we were talking about a little earlier, it's like with the beats. It's like if you already had that scene where he comes back drunk or whatever, like this is just it's one too many. It's just an extra version of the same basic concept. Like you didn't need to extend this portion in this way. I mean, this movie is 2 hours long, by the way. This is a long discussion. This is a long film. Like this could have been condensed a little bit, like in that last beat that we were just talking about before, it was probably where this could have been slotted in, and then also some kind of payoff at all for the boyfriend character, because that's the last that we see him in this film.
Oh, nice. I actually didn't even catch that, but no, that totally makes sense now that I remember what else is left in the movie. Yeah, so they pack up and leave, and then they go back to Grandma's. Granny's not being a good granny per usual, but lets them stay anyways. So there's that.
Yep. So yeah, she leaves, takes the kids with her to go to shitty mom's place. We've traded shitty boyfriend for shitty mom now. Mom's drunk as well as a pill popper, so she's getting loose. She's making herself a little cocktail. He's saying that she's gonna make herself a little party.
Nice.
But at least she's got good taste in music because she's listening to "Levitating" by Dua Lipa, which is a great song.
She gives Manny a plate of dog food, basically, and he's still not going to eat it. He still hasn't ate up until this point. I don't know what was there. What did they want you to get out of this? Like, wow, Manny, he just won't eat at all. But like, make it seem like he'll eat something. Like, I mean, I don't know, because does he ever eat in this movie? I don't think so.
Good point. I don't think that we do ever actually see him eat anything. But yeah, he's just in the kitchen chilling with grandma now.
Presumably, he had donuts.
Oh,
She
right.
did
Yeah,
she did
good point.
donuts, whether he liked it or not, and threw away after 2, we don't know, but, so yeah, grandma gives him the dog food, doesn't want he doesn't want that, and then she's gonna have herself a little party. I wrote "touche" on that one, like, touche, might as well, toast.
I guess so. So yeah, now Manny is now with grandma, and we are back to training, back at the gym with Halle yet again. She's finally doing drills now, actually practicing moves she'll never be able to pull off in an actual competition. I said.
You forgot. Cue the Lotto hip hop music. There you go. So this scene starts with some hip hop. Holly's
Always.
working out, and nothing was good because no shots were used. She's tired after 2 workouts, which was really funny. Like she did like 2 things. She did like the burpees, and then she like sat on the elliptical for a second, and then she's got the scene where she's like. And it's like, yo, you've done 2 fucking things. Like, and so anyway, she's
Well, I mean, we're supposed to believe that it's been more than that, but this is specifically funny though because this is the one where they're like A, B, C, and like it's like set drills, but
Mhm.
like one of them is a drop knee bar. I'm just like, that's not going to work. And then one of the other ones that she does actually do in what we're leading up to the final confrontation, big climax of the movie. She does this move that is A, extremely choreographed, and B, nowhere near something that you could actually do in competition, where she basically takes a leg and then transitions it to the other side. And I'm like, I don't understand what the point of that. Even within the world of the film, like what would transitioning the leg gain you from a twerk point of view, from a leverage point of view? Like, there's really no reason to do this one to the other side leg thing, but she does it here, and then it comes back in the climax as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of pro wrestling techniques that we were seeing here. She obviously, I mean, and shout out to Holly. She's trying to sell the story with with moves that are not just like punch punch kick kick. Like she's doing, I don't know. She's doing her own shit. She tried to make her own martial art. I don't know, because there is genuinely some good grappling in it, and then there's also moments where she'll just like grab somebody in a headlock and just flip them. Like, I don't know. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, she does training the 3 techniques with the male partner. Ass, super ass. She's so ass. Like at everything that you see with her in it doing something, she's so bad. Then we go back to Granny's. Oh, back to the street. Then we get this weird scene where she walks by the police and she's like eyeing him, and like it cuts to police guy sitting in his car just like scouting out, and she's like, look, like the camera cuts to the police, like we're supposed to notice like she's like evading him or something, like it was. And maybe it was like a callback to the beginning, like where she assaulted the kid or something, like I don't know. I really
Probably
don't.
just being in a rough area, because this is also the point where she sees the girl playing the violin on the street and gives her $1 because compassion, I guess. I mean, it was just another weird little insert scene.
No, this one was not a weird scene. This was a perfect scene that you could tell Holly Berry has never left the suburbs. Like, do you think, get this, right? When you go to a 7-Eleven in your nearest, shady area, they playing violins out the fucking thing? Like, I mean, seriously. And you got 7 of the most intimidating guys standing right outside of it smoking cigarettes. Like, man, she's fucking ripping them things right there, man. Damn, she's good. It's like, where are you even at? You're in New York or
Well,
Newark,
that's what
New
I was gonna
Jersey? Like,
say. I was like, that's kind of a New York thing, but they're not in New York. They're in Newark, which is not the same place. So
yeah, this one was a weird scene. Like, I actually took offense to this. Like, Holly Berry may have not have like ever been to a quick trip or like any type of gas station, because if you think there's a violinist just like chilling out there just like like, no, I've never seen it in my life.
yeah, it was. I mean, like again, trying to put myself in their shoes. I guess you could say that the idea is that she's seeing that there is beauty in this life, kind of thing. I guess, but it's just, again, it's out of place and strange in this context in this film.
What's also key to note is, like you said, she gives her $1. Are you not broke, bitch? Are you not fucking broke?
Where was that $1 when you needed tampons?
I mean, genuinely, like, maybe we're supposed to be like, she's getting her shit together, like, she's got her finances, she's not buying alcohol,
That is
like,
just an overarching point of all of this movie, is that we get these implications, but we never actually get the whole package,
yeah. And you know what I love about Holly Berry too as a director? She's like, how can I portray this character as just is good hearted? give a dollar to a homeless person or something,
Exactly.
like whatever you
Compassion.
want to say,
Yeah.
like she has no actual ability to make a scene where like you could see the underlying conflicts in a person, but you could understand that the passion or like the compassion was there, like she just okay, okay, wait, check. We didn't actually make a scene where they felt like we cared. Hold on, give me a second. Dollar. I gotta get a dollar. And like she literally pulled it out her fucking pocket and said, "Go hand that to the person playing our fucking lunch music over here." Like it's
Yeah,
crazy.
we're constantly having our heartstrings tugged on, but it's not effective. Is
Yeah,
really basically a kind of way to sum up most of this movie. But so that happens. Budokan and Jackie are now at the diner, and the Junebug's place, and Budokan says that she used to drink and she could drink again if she wants to, but right now she's choosing life over booze, really setting herself up to be Jackie's new man, is what I said at this point, because it was all like we only got that one other scene where I was talking about the rolling before, where they had like again, it might have been like implied sexiness, but it really didn't come off that way to me. But like this was the one where I was like starting to pick up on, yeah, okay, they're gonna try to set this up as a love interest.
I don't want to be that guy, but this scene kind of irked me because when we get down to the stereotypical things, Halle Berry again, somebody who I don't believe is actually out actively hanging out with people. What is the number one food that you would have two African American women eating in a scene at a diner? Chicken wings. Chicken wings right on the bone. I like, it just it really irks me too. It's like Halle
Oh,
Berry.
geez.
Why didn't you could have chose anything. You're a fighter. Do rice. Do like do something. Do a steak, do a chicken patty, like do something other than just the chicken wings. Like I don't know. It just look cuz she's going in on these fucking things too. She's making it look like she has never eaten anything as good as these fucking chicken wings. Oh, I fucking loved fucking training with you, Budokan. Like she's literally picking the shit out of her teeth. She got the bone as the fucking pick. Like it's really an insane scene. Anyway, so yes, Booby tells the quick and easy story. Eating wings scene turns a little flirtatious. Jackie is definitely feeling gay now.
Yeah,
That
it's
was the
starting to creep in. It's washing over her a little bit. We also find out that Budokan had at one point had a wife and a kid. She's divorced and now estranged for 2 years from them. So okay, I guess
yeah.
now you know. I mean, confirmed that she is gay, confirmed that she once had a wife and kids, and now that's not the case. And then she tries to, like you said, Jackie is going in on the wings. She has a little bit of something on her mouth. Budokan tries to wipe it off, and she pulls back. Yeah, exactly. No, no, no. And Jackie's like not having that. She's like, did I do something wrong? And then Jackie hits her back with, no, you just seem to do everything right. And I'm like, writing. I see the screenwriter yet again on that one. I guess I also said too that this is still the same woman that let you get hit after the whistle, by the way.
This is what's also funny about this scene is because like she how do you get from one scene to another? Okay, so Booby pays for dinner. Booby gets up, talks about mom or something. I forget something stupid, and then she's like, if you don't figure shit out, she's gonna mop you in that fight. And she's like, come and see me if you want to talk. I'm like, you see each other every fucking day. Why did you have to set up another scene where we're hanging out? Just get up and walk out together. Go talk now. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
So,
exactly. Budokan gives Jackie her number like she didn't have it before.
fate, dude. This movie, dude. It's absolutely
And
crazy.
this is also a second instance of the snappy dialogue that really just irked me in the film, because this I had mentioned it earlier with the snappy dialogue from Budokan. This is the one that she goes, if it's because she's talking about her living with her mother and that being problematic. She says if it's historical, then it's hysterical, and if you're hysterical, then it's gonna it's cause hysteria in your fights. And it's just like, oh god, okay, with the this and the that and the this and the that.
Yeah, no, Budokan. You could tell again. You could tell that she was forced to make herself look worse.
Yeah,
The
right.
writing
Yeah.
was against her.
Absolutely, definitely. But so yeah, lesbian romance intensifies as she now has her number, and
That's another thing about this. Now that we bring it up, it obviously isn't that yet, but the lesbian romance side of this is like a female fighter in the UFC, gay, gay. She's got to be gay. I mean, she literally can't even have, any other chance. She's always going to end up with a woman. I mean, come on, a man, fuck.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess she started off with a man, but she's swayable by she's about pansexual.
Yeah.
She's yeah. What anyway? I don't know.
Anyway, drop Manny off and come to the gym. Boss is here. This is what Budokan. She was on the phone, because the next scene had to fucking start with something else. Manny just wants to listen to the music on the street side.
Well,
Let's
it's
see.
because they're walking outside of a music store and Just the Two of Us plays, which of course was the song that he was playing with his father on the keyboard. So now this little mute kid is having a little mute breakdown. So they got to they end up going to a 3D movie and to kind of break him out of his funk. And they look at each other in the movie for quite a while, and then they both fall asleep during the movie. So I guess it wasn't that good.
Yeah, I love this scene because she's like, ah, fuck, he's crying. Well, I guess now I'll do something with him. I mean, fuck, I guess we'll take him to the movie. He looks like he needs something to do. And then this is the moment where you're supposed to feel like, she's really feeling like a parent now. But it's like, again, she's just checking boxes. She's got sharing the popcorn, and then she's got the staring at him while he's watching the movie, having a good time. And she's like, oh, my life is just right in front of my eyes. Like, he's the light of my life, type shit.
Yep.
And then they both fall asleep in the theater. And then they both wake up like, oh my God. Like, and it's just a real goofy scene. Like, this is the talking about my best friend type of shit. Like, that's what should have been playing right here. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
sure. So yeah. So they wake up after the movie is over, still in the theater, and Jackie misses her opportunity to train in front of Invicta Man again, which is apparently a very important thing. I was like, the contract's already signed. Who really cares at this point? You're locked in, but apparently this is still a very big deal. So she, now there are problems because she missed her training session.
Well, let me break it down to you why this is all just stupid. One, she either went to the movie knowing that she wasn't going to have enough time to make it to the gym. Um, because when you fall asleep in movie theaters or if you don't leave after a certain time, they just don't let you sit there. Like, there's other showings. They clean and they have to like get more people in for the movie. That's not the case because it wasn't the last showing of the night because it was daytime. Manny obviously is a child. He cannot be out past a certain amount of time. B, this was supposedly before the workouts. So did she actually miss it or did she just plan not accordingly? Did she book a movie knowing that I'm supposed to be at practice? So is she stupid or is this just an unrealistic take where she could just sleep in the movie theater all fucking day and through her fucking appointment at the gym kind of deal?
Yeah. Poor time management, perhaps, or one of those other things, maybe.
Yeah, so whatever. That one was just pretty crazy.
But yeah, so she ends up missing the training session. Whatever. At that point, we're back home at shitty mom's house again. Now Jackie's mom's place, and Jackie's shitty mom has a date.
Oh, I'm actually, dude, this scene is like nuts.
Yeah, this is one of the most wild scenes of the film, and the way that they present information here.
So the scene starts back to grandma's. Grandma's got a date and she needs her lipstick. Where's it at? Like, I need my code 99 red blush, whatever it
Right.
is. Granny is hilariously real. Like, she's just this is another one of the actresses. It's like after a moment you realize, like, man, they've really settled into this role. Like, this is drunk grandma at her best. And let's see, still not a good watch though, is what I said, is because this scene, they're taking very delicate information that you shouldn't just throw out there the way that they do, and they're portraying it in an argumentative manner that you as the audience, you don't gain anything from it as of what to do in a real world situation like this. There's no right representation that you get out of this. Like, man, like, she did a really good job there. Like, you go, girl. Like, I didn't really get that in this. It was just really hard to watch and
Yeah,
listen
no,
to.
right. So mom is getting ready for this date, and Jackie is telling her not to bring her date back to the house. And mom's saying, they're arguing this and that, and Jackie's like, I don't even know why I'm here. And mom's like, well, you're here because you're staying here for free is why you're here.
Yeah.
And you're just like, fuck the bullshit, basically. And I'm like, mom's kind of not wrong about that specifically. But they continue to argue. Mom said that she spoiled Jackie as a child. And then Jackie says that things would have been better if her mom had a lock on the door, because apparently all of mom's boyfriends were assaulting Jackie throughout her entire youth, basically using her in all different manners of terrible ways. And I said, boy, that escalated quickly. And as you said, it's a very manner of fact and direct way of all of this coming out. And also I said, I mean, like, Jackie is presumably in this film, at least in her mid to late 30s. Like, this is the first time that this is coming out in this very manner of fact way in their entire relationship, because mom is caught off guard by this information.
Yeah, this was weird because the mom, and I don't know what they were trying to portray with the mom, with the grandma's like emotions in this scene, because they're full going at it like in the argument, like, that didn't happen, you're a fucking liar, you're so fucking dumb. And she's walking out, and as soon as she walks past her, she's like, I'm sorry, Jackie, like, I'm sorry. It's like, I don't know what was happening there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I guess that the mom is trying to process it in real time and kind of still in the argument, but still trying to come to terms with that information. But again, it just was like thrust at you all at once, and the way that the portrayal was like, very, very direct. I mean, she's like telling her that all of these different people, they're naming, I guess brothers, and I guess her what would that be, like her a step uncle, like or not step uncle, but great uncle. Yeah, oh no, yeah, for Jackie it would be her uncle. Yeah, you're right. So she's saying that the uncle assaulted her, the boyfriends are assaulting her. Apparently this has just been a whole lot of assault going on throughout the entirety of her youth, and it's just spewed out onto the screen for you all in words.
Hey, what would a stereotypical backstory of a female fighter look like? Sexual assault. There you go. Right. Check it off.
Exactly. Check. Very, very true. And it just was very crazy to me that this is the first time in the 37 years of Jackie's life that this ever would have come up with her mother. And this ends up being the thing that has her leave the house, because it's like, it was just an odd time for that to come up, an odd reason with the date. Now she's an adult now. I don't know.
What I find most interesting is that random films, and yes, this is a random film, and all of the films that continue to do things like this to make like a stand, like, we're gonna have a scene that's so raw and so impactful that people who have been in the situation of sexual assault, they can feel like we're representing them. And like, why do random films feel the need to feel like they're doing some justice with these scenes? Like Halle Berry, I don't know, but that was just the depiction that I don't think was accurate at all. But
yeah, and like you say about checking boxes, it's like, we've already established that Halle Berry's life is in shambles up until this point. She's trying to turn it around. We've seen numerous different representations of that. This to throw all of this information in there the way that they did seem a little unnecessary. And I'm not saying that there can't that type of thing cannot be in films, if like, if it's presented correctly, but like, you just spew it out and just let it hang. And that's basically what it was.
It sucks, to be honest, and I'm not saying that only women could have these experiences, but to have a woman directing the scene, writing and acting it out, and it still falls flat to a bad portrayal of what I feel like, I don't know. When I see these scenes, I still just think, it's like, what was the outcome what was the lasting effect you're leaving with me, like, leaving this? Like, I shouldn't obviously do what they did, but like, neither of you acted in a way that I think was better for the both of you. It wasn't any positives. You stormed out and left with your kid, and now you have nowhere to fucking go. Do you think that was the best? Like,
right. Yeah, exactly. And and it's just, it's like an odd, like, cut to now, now you don't have any place. It's just like that.
There's got to be a reason, she's got to get out the house. So
yeah, I suppose. But yeah, so that just gets dumped on us as an audience. And Jackie takes Manny, and they're out of there, and off they go to Budokan's. Now they're gonna go stay with her for a little while. So now they're at Budokan's place. The son, Manny, comes downstairs, and they're sharing another tender moment. They're bonding over Jackie's fight flyer, which she calls a fight card. It is not one of those. The card is the order of the fights. I mean, this was like a literal flyer. Yeah, exactly.
A fight card. I mean, like,
right, in the strictest sense of the terms, it was a card. A flyer-sized fight poster thing. But yes, anyway, they have that little moment. You can have this. This is now yours for Manny. And that's about
This
all for that scene.
I hate this scene. No, actually, no. There's more to the scene. But I'll tell you why I hate the scene to start is because Manny's just sitting there at the table and she walks up. She prods over. You looking at that? You seeing that? That's my fight. You want it? You can put it in your pocket. You can have it. You can go ahead and take it. It's like Manny has the same expressionless face. He's like, I could care less about what you're shoving in my face, right? Like it's a picture of women on a like it's literally just numbers and words. I don't even know how to read. Like I've never been in school. Like things like that. Like I just think it was a very stupid scene for her to just be like, because Manny aren't like they already set up that Manny doesn't have an interest in it. Like he's like,
Yeah, well, and also that it's just another scene of trying to bring them together throughout this entire
well,
movie. They're trying to bring them together. It's like, yeah, okay, like we're understanding the circumstances at this point.
Well, because Holly is unable to do that emotionally on screen to make like a bond feel like, they're creating one together. It's like, no, they're just doing story beats, just figuring shit out on the way. So yeah, and then dude, we get it again, dude. I face palmed again. There's number 2 right there. Face palm in the notes because I don't remember what she was saying but she said but big is gonna be okay too. And I'm like, you bitch, shut up. Don't say big one more time referring to yourself, please. God.
Yeah, yeah. I can get behind that as well. Yeah, again, another moment of them trying to formulate this bond that we're supposed to be believing is forming between the two of them. And then we cut back to the gym unless there's anything else in that.
The scene did start when she got the booby let her in and she got a
Yeah.
shower and she got a sit down shower. I don't know if you guys have ever been the type to sit down in the shower, but I know if you know what I'm talking about, those are top tier. So she was going through it. If you sit down in the shower, life is hitting you. So.
Well, and yeah, a good point to bring that up too, because this is, again, the continuation of driving home that, how negative the circumstances of Jackie Justice's life are, because she's doing the very, generally that comes after someone has actually been assaulted, but just, I guess, talking about having been assaulted. Now she has to do the knees to the chest fetal position shower.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she checked that one off the box. Emotional, distraught shower. Whatever.
Indeed, yes, yeah, good point. Again, paint by numbers, and that was one of the numbers.
Well, and if you want to know just how checkmarked that we are, there was no side boob needed in this shower scene because we had already got that in the first 3 minutes of the movie. So whatever, she got that one quick because that was going to keep the audience like, holy shit, she showed a boob in the first 3 minutes. Surely the shower scene later, she's going to have cooter showing. But either way, so yes, we get back to training. One move on camera and then break per usual. That's literally all we get with her. She can't do anything more. Hug sparring partner like they've actually done work. I love that one. It's like she's actually a part of the team now. Like this probably wasn't the same girl that just knocked her head off after the whistle. Like, oh, love you, girl. Like sweet. It's just nuts. And then boss comes stomping in because he's mad she missed yesterday. It's like, she didn't seem like she gave a shit yesterday, to be fair. But that's just me.
Yeah, she was caught off guard by the text message or whatever, like the "where are you?" But that was about it. And now he's very angry that she missed this training session yesterday. So Invicta Man comes storming into the ring and chastises Jackie for that miss. And he's like, I need you to last at least 3 rounds and make it look good because you suck. And Lady Killer Val is the shit. And yeah,
dude, this part here. This is again where Halle Berry was researching MMA lingo. She was researching. She was getting told information. She's probably talking to Val. She was posted up. She's like, so like, what would somebody call like a bad fighter? And she's like, oh, it's a tomatoes can, And she's like, okay. And so she comes in here. She's like, so you think I'm just some tomato can, huh? And it's like, oh God, brother.
Yeah, really.
Jesus.
And that's one of the things that like it makes me question who this movie is for. And I would pose that this movie is not for fight people. I would pose that this movie is for people
Women.
who definitely women, absolutely that. But I guess women who have maybe a passing interest or not even that, but more of just like ooh, the world of MMA might be interesting to hear a woman's perspective on. Like that's who this movie is for, because it's certainly not for fight people and that kind of thing, like that on the nose. That also the super necessary earlier was like that as well, where it's like, come on, like, yeah, tomato can, like you really had to drive home tomato can.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
so, but yes,
She was worried that we wouldn't get what a can is, you know?
right. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, but so she's like, "Oh, you think I'm just a tomato can?" And it's like basically, yes, that's what he thinks and kind of what you are. But she's being set up by Shady Invicta Man, and I'm like, who could have predicted this? But also in my mind, I'm like, why does he need her to last for 3 rounds? Like, is that like a betting implication? Because if that's what that was, then that's even more shady. That's an even worse reflection of Invicta. We never
I
get a payoff for that either.
I think that is exactly what that means. Yeah, he definitely. No, well, actually, because I keep thinking about it. So speaking of the tomato can aspect, I think that was also kind of the same deal with the fight card. They were like, "Oh yeah, it's a fight card," and there's like, she was thinking like, "It's a fight card." Like,
Right.
huh?
Yeah.
And, like,
Exactly.
so she was like, "Print me off 7 of them. We need them." And they're like, that's not what it is, right? And she's like, "Shut the fuck up, Jerry. Like, I
I
know what
tell
I'm
you
doing."
what a fight card is.
Yeah, exactly. So like I just think that's funny. But yeah,
Sure.
so he definitely implies that I think that's what it was too. It's like I'm betting for you to get to maybe in my mind I was thinking like I'm betting for you to get to the bell. Like but he said 3 rounds, so I guess that doesn't make sense for a championship fight. But that's the way I was thinking. It's like, yeah, you make it to the finish, we're gonna bet on something, but you gotta actually make it competitive.
Yeah, but we again never get a payoff for that. So it's just like a random thing that he, like it just I want you to last 3 rounds for no reason.
Because it's not something out of the ordinary for Halle Berry. She thinks that fight promotion guys are just shady dudes that just organize illegal fights and bet on them. And like, she has no actual idea that Dana White doesn't like kill people. Like, I don't know. Like, that's just what I think it is. So,
I don't have a better answer, so perhaps that's the case.
yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's where that ends pretty much. And I guess that's we're gonna leave that one there for now, and she needs to just keep training because now she's a can, and that's how she's entering this fight. So back at the diner. Jackie is having a massive panic attack in the bathroom. She kind of is at the table. Like we cut from that scene where she's told that she's kind of just in there to fill the slot. She's at the diner with Manny. She's at the table and then just bolts to the bathroom and has this very overly dramatic panic attack. She's laying on the ground. She's breathing heavy. She's pounding her chest, and then she gets knocks on the door and she's like, "Fuck off! I'm in here. Go away." Blah blah blah. And it turns out that Manny has left the diner, so now Jackie is running all over town looking for him thereafter.
Yeah, I think this was a really stupid scene. So let me start it. So yeah, Manny and Holly are at the eatery. They're sitting at the table having a good time. Manny's coloring with his coloring books, whatever you want to say is happening. Holly rushes to the bathroom. Manny follows, and she's like, "No, I'm okay. I'm okay." So this was the first note where she's like, she knows like Manny followed her, is worried about her. She's like, "I'm cool. Go back to the table." She goes into the bathroom. I said maybe heart attack. I mean, if we're getting over exaggerated, but no, it was just an anxiety. Manny is at the door, and she yells at him in quotations, not knowing, but like, are you stupid? Like, who else? Like, I'm sure people need to use the restroom, but they'd be like, "Hey, senor, I need to use the restroom," something like that. But like Manny just like pounding on the door, like she probably should have like not been a fucking idiot. But anyway, so then Manny walks off sad, and he's got the same expressionless face, like, "Oh, mom don't want me," walks away. She comes out and she's like, where is he at? I've only been gone for 20 minutes. I mean, where
Yeah.
could he be?
My massive panic attack has finally subsided, and then I expected my child to just be here.
For the life of me, I was really just taken away by the moment. I know my son was out in the world, and I just didn't even have an eye on him. But honestly, I'm cool now. Where is he at? Where he wasn't? He's not there. Ma'am, at the diner. Did you see a young boy? Oh no. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Crazy.
So she's out in the street. She's calling out all over the place, looking for this kid. She's calling him here. She's calling him there, and she ends up back at her shitty mom's place. What's up?
This is another scene where she runs by the police and just doesn't say, my son's missing. I've lost my son. She's like, no, I can do it myself. Fuck that. They're gonna fuck them.
Well, she doesn't do that. She certainly, maybe she thought that, but does not, because she ends up back at her shitty mom's place, and Manny is there. Mom is now taking custody, she says, and if you fuck with me, she says, I'll call child services. And I'm like, good job, kid. Now you're stuck with your even shittier option.
Yeah, and then we get a cringe line. We get it again because this is the callback that she was setting up for the end of the movie. She looks at Manny right in his little beautiful face. She's like, "I'm sorry, little. I'm sorry." It's like, Jesus, give it a break, Holly, please. I don't even think she cried in any of the scenes without it having to be right after a cut because they did the little eyedropper on her shit. So that's just my opinion, dude. She was absolutely horrible because look at Manny after the scene where she's like crying, saying, "I'm sorry, little." He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. His face is just same stale as always because now he's going to be miserable and he knows you're saying I'm sorry, little. I literally don't give a fuck about you right now. Like I'm with grandma who's going to make me a girl. Thanks.
Yeah,
So
yeah, right. Yeah, that too. Yeah. I mean, so he's stuck there now, and Jackie runs to the gym to take out her aggression on a training dummy.
cue the hip hop.
Of
So
course.
we get a hip hop training scene. Not bad, but not great. She's just not good at the fight stuff. Booby shows up. I've been texting you all day. Back to training, more shit training. You can't even see shit in the training, is what I've wrote down. Like multiple times, you just don't even know what's going on. And it's not even like we're watching a film from an era where a lot of people were taking copycat notices from other films, like so a film that I liked, so if you watched Daredevil back that came out in the 2000s, like that's a movie that's a product of its time. The way that it's shot, the way things are filmed is because other things were filmed like that at the time. This is a movie that is not filmed like anything else because it's just its own shit product. And like, I don't know. It's anyway, so you can't see anything. We got an ice bath going. Booby got go ahead, sorry. Go
Oh
ahead.
well, yeah, no. I mean, what we've gotten to now with that is that it's all right. Now it's time to actually win this fight because fucking Victor, man. Budokan is just saying that this is we're not gonna let him put you in the can category. We're gonna actually win this thing. And for the first time in this movie, we actually see her hitting pads.
There you go. So she was hitting pads, not great. I
No,
would say.
definitely not.
But so a booby got her a jacket. It says "Pretty Bull" on it. Which, if I have to say so myself, Halle Berry, did you pay a writer to come up with "Pretty Bull," or did you come up with it? I'm hoping that you collected the salary for writer's credit for coming up with that shitty of a nickname for this character. Just saying. Just like
Yikes.
Lady Killer and Pretty Bull. Really? I don't know, bro.
I don't know if I hate it, but I
Lady
mean, it's
Killer's
definitely more
only
of a
good.
boxer name.
Lady Killer's only good because Valentina's actually the Lady Killer. Like that's actually a pretty fire name. But like Pretty Bull, like has anybody ever been named after a bull? Like
Rocky. I mean, Rocky Marciano. Raging Bull. I mean,
was he not Rocky? I'm sorry. I could have. Anyway.
But yeah, no. Well, fair enough on that. I didn't mind that. I also did say about the cold plunge. I did have that in the notes too. That was very funny because she does the cold plunge in a trash bin. And I was like, man, Newark really does suck. But so yeah, but right, you're right. Budokan has a robe for Jackie's walkout. We learn her nickname is Pretty Bull indeed, and the origin is what I thought was funnier because she's like, yeah, it came from my daddy. It was the last thing he called me the last time I saw him, and that's about it. It's just
I love that one too. It's like really that was the last thing he said to you. It's like he didn't say bye, like I love you, bye. Nope. All right, bye, Pretty Bull.
see you later, Pretty Bull.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, I didn't mind that part of it. I think that Bull is generally more associated with boxing, and I'll tell you why. That I kind of confirmed that a little bit later on down the line here. But yeah, that was that, and we find out Jackie is scared for in this fight. Budokan's like, are you frightened or whatever? And she's like, yeah, she's scared. And then we find out the reason that she jumped to the cage in the fight. This big moment from the beginning of the film. It was because it was the first fight after she dumped Manny off on his father, who is now dead because he got shot in the head, by the way.
Yeah, that was definitely a weird one. Yeah, first fight after Manny is when she jumped the cage. She said, "Did you see him in the fight?" like, and this is actually a callback. So that line right there, I want you to remember. Did you see him in the fight? There's a spot later that I think I was bigger brained than the actual director here. So we'll get back to that. But saw him in the fight. Booby's doing the talk. She's letting her know, like, you're gonna, whatever you want to say. I can't remember exactly what it was at this time. It's not good, but she's decent actor, but horrible at directing. That was my note for Halle Berry right there. Now yeah. Now we're gonna try to fuck. Now it's the fuck scene. Here we go. So this one, I wanted to make note that this was, you have two women, right? You have your lesbian sex scene coming up. The note that I have before this starts, the dick was not hard yet, and it never got. So it stayed not entirety of this two women sex scene that we're about to get. So I just want you guys to know that before you think you're gonna go have a Halle Berry sex scene, that it's gonna be really good for gooning. It's not. It's not.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, basically, all of this is like Jackie and Budokan are talking over this fight, and Budokan is building her up. You're not a coward. You were broken. Now you can fix everything because you deserve it. You deserve all the good things in life. And I'm like, why? Because she's making a minimal effort over here. But okay, whatever. The stakes are kind of weird. But then yes, they finally end up kissing and they go to bang. Lesbian relationship arc is complete here. Great base for women's MMA, as you mentioned earlier. But yeah, I mean, it's an elongated lesbian love-making scene, and it is not sexy in the slightest. I guess you could say that that's more for realism, but I don't know. It is what it is. I guess just take it how you want to take it.
Yeah, this is how long the scene went on. I said Holly bisexual. Cool. I like him this way, but extended scene just typing because I could watch the scene, but this isn't hot, just pretty weird. Did she just get fucked by a strap on?
I don't think we actually saw that. It didn't go to that graphical level, but
I think we might have seen something that was implying that. But either way, anyway, so
Lord.
Booby, we wake up in the morning. Booby leaves a note. It's go time, something like that. It's just some cliche.
Yes, sir.
I didn't want to wake you. It's like, bitch, what are you going to the gym? It's my fight day. What are you doing?
Well, she needs the rest, she says,
I mean, whatever. So
she's got to win this fight and get her mute son back, bro.
Cue the hip hop music. We are ready for another one, another banger training scene and weight cutting scene. This one is so funny. Oh my gosh. This one's so funny. Holly is doing some sort of dance workout kind of deal in between this one. It's really funny. It's like it is a workout that you would see, but it's like the most dance version of a workout that you could possibly find. It's like she clearly couldn't do like a lot of something, so she was like, well, give me some capoeira or something, something like that. But anyway, she's sitting on the bike. She's doing the elliptical with the sweatsuit on or whatever, and she's not even standing up. Her lazy ass is just sitting on the bike, and it's like for an intense scene where you're supposed to be fucking cutting that weight, making it. It's like you couldn't have stood up. You couldn't have like got your ass actually off the seat. It really made me mad right here. Really made me mad.
Well, the one where the big weight cut element of it is when she's crying in the foil bag.
Nope, we haven't got to that yet, okay. But I specifically, I'm glad you brought that up. So, she has Manny as wallpaper now. She sees that on the phone. She's looking at that, and she's working for Manny. She changed the wallpaper. That's how you know she's committed now. That's a very modern thing to do. When you know something's going well, wallpaper. Anyway. True. Wallpaper, cute. Doing the ropes, cool. Training at the rail yard, that's classic. Any boxer has been at the rail yard. It's always the shipping containers where they've just been, even Superman was lifting them with his legs, whatever you want to say. Listen,
true.
Rail yard, running with the guy pulling her. I love this scene because like the camera's shaking so much that you have to believe that she's actually pulling this dude, but she's probably not moving very far. Anyway, running with the guy, swimming, love that one. How she's just idly in the water.
she's treading water, yeah.
Hilarious. Shadow boxing at the dock. That's another classic one right there. Obviously, you got to be with a monument in the background over a body of water. for it to be official that you're shadow boxing. So love that one. Burpees, bear crawls. Bear crawls are really funny because she sucks at them and she's like, nah, she didn't look good at all. Hard training, love it. She looks great. She's just doing bullshit that's not really actually training. This is just Halle Berry's version of training. She's like, oh, I can just do like some little, like whatever. It's just really stupid. So
Yeah, I
would
mean,
you have to?
well, I was just gonna say, yeah, this is a whole big indoor, outdoor hard work montage here,
Yes.
and yeah, I mean, all of that tracks, and I will give credit to Halle Berry that she actually like she is physical. I mean, you can credit where credit is due. She's like conditioned well enough, even within this world of this film. She's like, she is able to move pretty well. I mean, the technicality might not be there, but the cardio certainly is there.
So you talk about this scene where she is cutting weight and she's crying out in pain. May I add, like the biggest bitch ever. Like
Oh, fuck that, dude. No way. You can't not be calling her on that one. That's a legit. That's
I
that's
think
real to life, though.
I agree, but like I've also seen people not cry out like that. But the over exaggeration for film is just a little cringe. Is all that
But
I will say.
you actually make a good point without making the point, though, because you know what that is. That you had said it earlier, where you said like Halle Berry just like researched and like found stuff. This was a recreation of the footage of Cyborg back in the day. I don't know if you ever saw that video of Cyborg cutting weight back in the day, but yeah, there's a kind of a video that was pretty prominently shared of Cyborg cutting weight where she's crying and it's like, all of her team's around or whatever. That is the one-to-one parallel. She saw that and put it in the movie.
So, what I want to say about this scene is because, like, if you go back to what we just talked about, did you see him in the fight? I didn't even remember that at the time, but now that I hear it, it's like the pieces for a good story were all the way here. Because when you get to this, it's sort of like a flashbang that happens when the scene transitions to her crying. So, in my mind, as a great filmmaker, she's training so hard. She's at the rock bottom. She's at the deepest, darkest of the pit. She's screaming in a flashback because she's remembering having birth to Manny. And I'm like, oh, there it is. But no, she's just cutting weight. I need ice. I need ice. Like, I'm like actually appalled at the directing. Like, yo, you had a perfect opportunity. You just saw the wallpaper of him. You set it up like, oh, remember Manny. That's who it's here for. Now you're cutting weight. You're at the lowest point of your life. It's so hard. You're digging deep. And then it's not a flashback. It's just you actually crying like you're in birth, but it's just because you want ice. I don't know. I thought at the time, like, that was a genius moment for her to, like, that was the moment where you're like, oh, here's the connection with her and Manny. Like, boom, ties it together. Like, she actually is his mother. She remembers having birth. That was a fearful moment. It was right before she had her most fearful moment in the cage. I don't know, bro. You could make so many connections with that, but no, it's just her being a bitch about cutting weight. And I know I'm saying that in a way of somebody who hasn't cut weight, but like, dude, you didn't have to portray it that way. I don't know.
I do. Yeah, I think that does bring up a good point about a lot of this. There are a lot of opportunities to have better details than continuously rehashing details, which is what they've done for a lot of this movie leading up to this point. And something like that would have been perhaps a better direction. It's what you choose to show and what you choose not to show. And like they've shown so many repetitive versions of similar beats leading up to this that this kind of almost is just another repetitive beat, even though it is slightly different because it's a weight cut, but it is just part of the same hard work montage, the same, you're training for the fight, the same we're getting ready. It's like, which also parallels the same I'm trying to get closer to my son, the same my life sucks, the same that my relationships with my people around me are not great. Like you're beat over beat over beat with the same thing. So something like that could have at least been a unique way to connect things as opposed to just a rehashing again and again.
Yeah, I think this scene, it just made me right. I maybe could make a decent movie if you give some screen tests. Like, just have somebody look over this shit before you fucking throw it out there. Because like you said we talked about the research. She just found UFC clips and she was like, that looks like it'll be a good one in the movie. The side. I didn't know that was actually a thing, but like the fact that it is, I mean, that does not surprise me at all. Like that literally just. I even said like somewhere down, like whoever she was asking, like was probably just like giving her some basic, very like, oh yeah, we fight each other, we beat each other up, we cut weight and it's real hard, sometimes we get real, it's like, I don't know, like I just feel like they set her up for failure, like I don't know, they
I
just didn't.
mean, writer and director of the thing, setting yourself up for failure, I suppose. But
True.
not writer. She did not write this film, by the way. But yeah, director and star. I should have
He
said.
needs to be named. We will find that before
Oh,
the end of the stream.
I got plenty about that.
Okay.
Just you wait. But so yeah, okay. So after this weight cut, I mean, I'm glad that they actually showed weight cutting in general because that is a part of the sport. So fine that they put that in there, even if it was a little exaggerated, perhaps. But now we cut to the ceremonial weigh-ins, and for the first time in this entire movie, Halle Berry is actually somewhat cleaned up. She's got a little bit of makeup on, and she's now face to face with Valentina Shevchenko, who looks very nice herself.
Yeah, she does look very nice herself. They're at the weigh-ins. What I think is really funny, and Val, in this scene specifically, the way that she acts, it's like they told her, like, all right, just do like a normal weigh-in thing, go out there, take some pictures, whatever. And we're gonna have her do a little scuffle, and you can see Val like so what happens is Halle Berry, they face off, they're forehead to forehead, and Holly shoves her a little bit, and Val like kind of like like tries to break through the crowd, and like she gives this look of like, how serious am I about to go? Am I about to like charge through this dude or whatever? Because like the dude is like, please no, like no, please God, like he was really worried like Val was gonna get serious, and I think it was just a really funny moment that I was just like, I don't know, it just looked, and the way that I was reading it's like Val was, she was in it and she was kind of unsure how serious we're gonna make this little scuffle scene, and I think it was just really funny.
Fair. This was one of the lesser times of it, but general note is that Valentina Shevchenko hams it up in this movie. she
Yeah,
she gets into the character. The character, so she's supposed to be very confident, a little bit of an edge to the lady killer. So I guess it does track, but this is just one of the earliest instances that we actually see her in person, so to speak, in this film. So yeah, so they have the ceremonial weigh-in, whatever, they have their little scuffle at the weigh-ins, and then for some reason we cut back to, it feels like a piece of the montage, but it's just, I guess, one more run after the weigh-ins, which is, I'm like, that's poor editing, I'd suspect. She should be putting weight back on at this point after, if the official weigh-ins are done. So just kind of a weird thing that they tacked on another running scene that was not necessary.
what's really funny about this is, so the scene ends with her and Val getting in the scuffle. The scene immediately opens up with a shot of her sprinting out of the building, jumping and sliding down the railing of a staircase, and it's like, you fight tomorrow, right? Like that's the first thing you think about. It's like, also it's like she thought this was the coolest scene ever, like this was her victory, like I just did a weigh-in, like whoa, wow, like slide down the fucking pole. Really fucking stupid shit to see. And then she like rides a trike or something after this scene, like she's on like Manny's bike or something. It was like the weirdest scene. I don't know what that was
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. That there was, again, it was just like some extra like training adjacent footage that was just weird that they tacked it on there, and that was about it. It was just, again, unnecessary. It was like padding the runtime unnecessarily. I guess that maybe like Netflix has like a clause that the movie needs to be 2 hours, like they need to have it so that it can be like blocks of time, but it felt like overly extended for no reason.
I sincerely hope you were listening to the song that was playing at this moment. I have it down in the notes, dude. Please tell me.
Well, I mean, I picked up on several of them. Was this the automatic song?
I don't know what it was called, but the lyrics were "Shoot for the moon." Do 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 do
Yes,
do.
yes, that is the automatic song. Yeah, that's the one that. Oh my God, that song. Yeah, I said that I like the soundtrack through a lot of it. That song specifically was
Yeah,
a little bit much because yeah, I go do like an automatic.
yeah. Making the gun sound is absolutely like the laser rifle sound. Pew 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 pew. Like, dude, like I
She's an
don't know.
automatic woman, my man. That's
I
the.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, so Booby's talking about the city. I don't really care, to be honest. Holly is sporting the skull cap now. She's in her lesbian phase. All lesbian women have to wear a bandana or something around their head. It gives the butch look. like literally.
Oh yeah,
So
no, Budokan is talking about her love of the sea, and she says, "I could live here." That's Atlantic City that this fight is taking place in, and I'm like, wow, what a major improvement over Newark.
no, what I think was key about this scene here is Booby talking about the city. She's like, I could live here, you know? And then I'm like, oh, Booby, moving too fast, girl. You're making the wrong mistakes. You're already wanting to live together. I mean, that's how I was reading it. Not like, oh, I could stay in the city forever. She's like, I could do this forever. You know, we could live here forever
Yeah,
kind of deal.
I think that that tracks because now this is where we have this again sudden tonal shift. Like this is a very complete 180 kind of situation. Not necessarily in tone specifically, but just what happens is tonally odd because Jackie just out of nowhere decides that she's not ready for a relationship with Budokan, even though they've now banged. I was like, I mean, I was like, I said in the notes, I was like, Budokan really is the man for dealing with this woman bullshit. So
Well,
yeah, I don't know, they're talking it through, having pillow conversation here. And I was like, this also is the absolute worst time for this conversation, literally right before the big fight that you've trained together for at least a month. Like,
we will talk about that exact point in just a second, but I
sure.
would like to note, yes, Holly is one of the worst lesbians you will ever see depicted in media. She's laying there and like, women are so good at having the look in their eye. She don't have that look for fucking a Booby over here. And Booby's, breaking down to her like we could live here forever. Like, I don't know why you're not seeing that. And then, Booby hits the just kiss because your words suck. I think that's what she hits her with because Holly is obviously trying to do the breakup talk. I need to be by myself. I need to do this by myself, for myself, for my son. Like that was the bar right there. Like she fucking co-signed that one right there. When it came out her fucking mouth, she was like, put it in the fucking film, first fucking draft. Anyway, and then I said, oh, Booby, SMH, she's not gay. Don't you get it? Not ready means I'm not gay. They all do this after their biggest breakup. Probably.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
you
just
pulled the rebound on Budokan
yeah.
there.
Booby asks why, and she responds because I needed to, and I'm like, oh yeah, reasonable. Of course, that's the
Yeah.
exact answer you're always gonna get. And I said, Booby is cool, but seeing it happen back to a woman, equality,
There,
equality.
there you go. Exactly. As I say, equal opportunity for sure. And yeah, Budokan definitely getting treatment that many a man out there is familiar with.
Yeah, so Booby is walking out and she's hitting the slow walk looking around like what do I do with my life? Now I've known you for 3 days now and we've slept together. Like what's the problem? She turns around. If you've ever seen Michael Jackson's Thriller at the end of where he hits the like that's the way she looks back at this bottle of liquor. She goes and grabs it. She walks out the door and that's the last we see of her for a little bit. But funny enough, you as the audience know Booby's off to do something. We'll see her in a little bit. The character Holly doesn't have any idea why she wouldn't fucking show up to the fight. I don't know.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, that's gonna come up, yeah, for sure. No, but you like got to touch on that as well. The look that she gives to the movie's greatest demon. I said the
Yeah.
complimentary liquor in this suite because they're in the hotel before the fight, so it's this complimentary bottle of liquor there is on the counter, and I was like, yeah, that was a full big old bottle. That was no mini bar liquor. She took an entire handle out the door with her and she's off to go be sad somewhere. And then yes, you are exactly right because now we are backstage and it's fight time and Halle Berry has the absolute nerve to ask a Civil War guy, where's Bobby, where's Budokan, where is she? Anywhere but here, dumbass.
Yes. She's asking where Booby is. LOL, bro, you should have waited if you wanted her here. You fucking idiot. You didn't have to sleep with her that morning. You could have just said, we got to talk later, and then done your fight with her there. Whatever you want to say. I said, Coach is only here because he just drops bars. He just drops bars.
He's the man with the wisdom for sure, and the guy who stood by Jackie through thick and thin, and is now stepping into the head coach position. But yeah, a Civil War guy steps up, but it really is like you're exactly right. I just why she would be surprised that she didn't show up is crazy to me. And like also, if you do that, like you said, right before the fucking fight, then do you not think that perhaps your dynamic is going to be a little bit off with your coaching and your cornering and all that?
Get this. This movie's directed by a woman. she thought it made plausible sense for her to break up with somebody and then them show it. Like that should just tell you like how different we are. Like we as a man in the situation know like I'm not seeing her tomorrow, let alone the next fucking month or so. That Boobie's off to go do her own thing. I know Boobie's a woman, but she's in the respective position that a man normally is.
Right.
And you know, and as a typical woman, I guess Halle Berry thought it was plausible for her character to be like, "Well, where the fuck are they? I'm at the bus stop. Like I thought he was gonna give me. He's been giving me a ride for years. Like,
Yeah,
so
exactly. So, yeah, like I said, Civil War guy steps up as the head coach, and the little diner June Bugs has now ponied up a little bit of money. She's going to be the sponsor. She pays for her food, but the diner is apparently going to sponsor Jackie, so she's got to wear a hat, and Jackie doesn't want to wear the hat, but wear the damn hat.
was it the diner place? I
Yeah.
thought it was just some random place called
No, wait,
Waldo's.
it was the diner. They said the diner's going to cover your food tab.
I don't think it was the diner that she's been sitting
It absolutely was. No, it definitely was.
at. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't
Trust.
think I okay
It was
okay.
June. It says June Bugs on the hat. It was June Bugs the
I
diner.
heard Waldo's, but I
Well,
remember
no,
the
she said
hat not
he was
saying
he
yeah.
was saying that the diner on Waldo Ave.
Okay, I got you. Okay,
Yeah.
so yes, the sponsoring with the hat, and yes, it's a hat. Wear the hat. That was a great one.
Yeah, which I'm like, Jackie sucks. The place is like you go to that fucking diner all the goddamn time. Why I gotta wear this shit? Fucking wear the hat. Like I was with him. Like wear the fucking
Yeah,
hat, lady.
yeah.
Jesus.
It's literally a hat. Like I whatever. So anyway, cue the hip hop music. We she walks in. She's got the hat so far down her face that you don't even know that there's a face on. She's wearing the hat as a mask, basically. She's got the
And
hat pulled down so far.
and also under her hoodie. Like so, I'm like, man,
Yes.
it sucks that they sponsored you because you can't read the hat.
You can't even see who's sponsoring it. Like
That's yeah,
it's
exactly.
so no, not the hat sponsor. She can't even see that there's a fighter
Okay,
underneath it that's worth having the sponsorship for. It's like
gotcha.
that's just a person in a hat. Like who knows
Yeah,
if that's Jackie Justice? Anyway. So she walks in with her head down. Then she takes off the hat, and you realize that she has a top bun of braids, and it's like so she had the hat on the braids with the hood over and we didn't see her have a cone head like I don't know
I guess
anyway that was
that's what the hoodie hid.
you're right but anyway
But
so she's getting the pre-fight setup she's doing the whole breathing, getting the Vaseline. If you notice in this point, and I'm not trying to be that type of guy, but it was glaringly noticeable for somebody like Holly Berry, who was, for the most part, this clean cut woman. She had fucking armpit hair in the fucking walkout thing. And I don't know if that was like part two. She's like, I gotta be in it a little bit, can't be freshly shaved after, before the fight. I don't know. But she definitely had armpit hair. A little bit
maybe
growing there.
she was leaning into the lesbianism a little bit.
I don't know what it was, but either way, so she had a little armpit hair. Why, Holly? I don't know. Just noticed the song playing is "Never Been a Scare Bitch," and it's like you literally were a scare bitch. Like, oh my god, like it's. I literally said, oh my god, and then so the cut man, he's doing the Vaseline. He's like doing her thing. You could tell this dude is being the most gentle with Holly Berry's face ever. He knows like he's like got her in his world. He's like real. And then when he does like the ear when he like just brushes her earlobe a little bit, and I'm like, he's so he knows like that's $1 million face right there.
Yeah,
Like
it's a
you
money maker.
cannot don't you rub Vaseline anywhere it's not supposed to be, So it
Yeah,
was just real funny. Coach is looking mean. James Earl Jones is on the sideline ready to go. I don't know why he looks and just has the like he must be like the offshoot. Like that must be like his like kind of thing,
yeah, it tracks. But so yeah, during the walkout, we're getting commentary, and on commentary is former UFC lightweight Yves Edwards, and alongside him on commentary is former UFC women's bantamweight Julie Kedzie. And fun fact, Julie Kedzie is actually the current Invicta commentator and matchmaker. So she does work for Invicta. It's her organization that is being so poorly portrayed in this film.
I think that's good that you note that these commentators are actually people that we know because most of the time they talked, I clocked out. I did not care about what they were saying. They were so not commentators. Like, they weren't exciting or exhilarating to listen to. Well, Jackie, she's done now landing a 3-piece combination. Now she gets taken down. It's like, dude, I'm just listening to just robots talk for them too.
I thought that Eve's was okay, but I definitely picked up, like, it was surprising to me that Julie Kedzie is actually a commentator for Invicta in real life, because her commentary in this was very film commentary. Like, it was a little over the top, wow, great hit for justice, that kind of. I was like, oh geez, okay. Like, so she stuck out. That's actually why I ended up looking her up, because I didn't recognize her by face, but she looked familiar. So I was like, let me just see who that is. And I looked it up and I was like, oh, okay, Julie Kedzie. And I was like, wait a second. I mean, that's a fighter. And then I found out that she's a commentator for Invicta as well. I'm like, it seemed more like that was an actress, but not a great one.
So then we are about to enter the cage. Jackie is the first to go in. I don't know if you were the one to notice this, but I definitely did. She clearly, I don't know if this was her just trying to make movie magic, but she came in wearing fucking latex shorts. I don't know if you noticed how leather looking they were. Like, I don't know what was going on there, but they weren't the same material that Valentina was wearing. Like, she was in there and it looked like, I don't know,
Oh, I did
whatever.
not notice that. But yeah, and
Hilarious.
what I did notice is that she got in and she, again, you saw somebody do it. She did the leg sweeps, and she bowed, and this is like, okay, she's seen somebody enter a cage before, so
She yeah,
copied from that.
she sucked, actually. That entrance was terrible. I like when you watch her do it, like, the little wrestling training, where you're practicing the double leg and single legs, you're scooting across, you're doing your little slide. So that's what she tried to do, but she did it like slowly to be like, intimidating, and it just looks so goofy. Like, it just looks so stupid. She circles the cage. Where's Val? I'm ready for Val. And then this.
Oh yeah.
This is where you will quite possibly see one of the worst cuts ever in film, but you will also see just how good Valentina could be in films. Like, she is that good. So we get a really dumb entrance for Valentina, right? So we get the psh, we get green smoke. It goes off into the, it's flying around, and then Val pops out the smoke and she hits like a character pose. But before you see her do the pose, the camera cuts. Like, it literally cuts to a different shot of just like a guy raising his arm or something, and then it goes back to Val, like, after she did her pose, and I'm like, why didn't you hold on the shot of her like doing her superhero pose? It was so like glaring of an issue. So like, she pops out and then she's gone, and then you're like, well, where's she? And it's like, I was supposed to see her entrance, but it was just so fucking the shot was so fucking bad. Val emerges from the smoke with so much aura, and then cut is so quick to abrupt to nothing in the crowd just to come back to her. What
Hmm.
did she do in the moment? Like, did she say something where she mouthed like, yes, no, but like, like, did they have to cut really quick to get around something she did? Like, God,
I
that one was horrible.
I
Horrible.
all I noticed was Val's hungry punching in the air acting, because this is one of the portions where I started to notice how hammy Valentina Shevchenko is in this film. She definitely is going a little bit over the top with the portrayal. But yeah, fair enough. If that was a glaring error, I just couldn't get away from her, mugging for the camera, because she comes out of that smoke and she's like, ah, what's up,
Yeah.
guys? Like, I was just like, oh, geez, okay. I kind of caught me off guard. I laughed out loud when I saw that. But then we find out that Valentina is named Lucia, the Lady Killer Chavez. And I said in the notes, maybe that's her married name. No, she's actually supposed to be from Argentina in this film. And
Yeah.
this becomes a very, very big issue when Valentina actually speaks a little bit at length, which is later on down the line here. But yeah, just keep that in mind. Valentina Shevchenko is a Chavez in this film, and she's supposed to be Argentinian. 18-0, all wins inside the distance, they say.
Yeah. Valentina knows multiple languages. A bilingual person is just she's more than just that. So she can speak Spanish, and she does in this film for 2 or 3 lines. But she is somebody who was born in a region that has an accent that she still carries to this day. So being a fighter from Argentina that sounds Russian when they speak Spanish doesn't really track.
I'll tell you how much of it not tracking it was for me, because it was so like it caught me off guard when they made her an Argentinian so much that I actually went out of my way. This is the amount of research I do for this show, Chase. I went out of my way to go look up YouTube videos of Argentinians speaking English to see how it matched up. No, there is no connection or any basis in Valentina's natural speaking tonality, her timbre,
Inflections.
yeah, her inflections, exactly. They are as she always does them. And yes, you're right. She does speak multiple languages, Spanish being one of them, but it does not sound like a Spanish speaker when she is speaking the Spanish or the
Yeah.
English.
Yeah,
So it's just why? Why did they, it's such a weird choice. Why? Why did they make her Argentinian?
I don't know what the reasoning for making her Argentinian is, but in theory, like I guess she's so I don't know. Valentina was like, I can be Argentinian, like I almost said Mexican, but so I can be that. And she was like, oh really? Can you like you could do that for me? Like you can be in my movie and like play, do something different. I don't know. I don't know why that was the move. Definitely super fucking weird for her to be from Argentina. Like we said with Gabby Garcia, like she's in the Russian underground club. Like we don't know if she was from Brazil or not, but like she was dressed like a Viking, so you wouldn't assume she's the same Gabby Garcia that you know and love today. And same thing with Valentina. She's just not from Kyrgyzstan. So whatever.
Yeah, yeah, you got to go with it with
Yeah.
this film. So they do the ring announcements after that. The ring announcer is a man named Mark Frotto, who, fun fact, is the voice of the Washington Commanders football team and the Washington Wizards basketball team. So
Okay. Nice.
just a little
Little
note for you there.
hometown stuff there.
Yeah, yeah, I guess considering that this is supposed to be taking place in Atlantic City, but
There you go.
so yeah, but Jackie is getting booed by the crowd. Val is hamming it up so much. I said. Then we see still beefy. This is before the whether you want to say it's hard work and dedication or Ozempic, but still beefy. Keith Peterson is the referee. So we have Keith Peterson have them come up and he does his little signature deal. Ma'am, are you ready? Ma'am, are you ready?
Does Keith Peterson have tattoos like all?
Oh, hell yeah, absolutely.
Because in the movie he doesn't. Yeah, they have him covered up on his neck. Doesn't he have tattoos all over his neck?
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't even notice that. Did they cover him up?
They have him covered up because there's like one part you can see, and I'm like, did they miss a spot, or is that maybe like? Because I was like, something looks off. Like he has tattoos all over his neck. I'm pretty.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I didn't pick up on that, but that's funny that you mentioned that though, because I remember noting mentally, and I wasn't even going to say it, but that reminded me. Valentina Shevchenko's tattoos are all her normal tattoos that she has.
Yeah, they are definitely the same, which was interesting to know considering Keith Peterson got his covered up. But
very odd.
What I also want to note is that Jackie Justice, aka Halle Berry, she is supposed to be a pro mixed martial artist fighting for the championship. And she, at the ripe age of 40 something in her actual life, does not know how to flex her muscles. So she does one of these, like just like the straight arm, and she has no definition. And it's like, all right, I guess. Like you put that on film for me to critique it. Like I get straw weight women or whatever, like you're not going to be massive, but like Halle Berry, like you could have just not flexed for the camera. Like I wouldn't have said anything if you just wouldn't have done it, but whatever.
Sure. Yeah, well, fair enough. So yeah, we're getting ready for this fight to start finally here, this fight that we've been leading up to for this entire film.
There's one more thing that doesn't track. So we go from the weigh-ins where Halle Berry does the headbutt shit, right?
Oh, the head push, but yeah, I mean,
whatever you want to say. Yeah, so
we kind of go head to head. Yeah.
We get in the cage. Holly goes for the glove touch.
Yeah, sure. Yes, exactly. That was definitely an interesting deal there. She goes for the glove touch, and Valentina Shevchenko very exaggeratedly slaps it up into the air.
And if you keep that in mind for how they act at the end of the fight, it just also, again, doesn't add up.
Well, but I mean, you could say that's how that's maybe realism, I mean,
get you.
Selling fights. I can at least get behind that.
Now we want to actually play to realism. I know.
Well, and that right there, just as a broader point for all filmmakers who are trying to make MMA movies, this is what you end up with if you don't pick a lane with that. You either go so unbelievable that people like us are not nitpicking it, or you go so believable that we get invested in it. That's your two options. And if you go halfway, then you get the conversation that we're having.
So speaking of realism and how you have to play into it, and you have to You just got to understand what is the right time and what is the right moment to do things and utilize what ideas you have in that directorial brain of yours. Halle Berry clearly had been watching a lot of CSI, because this next shot that you get when the cage is locked is one of those enhance and zoom shots that CSI would have, where they're like, oh yeah, he's definitely bruised from 2 hours ago. He's got severed lacerations. It's like, dude, it was like the craziest shot ever, where she locks in on the cage and it's like, oh my fucking god. Oh, whoa. Like, it was
Yeah.
so fucking stupid.
Yeah, because you get this dramatic shot of the cage door latching, and then dread just pours over Jackie's face as she hears echoes of Invicta Man telling her that she won't last 30 seconds if only her coach was there with her, kind of thing.
And then while this is happening, right? While this is happening, she's still looking at the cage door. You're getting echoes of turn around,
Oh, that too,
turn
yes.
around,
Simultaneous.
fight, go ahead. And she's still looking at the cage door, and then finally turns around and gets immediately punched in the face by Val. It was absolutely a treasure to see, because listen, and this is another one. Listen, the cage door locked. She hyperfixated on the sound and began to hear doubtful voices from her past. And this is where I wrote, Holly must have been so lied to in her research about fighters. Like, she must have taken everything so seriously. She's like, what do you do? So when you're at the lowest point in the fight and you're really looking to dig deep, what do you do? She's like, I really think about my family and all the people that really doubted me in life. It's like she genuinely thought that people hear voices in fights and that's what carries them to the victory. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, the echoes of the demons of the past, the haunting that she's feeling, all of that kind of thing, for sure.
Attackings of the families. Anthony
Right.
Smith knows all about it. So.
Bingo, there you go. Yeah, exactly. See, Halle Berry ahead of the curve in multiple ways. That intelligence, Shara. But right, like you said, while Jackie is busy being scared, Val walks up and clocks her. That was definitely hilarious.
Yep.
I would assist, in a movie like this, it's hard to think where there are supposed to be actual moments of levity. I gotta believe that was supposed to be funny, because it certainly was.
And that's another thing, is because the commentators, they go, why wasn't she paying attention?
Oh god, yeah.
And it's like, so was it so, like, because if the commentators wouldn't have said that, you would just read it as like she was, time slowed a little bit and she was in a moment where she just like didn't know the round was like started. But like, in the way that they filmed it, no, she stood there for 5 seconds. Like, she stood there for 5 seconds. Val looked at her like, and okay, and just like clocked her. Like, it was like so stupid the way.
No, and that is another thing that, like, if you got to be selective about how you use the commentary in films like this, because we're going to go through all 5 rounds of this fight. This is a title fight, 5-rounder, and we are going to go through the entirety of it. And there are times when the commentary is like effective as like an enhancement of it, and then there's times where it's like, why are we continuously having this added onto what is already a very long extended fight sequence, basically through 5 rounds, because we get every single one of them.
And what sucks about what we're gonna see throughout these 5 rounds is that Halle Berry doesn't know how to make different rounds have different tones and different feelings. So basically, you're watching the same round every time and the same things happen. It may be different what she's doing, but it's the same outcome and same reason. And that literally, I bet the coach, like, it's the same video every time of him in the corner, like, you gotta go get him, kid, come on, you're losing. Like, it's,
Might as well be, for sure. Yeah,
it's
no,
so bad.
absolutely. I mean, yeah, you're definitely right about that. That is an extended single round with all of the choreography that makes this look like a choreographed mixed martial arts fight. If you wanted to see an example of what a choreographed MMA fight would look like if it was like WWE and they were supposed to be like, making it look real, but it's implied action and a predetermined outcome kind of thing, this would kind of be that. Because I mean, really, there's a lot of elements of it where you have like the moves look like at times that they're correct, but you can see, like what you said earlier about her like not being able to properly pull a kick. You see those kinds of things a lot. You see a lot of elements of like what I had said earlier myself, where I was like, doing that side switching thing that you would never see in a fight. Like, it's very, choreographed. And like, I'm not trying to say that like they weren't trying, because like Valentina Shevchenko, you know, I have in the first note of this fight, for me, Val's technique is perfect, and Jackie is swinging from way too far at range and getting her ass kicked like Taylor in the cage. But in the cage, at least, it actually looked a little bit more like intense. The intensity looked like it was correct. Like there were beats that were correct in that. This is very choreographed looking.
This is just awful because Val every single round does the exact same thing. And Holly, so the fight starts. So in round one, there was just the one. I'm trying to think of the one thing that stuck out instantly is the way that Holly, in her mind, how to evade a kick is to just fall to the mat. Oh shit! And then get up. It's like, when have you ever seen a fighter just fall to their back as an evasive maneuver from a strike? It's like
Yeah.
that's a movie thing, yeah. But like, again, are we here to make a movie, or are you here to make something that I deem as like realism to an extent?
No, absolutely, definitely that. And yeah, they even comment on that on commentary. They're like, "Oh, that was an interesting way to evade a kick," And it's like, yeah, but right, you're saying the quiet part out loud. You know what I mean? Like we're all, you don't get away with some, like, I forget. I was listening to something else that was basically saying that same kind of thing. You don't get away with something by drawing attention to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I
But
definitely agree with it.
so yeah, so we got a lot of fight here, but we'll go through what we got. So they're doing a lot of camera cuts. You were talking about the camera cuts before to kind of cut around things and make it look a little bit more like quick paced, and probably to cover up a good amount of the actual technique from Halle Berry not having all that much. But so yeah, a lot of cuts. But the action the action sort of evens out a bit in this first round as Jackie starts to land. Val teeps, and I thought that was pretty okay. And then we also get a cut back to Mom's house. So if there's anything about that round you wanted to go over,
No, there's nothing about that round. Just that Val is just movie fighting very well, and Holly is terrible. Yes, I mean, there's nothing too crazy about that. Go back to Grandma's. She's choking on a cigarette. She gets up, and Manny's looking at Holly's fight card. Looks back to see if Grandma's, in the distance. If she's paying attention. He gets the remote. He starts looking for this fight, because apparently, when he looked at the fight card, his instant thought was, "This is on the TV that I know we have, and we have the channel. And if I just flip enough, I can find it," because he found it instantly. It was only 2 channels away. So.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, Mom must be a Fight Pass subscriber, because there's Invicta on the TV instantly.
Yeah.
So yeah, Manny gets to the channel. Mom tells Manny to go to bed, but then she ends up watching the fight anyway, and he just has to go to sleep. So Manny's not allowed to watch, but she does.
Yeah, so that was pretty funny. So Manny turns on the TV and is instantly watching his mom get her ass beat by Val. That one is definitely hilarious. Val's chewing up the legs, and Holly lands a clean strike, but Val is just not impressed. Just do a side kick, after you just shrug everything off. Coach is doing the, "Come on, kid, shake it off. You can do this." And then here we go. We get a just face palm. Dude, this was so dumb. Val does the most obvious shuffle with her feet. She's doing like, she's switching stance. She's trying to, throw you off her little game. And she does like a little Muhammad Ali shuffle, but it's like the most clear as day telegraphed thing. Like she's like, they told her like, "Hey, make it look like you're really over embellishing it," and she's like, "Okay, I can do that," and she like, "Fuck, go."
Oh yeah, the double stance switch was, I'm like, oh my god, they really are like, again, the choreography, it's too much. I mean, like, you can't have it both ways is what the big takeaway from this, but stuff like that is you trying to have it both ways.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she double stance switches into a front kick right to Jackie's face. It's like, okay, so yeah, things are not looking good for Halle Berry right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the kick that ends the round with her wobbled. Excuse me. We go back to Grandma's, and yeah, she's mad at Manny, sends him to bed, turns the TV back on to go ahead and watch. Commentators are giving hope to Holly, but why? Who fucking cares? Who gives a shit? Anyway, so Hallie's getting her corner talk, gets a slap or two. Val's ready to go. She comes out strong. There's the same scene of Val. I'm pretty sure they do the same scene of her coming out the corner a couple times where she goes the like she does that. Like it's the same thing, like 4 times. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And also, important to note that in between rounds, when she's getting her pep talk from Civil War guy, he's saying you got to get her to the ground, and I'm like, fucking duh. We've been hearing that this entire movie. Her strength is in the grappling. Get her to the ground, and it's like no takedowns in the first round, or no
So
takedown attempts even rather.
I think this is another example of Halle Berry. She got to watch somebody possibly do this in a manner that made them look good, but she obviously doesn't understand that the community doesn't respect what she's about to portray. So she comes out and is instantly, she comes out strong actually. Now Halle shoots and she doesn't get it. Val just instantly throws her to the side. Then Halle starts to butt scoot across the cage.
Well, before that though, I mean,
Yeah.
the great part about that double leg, she goes for a double leg. Val stuffs the double leg, and then commentary, Julie Kedzie says takedown attempt, and Yves Edwards said that was a horrible shot.
Yeah.
It's like, again, saying the quiet part out loud does not make it any better.
Yeah, so starts to butt scoot. I even said at this point, my face doesn't palm anymore. Like this was horrible watching her butt scoot. Back to the feet. Val is working her again. Val strikes. Holly gets the takedown. Starts to ground and pound and settles in side control. Passes the full mount. Val has her hands on Jackie's mouth, and this was a weird moment. So Val is on the ground and she's got her hands up against pushing on Jackie's face. And Jackie has this again hyper fixation moment where she just can't breathe and she's like and then she like goes ham and like turns into an armbar. It was like again, they're trying to set up the whatever that dude's name was, lucrative, immaculate. They're trying to set up that thing. It was like when she gets there, you gotta get her like down to the grit and she's really gonna win. So like that's what they're still trying to sell out of this. It's like, yeah, when she really feels like she's on the edge, like that's when she's most dangerous, stupid. Val has a hand on Jackie's mouth. Yep, then Boss gives the pep talk to himself. This is actually Immaculate was in this scene, by the way.
Oh,
He was
yeah,
sitting
he's
on the
watching.
side.
Yeah,
He was
he's
on the
there.
side. He's like, come on, you could do this. Everybody's secretly rooting for Jackie. As you watch through this fight, you'll realize more and more people are coming around to watching the grit that Jackie's showing throughout.
Right, because
fight.
she's holding her own throughout all of this. She's not down and out. She didn't get instantly knocked out or submitted, so she's keeping up. It's a competitive fight. I mean, like the way that if this fight was a real fight, this would be the most competitive fight of all time because of the choreography of it. But the implication is that she's going through the motions here. She's making it way more competitive than anyone was giving her credit for.
Yes. So she goes for the armbar and doesn't get it. Val just reverses it and stands up. Giving ground and pound, Holly lands an up kick, which was interesting because it did look like it hurt Val, but she once again just shrugs it off because she's a tank in this thing. Comes back and instantly beats her up some more. Grandma watching on the TV, her daughter get her ass whooped. Val at the end of this round hurts Holly with a low kick, so Holly starts switching stances and the clapper goes off for 10 more seconds. Val just spams a bunch of low kicks and kicks the shit out of her, which fair. But I also wanted to note, this is the climax of the movie, guys. This shit sucks. So.
I mean, yeah, it's like I really think that the cage did it better. I hate to say it, I'm not trying to like, obviously the cage was not out at this point or whatever, but like, I mean, like if it was real, it would be a good fight, but it's choreographed and it's obviously choreographed. So it's like, it's just hard to get behind some of this stuff. Like it looks like you're waiting for different beats, you're waiting for the next transition, you're going through it with them, but it's not like you don't have this like grander feeling that like everything is leading up to this amazing crescendo of any kind.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I mean, this one, gosh, it doesn't get any better, by the way. So, Granny is still watching. Manny peeks his head out. She gets mad at him. Okay, like that scene was actually had no payoff. She just literally kept getting mad at him for trying to watch the thing while she was watching it. Like, I thought we were gonna get the scene where she would look back and she'd be like, come on,
come on in, right? Yeah, you can watch it too, but nope, go to bed, buddy.
Yep, go to bed. Whatever. And we get Val in the first scene in her corner. She speaks some Spanish. She said something.
She says, "Que pendejo? Why is she not out yet?"
Yeah, she said, and then she does her own translation back in English, which I was like, she spoke Spanish and then said the same thing in English. So who was that for? The audience or
Well,
just?
she didn't really translate it. She was like, "What the fuck? Why is she not out?" You know, she's like, she was being surprised by Jackie still being as competitive as she was.
And then you get the copy paste coach giving the pep talk. Come on, kid, you gotta fucking get her. So
Yeah, still with
whatever.
her regular, as we had said, in her regular non-Argentinian accent, by the way, with Valentina.
Yep. So Val again opens up, works her. Holly catches the kick and gets her down, but she gets up instantly. And they're not like portraying that Holly is good at grappling, I guess, because Val is just better at everything. Like that's just the funny part about it. You got to get her down and you can win. It's like, no, you weren't gonna be able to do anything. It looks like, but Val gets her to the cage and they go back to the mat. Get back up. Val is punching more and more. Like, see how many times we've been to the mat and we've got back up before if anything is like transpired. Like in a movie where you're watching what you can't show fully, you have to just streamline it. Get me going there. Don't show me 15 moves that are highlight moves in the round and be like, well, that was what happened in 15 minutes. It's like that's just not what actually happened. But Holly's grappling Val, but it sucks because Val is doing all the work here. So they're doing a lot of rolling here and a lot of transitions together, but like the way that Val is, like, she's making it look what it is. Like Holly just has to lay on top of her. Like she's just got her inside control. Val is making it look like she's stopping her from a position. She's working from the bottom, making it look like she's being held down. Val is actually the reason that this looked as decent as it kind of did. And then, okay, after amount of this time watching, there's a decent amount of the fight, but I'm so cooked. I wish it was going faster. So yeah, if you're somebody who's looking for representation of in cage fighting, I mean, there's a lot of it at the end of this movie. I mean, this is a whole fight in the cage, basically. So
All 5 rounds, and it goes for those 5 rounds. Even if they're trying to move it along, you feel the length of this fight. I even have that there where I was like, because I mean, I had all the beats, whatever, like Jackie ends up going for the rear naked, and Val gets out of it, clinches with the knees on the cage, double leg transition to the backpack, rear naked choke is super locked in, but the horn blows. It's like, you just think of all of the moves that you've ever seen in women's MMA. They're somewhere in this fight. So I said, yeah, 5-rounder. So another between these 2 rounds, another between round pep talk here. At this point, Civil War guy is back, saying you got to keep her on the ground. It's like, Jesus, we get it. Keep her on the fucking ground. It's like how many times do we have to hear about staying on the ground? We get it. So up to round 4 at this point.
Well, wait. So you brought it up briefly, but I did want to talk about it.
Sure.
So yeah, so at the end of this round, Holly gets a double leg and Val is butt scooting to the cage. Val gets out of the ground and pound, and Holly enough for Holly to take her back with an RNC locked in. And you got a slow motion of her trying to tuck the arm behind the head and make sure she got the choke, and Val's gurgling. And this is the moment where you're like, oh my gosh, she's gonna win, and then the bell rings,
Right.
and this is where you see Holly go to her corner, and she just doesn't know how to look aggressive. I mean, she's just too pretty of a woman. I genuinely believe it. Like, she has a mean face, and you're looking at her and you're like, are you okay? Like, you don't look mean at all. Like, you look like you're suffering from something right now. And then that goes to the point too, because as this is happening, she, at the end of the round, she puts up the mean face or whatever, like, yeah, I almost got you, and it was like horrible. And then as the round starts, she literally looks like she's about to cry. Like, she literally has the tears coming out of her face. I'm like, literally showed her again, bro. She looks like that in the face right now. Like, why did she look so sad going into this next round? I have no idea. And if she didn't, and you're gonna be like, well, no, that was her mean face. Like, Jesus fucking
Fair
Christ.
enough. Yeah. Well, so we're keeping this train moving in the champion rounds now. We're at round 4, so yeah, Valentina tosses Jackie, mounts her, and starts ground and pounding like crazy. Jackie bucks. That they'll call back to that scene earlier. She does the big toss up bucking to get her off. Reverses, transitions, and controls going both directions. They're kind of swapping control there. Val gets the back. They get up. Val is punching like a mad woman. Jackie does this arm transition move that looks very choreographed at that point.
Yes,
Um,
WWE shit.
yeah, exactly. Definitely WWE. That goes into a takedown, and Jackie nearly heel hooks Val before the round ends again. So, they're trying to keep it competitive, saying that, Valentina is a better striker. Val is coming back on the ground, even though really throughout most of this fight, it looks like Jackie Justice is getting her ass kicked.
Yeah, she did get cut in that round right above the eye. That's another thing
True.
to know. So now she's bleeding for the rest of the fight, which is also funny to know. She goes to the corner. They just don't even wipe her blood. I'm watching it. I'm like, normally they just do a quick wipe over and then they start doing the cut. But like, no, they just that's part of the story. It's like, oh, she's so bloody and bruised. She's such a fighter. She's got to be bloody going into that fifth round. That's just stupid shit by her. But
Sure.
I don't know this last round. Again, same thing. Val wins, but maybe Holly has some sort of shining moment. The crowd is definitely on Holly's side. Everybody's praising her. Val is just showing all the moves that if she really wanted to, she could murder her with. Like that's exactly what the fight is. Like
Legit.
she's just rolling because Val uses the ghillie to get up, goes for the darce and rolls. Just lets it go though. She just lets the darce go because there was no way she was breaking the grip. She just actually just let it go, which was hilarious. Back to the feet because Val let Holly out of the darce. She's bloody but still pretty. They're trying to make the striking look good, but it's not weighted at all. She can't throw a punch that lands with a and it not be at 3 miles per hour. Val is once again whooping her ass. Face palm, man, what the hell? The clapper goes off. The coach does one last go get him kid to himself. Holly grabs Val with one hand, puts it on her shoulder, and
Yeah,
it was the
that's the start
worst
of.
thing ever.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
how round
goodness.
5 starts. Yeah, Jackie swings big, and or that was at the end, rather. Excuse me,
Yes.
that's the end of the round. But yeah, she gets this monster shot at the very very end there. And yeah, it's they're winging shots. Music is swelling, and Jackie lands that one more shot, and then time goes. We're going to decision in a women's MMA fight. So there's an A for realism right there. So yeah, so that concludes the fight. Basically, is that Jackie ends up with this monster shot at the very end, but it's a highly competitive 5-round fight of choreography, and now we're going to decision. And while we wait for that, I did notice that Antonina, who is Valentina Shevchenko's sister, is in her camp on this in the cage there. So I was like, that's a nice touch.
Yeah, that is actually kind of cool. I like to hear that. But yeah, so she wobbled her at the end, and the round ends. Holly goes over to her coach, and she's very happy. It looks like she's back. Jackie Justice is back, kind of deal. Love to see it.
Made it through the
Definitely
fight.
right. Made it through the fight. I definitely didn't win, but let's see what the judges say because of course this is a movie. And then judges score it split to Val, which is pretty crazy. Split decision after I watched her lose every single round of as always.
Yeah,
That's just how it goes.
48-47 for Val, 48-47 for Jackie, 48-47 for Val. So it was a very, very close fight, basically, is what you're trying to imply. But having watched all of it, it really was not.
And then so you get to see Val say gracias in her Russian accent, and this one is awesome. Love to see it. Val praises her and Holly and walks off, and then Val goes to celebrate with her team, and then we get the Jackie,
Oh yeah, well,
Jackie,
so yeah, you're right.
Jackie.
Yeah, so I mean, Val, you're very gracious in defeat. Which again, I am okay with that because that's actually fighting. I mean, they sell fights all the time and then they shake and everything's fine. So that was all good. Saying how good a fight it was. Oh, great grappling, and that
Yes,
distinctly not Argentinian accent as you mentioned.
yes,
And so yeah, Jackie is dejected and she goes to exit the cage, but the crowd is on her side now and they start to chant her name. Even the cut man is chanting for her. If you noticed in the cage, I thought that was a funny touch. But so yeah, the whole crowd is chanting her name. So she comes back into the center and she raises her arms in triumph. And then Valentina comes over and they raise their arms together. And it's a big feel good moment, all for Jackie having gone through all 5 of those rounds. Jackie Justice is the people's champion tonight, the commentary says.
I hate the walk to the middle and
Yeah.
Was that supposed to be a callback to the meditation somehow? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
no, probably not. But like,
probably not. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, probably not, but I could maybe see it a little bit. But it's also,
here's what could have happened.
yeah,
If Manny would have been able to watch it with the grandma, he could have seen that and been like, that's my thing.
that would have been
That's
perfect. Yes, yeah, I agree. Yeah,
whatever.
absolutely, most definitely, missed opportunity there for sure amongst many. But so yeah, they have their little moment there, which like I've again realism, not the strongest suit of this film, but very rare that like you have that type of reaction to that fight. I mean, I guess it was in the film world a good fight, so but like you in reality she would have just left the cage, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it would not, but anyway, whatever, that's a minor nitpick. Perhaps you needed to have the big triumphant moment, because this is the culmination of the film. So she's the people's champ. She goes back to the hotel, and Budokan shows back up with her now broken arm and a cut over her eye. She obviously had a rough night.
Let's not. I almost did the same exact thing as you, by the way. Let's not over exaggerate what happened. She did not have a broken arm because it would have been in a cast. I almost typed that when I was typing it too. No, she was in a sling. That's just a measly little bruise. Like, she'd be all right. And then she's got a little butterfly cut over her fucking eye. Like, she'll be all right. But anyway, so yeah, Booby shows up. What happened? Long, very long story. Their little ha 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 long story
Yeah,
type
the
of thing.
long story short story thing they did earlier.
And then she says this, God, and I hate when people feel so important to other people's lives. Like, I know it's a movie, but like, I got hurt so you could prove it to yourself. It's like, who the fuck are you? Like,
Well, no, she didn't say. She said that that you didn't need me in that fight, is what she was saying. She
she
said that
she
she went out
literally
and,
said, "I got hurt so you could prove it to yourself." That's why I have it in quotes. Like, that's
oh,
literally what she said.
okay, all right, man. The shit. Fair enough then. But yeah, she that was the implication, was that you didn't need me in the fight. You did it all by yourself. Great job, and big hug.
Yeah, so they hug it out, and are they gay again? We don't know. Who cares? Anyway,
Right.
so cue the hip hop music, and then Holly walks around the block. She's the man, or she's the woman in the town. Walk.
She is the big bad woman who just lost a fight.
Yes, so she goes to grandma. She's like, "How's Manny? He still hasn't spoke." Manny walks out and sees Holly. Manny touches her face with bumps and bruises, which I don't know. Like, sure, I could maybe make up things to be mad about, but sure, I've already been mad about so much. And then we get the cringest thing ever. Big's okay. Oh God. Oh God. No,
Well,
wait, no, wait.
yeah.
You ready?
Uh,
She says, "You were here with me, Manny. Little helped big."
Yep. There's your full circle with the not even, we got one more with the full circle on the
Mm.
little and the big thing. But yeah, they have their little tearful reunion. I also wanted to mention that Jackie is now back to being battered and bruised in the face, and before, her left eye was the one with the big bruise over it, but now her right eye has an equally big bruise over it. So a little symmetry for you there. One eye now to the other eye, but still the same amount of destruction on her face. But yes, they have their tearful reunion, and I guess because she won this fight, now she's a fit mother, so that her mother says that the kid can go with her.
This is what's absolutely hilarious. So this is, again, the grandma is inconsistent as ever. She wants to drop the kid off, but no, she's not fit. Oh, I want to bring my boyfriend around. Oh, but you want to leave the house? Fuck off then. But oh, don't leave. And she is it's absolutely crazy, because she's like, yeah, now you're fit to be a mom. Like, I get it. Like, you're good. Like,
Yeah.
I had to go through the
I
same
said that
thing.
she
You're
won.
fit.
She lost, by the way.
Yeah.
Because she lost her fight. Now she all of a sudden apparently is fit to be a mother.
But what's key about the story, and then again, this is Halle Berry not understanding how to direct a movie where you could, have a lasting idea that these people are going to be okay. She doesn't have a place to stay. She doesn't have a car. She has a backpack, and she tells Manny, "We're going to be just fine. We're just walking, dude. We're just out and about." And just like we said earlier in the video, where she's like, "We're going to go get out of here." She takes a lap around the fucking block, and she's back at grandma's. That's exactly what the end of this movie is. And this is why, listen, I hate Hallmark movies for a reason. Like, this is like, the ending makes you, they leave it on an ending where it's like, well, they're happy ever after. It's like, no, they get divorced 2 weeks later because she just cheated on her other husband with that dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, the end of this story is they walk around the block back to grandma's. Like that's literally all that happens here.
Well, I don't think that they were, because they were over by like a store or something. I think they walk off.
They walked by the same gas station where he bought donuts earlier. The
Fair,
same
yeah.
one, mind you, that was playing
There's yeah,
the song.
sure, yeah. They're still in the city. They're out and about, and yeah. So they're off to parts unknown now. Keep in mind that the only thing that has changed basically because of this is that she lost her fight, and now because she lost her fight, she has $10,000 now to her name. So okay, she does a little bit of cash, but in reality, even 10 grand is not like not a great amount of money in the big picture. So, but okay,
Raising a kid needs a fucking household. Like
right.
you don't just like walk out on the street with $10,000 and you're like, we're gonna figure it out from here. Like, do you know how like apartments and leases work? Like, you don't just walk into one of the housing units and like, I want in on this. Like,
Yeah,
I
because
don't know.
that's what she says. She's like, we're gonna get an apartment if you're cool with that, Manny. And he's like, okay, whatever. Still not talking. And then finally, to end this whole saga here, they're off to parts unknown. They're on the street. They're gonna make their way together. And as his shoes are untied, as she goes down to tie his shoes, Manny finally speaks for the first time to say, "Thank you, Big."
I hate it because also it's like, how many things are we trying to have Manny do that is like, oh, that's adorable and like relatable? It's like, since when can he not tie his fucking shoes? Like, you know,
Yeah. I mean, fair. And also, again, the only thing that has changed is that she lost her fight. So why is that the thing that turns him around?
maybe, and here's me being the big brained director. If it were me, and this is how I was setting it up, like the end of the movie, she's gonna tie his shoe, he's gonna look up and smile. I was like, okay, so how about in the school when he's getting picked on by the kids? How about it's because he can't tie his fucking shoes? How about instead of him pissing himself like a fucking retard, how about you say it's because he can't tie his shoes? I don't know.
Perhaps. I mean, that's the least of the things that don't connect. I mean, I will say
True.
that this movie does try to connect a good amount in it. Like there are callbacks, there are things that interconnect and stuff, but
Trust me, I
it's
know.
not satisfying. And that is the conclusion. Him finally speaking and saying thank you, her looking up at him, and then we cut to credits. It's so many like unanswered questions. It's so many loose ends that don't get tied up. Like I had said earlier, that this movie is a combination of a couple of films. I would say that if you include The Big Daddy, as you mentioned, this is a combination of Rocky and 8 Mile. And you put those together with Big Daddy as the third piece of that equation, and don't tie up any of those loose ends the same way that 8 Mile doesn't at the end. And you kind of have this film without the quality in the middle.
What I think is also to note that I really need you guys to know is that Manny, being that he's had one other expression throughout the entirety of the movie, when you see him smile, you can tell he's never done it in his life. It's the creepiest smile that you've ever seen in your life from a kid. Like he looks at her like she's going to get ate as a pie later. It is the craziest thing. But then end credits and then a song probably by Aretha Franklin. Am I good by spitballing it there? Is
I
that
mean,
or is
it's in
that
that
not?
vein for sure.
Yeah.
It's got like that faux gospel-y kind of feeling to it for sure. Yeah, and that is that's Bruised, man. That is the entirety of that film. I will save the additional trivia here, but we'll wrap it up by saying, having talked through it, Chase, what would you rate Bruised?
On the boom meter, oh brother, this shit blew me out the fucking park. No, it definitely cannot even be close to a 7. Like, I mean, if that's the
Oh,
standard of something like average that somebody could just turn on and watch, this is a 3 or a 4. This is horrible to watch.
yeah, I thought I was being generous by saying it was maybe a 4.5 to a 5, but yeah, 3 or 4 is definitely acceptable. I'll be a little bit generous by saying it's a 5, only because I think that there were good ideas that got stretched way too far. That's the big takeaway for me with this film, was that you had the troubled lifestyle, you had the kid, and you had the fighting. Those
Mhm.
are the three main ingredients here. You could have done a lot of different retooling of this script to compact certain things better and move this story along in a more satisfying way. The fact that this movie is 2 hours long is really bad for it does not go in its favor. Like, it really does not help this film at all that it is 2 hours. Like, you could definitely have cut a half hour out of this movie very easily and made it a lot more streamlined. Again, I think that has to do with Netflix. I really do think that they have like quotas as to the amount of time that movies have to be if you're going to get a deal with Netflix. So maybe there was a mandatory 2 hour runtime. I don't know, but if you're going to have 2 hours, you need to use it more effectively than taking those elements and stretching them to the 2 hours, like, because it was stretched pretty thin.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we managed to make a 4-hour discussion about this movie.
For sure, yes. This is like I said at the start of this thing, this is going to be the longest that anyone has ever talked about it. So we certainly did that. Would you recommend Bruised?
No, nope.
I would also not recommend it as well. I would not recommend it from a film standpoint or an MMA standpoint, and those are the two things that you kind of need to have for a film like this. I will go through the additional trivia just really quickly. I know we're running long, but I did want to get this out because this also is some context here. Halle Berry, this is her directing debut, as we had mentioned. She was 54 years old when she made this movie. So definitely looks wise holds up. Of course, she certainly did not look her age, but credit to her for being able to be as physical as she was in this film for 54 years old. I will give her that credit.
True, fair.
And also, I think that she, probably there was part of her that made this movie intentionally because of that, to be like, I'm 54, but I can still do this. Whatever. We talked about the writer of this film a whole lot. This is the only writing credit for the writer of this film. Her name is Michelle Rosenfarb. She wrote, directed, and produced an 8-episode narrative podcast called Madam Ram, which is about the first female NFL team owner. Has a story credit on a short film and has something in development called Life in Motion, an unlikely ballerina ? So if you want to watch more from this writer, you can do that. I did a little research on this writer, and I went to her Instagram. She actually has a post on Instagram with a lot of information about the process of getting this film made. And what you had kind of insinuated about Halle Berry having a lot of like input on the script definitely came through. This script started out as about a boxer. Apparently this writer's father was a boxer. So it started off as a boxing story. It got morphed into an MMA story. And then Halle Berry had a lot of specific changes that needed to be made to the story. So I don't know how much was originally the writer's vision versus how much Halle Berry changed for this film. It's one way or another that the translation got a little bit muddled up. So perhaps Michelle Rosenfarb, a better writer than this film would reflect, but we will see, I guess, with her next project, perhaps.
Hopefully not, though.
I mean, hopefully it's maybe a more capable director, or that whatever. I thought the cinematography in this film was not bad. I thought it looked pretty good. But that's credit, I guess. And then the last piece of trivia that I have, and this is actually MMA related, so we'll close out with this. This film actually sparked a lawsuit. So in August of 2021, Kat Zingano, who is a pioneer of women's MMA. She was a UFC fighter, also fought in Invicta and Strikeforce and Bellator. She was a long-time women's MMA fighter. I think she might even still be fighting, maybe not, but she fought for a very long time if she's retired at this point. She filed a lawsuit against Halle Berry and the producers of this film because she claimed that she was promised a role in the movie.
Nice.
Halle Berry had advised her to turn down a fight for insurance purposes, which led her to being cut from the UFC. So she turned down a fight in the UFC thinking that she was going to get a role in this movie that never materialized. Halle Berry's team countered, saying that Zingano was released over a poor fight record, as she had lost 4 out of her last 5 fights, and that was the reason that happened, that she was cut. There was no binding agreement, no guaranteed role in the movie.
Don't you love when somebody is asked, like, hey, What you guys were supposed to have on a movie? Is that why they got cut? No, it's because they fucking suck. What are you talking about? I was never gonna fucking put them in my movie. That fucking 4-in-1 fighter. Are you fucking kidding me? Like,
I
all
mean,
right.
yeah, it was a nice, easy way for the defense to have an easy door out of that litigation. So that being said, January of 2023, about 17 months worth of litigation later, Zingano finally formally dropped the lawsuit, filing for a dismissal with prejudice, actually. So which legally prevents her from filing the same claim again, suggesting that the lawsuit concluded without a court ruling in her favor. So Kat Zingano did not win the case, and those lawyers had an easy way out of all of that.
Nice. Love to see it. Yeah.
So, and that will do it for Bruised. Yes, as you said, 4 hours worth of discussion about this film, the most that this has ever been talked about in the history of humanity. But that will do it. So, any last thoughts, Chase?
Just don't watch it, man. Just don't keep giving Halle Berry the idea that she could just do whatever the fuck she wants and we are gonna love it. I mean, damn, she is pretty in these roles, but like, yo, I do not give a shit to watch another 2 hour fucking thing like that. So
Yeah, as I had said, I thought that it was some good ideas. It was a basis that you've seen many times before. You know, down under luck fighter has to overcome obstacles, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you know, there might have been some ways to spice this thing up, but even if you were going to go for a very in the box type of story, it needed to be streamlined, and it probably needed to be varied a little bit more than what we got, because it was very samey over time, and the experience was less than satisfying in the end.
100%.
All right. So, with all of that said, thank you very much for watching this installment of MMA on Film. We will be back with our next installment sometime soon. And if you have any suggestions for films that you would like us to review on this show, leave them in the comment section down below. We will take those into consideration, and we will see you next time. Thank you very much for watching.